Chapter 1728. The world was a chessboard. Everyone could move their chess pieces as they wished, give orders as they wished, and play with the chessboard as they wished. Who had told him this? He couldn't quite remember. It was a memory from a long time ago. However, if the world was a chessboard, how could he reverse the situation and win when he knew that he would lose? It was very simple. He just had to flip the table and kill the chess player on the opposite side. Of course, if he couldn't beat the chess player on the opposite side, he would just pretend that he didn't say that. The world was not pure, very, very pure. The void, the great Yuan realm, was not pure and not exquisite enough. It was a bit muddy, like a pool of muddy water. It was not pure. It was the state he hated the most. However, this was the common state of the void, the great Yuan realm. No world was pure enough. No void region was pure enough. That was why he hated everything. What he wanted to say was that this impure void, this impure world was definitely not as simple as a chessboard. There was logic in a chessboard, but the void was a place of pure nonsense. When you thought that this was a chessboard, the opposite side would charge over with hundreds of millions of troops to crush you. It was like giving you a commander at the beginning of the game, while the opposite side's troops could fill the entire chessboard. That's right. This was the impure void. It was the worst drama that could be performed without any logic. It was just a chessboard, but the people trapped in this world talk about it slowly. What he wanted to say was that everything in this world happened according to one's will. The void itself was like that, not to mention the stupid things that involved the origin and the chaos. Just like what he was facing now, everything happened according to one's will. He didn't know what would happen in the next second. When he guessed that the origin energy surrounded by the chaos was the core of this space and drowned it in the destructive energy, he thought that he would see the ghost rushing over and eating him alive. But it ran away. Well, it really ran away decisively. When he turned around, the ghost had already slipped away. He didn't know how far away it was. It simply left him here, and for a while, he didn't know what to do. The arrow had already left the bow, and it had already pierced into someone else's body. It didn't seem very rational to pull out now. Yuan took 5 seconds to think. Then, with a wave of his hand, more magic circles emerged from the void, increasing the power of Wanxiang's star by tens of thousands of times. After a while, the cloud of chaos suddenly trembled. Its volume seemed to have begun to shrink. The light of the origin energy burst out from its core, as if adding light wounds on its surface. The light that replaced the darkness illuminated the dim area, revealing a starry sky shrouded in endless gray clouds. At this moment, the chaos energy in the distance was slowly thinning, as if it was returning clarity to this space. Just when Yuan really thought that the chaos energy had begun to dissipate and that the origin energy had begun to recover, he saw a scene that shocked him a little. The chaos energy floating in the starry sky did not dissipate into thin air. It was diluting in the starry sky bit by bit. Then, without any signs of life, it approached the origin energy in front of him. He could vaguely see the gray energy currents in the starry sky converging from all directions. By the time he noticed this inconspicuous movement, the visibility in the starry sky had recovered a lot. What appeared before him was a shattered starry sky that was severely damaged by the chaos energy. Broken and strange celestial bodies and landscapes were randomly displayed in every corner of the starry sky. Even with thousands of sparks supporting this dim space, it was difficult to pierce through the spiraling fog. Hiss. Ow, ow, ow. It's awake. It's awake. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Outsider. Damn outsider. I don't want to be devoured. I don't want to be devoured. I'm going to be devoured. I'm going to be devoured. Suddenly, there was a great tremor in the starry sky. Yuan was shocked and quickly turned around. The ghostly figure that had fled at the speed of light was now flying back from a distance while screaming in pain. Its posture of bending its back and stretching out its hands in front of it was as if it was being dragged back by an invisible giant hand. Its waving hands in the starry sky cracked open cracks that led to the void and nothingness, tearing the entire space apart. But no matter how hard it struggled, It could not control its body. Outsider. Stupid outsider. You will regret it. You will regret it. Curse you. Curse you. When the ghostly figure flew past Yun Nuoxing, the scarlet eyes on the ghostly face suddenly froze on him. Suddenly, it let out a sharp, ear-piercing shriek at him. Its huge palms stretched out towards him as if its life depended on it. I didn't expect it to be affected as well. Yun Nuoxing casually dodged the last two waves of the ghostly figure's hands. He watched as the ghostly figure screamed and roared, staring at him ferociously. Finally, a brilliant golden light climbed up and spread to its entire body in an instant. Its entire body was swallowed into the cloud of mist. As the ghostly figure was swallowed, he seemed to feel that the chaotic energy in this starry sky had been cleaned up. Only the cloud of energy, which seemed to be the core, was left in front of him. It was also the cloud of chaotic energy that it had just swallowed. But what was that ghostly figure? It looked strange. The dazzling golden light was like an unstable balloon, expanding and trembling violently. Even if it swallowed all the chaotic energy in the starry sky, it was still difficult to hide its huge size. The dazzling light began to shrink, agitate, and even let out a thunder-like drumming sound, which made Yun Nuoxing's ears tingle. Oh ho! This familiar scene, this familiar energy riot, this guy must have eaten chaotic energy and is about to explode, sure enough, within 5 minutes after Yun Nuoxing retreated. The cloud of light that had expanded to the size of half a galaxy suddenly shrank at a rate visible to the naked eye. It was as if the earth had set off a huge earthquake that could cause the ground to collapse by hundreds of meters in an instant. The extremely chaotic and strange energy was released without restraint. In just a few minutes, the nebula-like core suddenly burst out with an even brighter light, illuminating the entire world in black and white. The violent energy impact slammed into Yun Nuoxing's energy barrier, causing him to quickly retreat. After retreating for a long distance, the light shadow suddenly trembled violently, and a destructive aura that was a mixture of chaos and order finally erupted completely. Even though they were in the starry sky, the scene that should have been accompanied by the destruction of the natural order had somehow been rendered into a silent release of destruction. The light shadow that was so bright that it could blind him had dyed his vision into a dazzling white. Within the violent energy nova core, streaks of dark energy were constantly climbing and spreading like vines. The two stimulated the release of even more powerful energy, causing him to have no choice but to erect an even stronger energy barrier. If I had known this would happen, I would have brought a shield. After erecting a dozen layers of energy barriers, Yun Nuoxing sighed deeply once again. As for the shield, he did not need to say anything to know what it was referring to. The eruption of chaos energy and origin energy filled the entire starry sky. His senses were not very clear. He only felt that this place seemed to have been cut into two by this violent energy explosion. Half of it was enveloped by the origin energy and was located in the center, while the other half was occupied by the chaos energy and was located in the outer circle. Just like the void of order and the void of chaos, he was located at the center of the energy explosion. Hot tears flowed down his cheeks as he looked at it. It was too dazzling and blinding. He had never thought that he would have the experience of being blinded by someone else's light. Yun Nuoxing rubbed his eyes and tried to make his eyeballs move. After that, he slowly opened his eyes and looked at the empty starry sky before him. He said blankly, That's it? Isn't it a little too simple?" Hearing that, the little angel almost smashed the teacup in her hand. Her pretty face darkened a little. "You'd say something else. I'm a little nervous." "Tisich, I'm not Hui, the prophet emperor. It's fine, it's fine." Yun Nuoxing shrugged and said nonchalantly. However, his eyes were very serious as he stared at the center of the light that had not completely dissipated. "There's no other energy aura, no life aura. It should be nothing, probably nothing." Frost looked up and looked outside in a daze. May Mouse suddenly widened her eyes a little. It seems like there's something. Hmm. Yin Nuashing was startled when he heard a muffled groan from his soul. Just as he was about to go inside to see what was going on, a sudden chill suddenly rushed into his body. His pupils shrank. The barrier that had not been retracted expanded by dozens of times in an instant. Countless magic circles manifested at the same time and turned into an energy defense form like never before. An unprecedented surge of energy that was powerful enough to knock the void back to its mother's womb suddenly crashed into his senses. An invisible object that carried a power that was powerful enough to shatter chaos and order into smithereens violently surged towards him. Nothingness, his subconscious defense and attack were completed in an instant. However, before he could lift the nether void sword, the destructive energy that was wrapped in endless madness suddenly expanded into a cluster of energy that resembled a dark flame. A pair of dark eyes, covered in gold, appeared in that energy cluster. The scarlet vertical pupils glared at him, and his entire body instantly froze. Bang! It was an indescribable feeling. He could not even react to what was going on. All he heard was the sound of countless collapsing and shattering. The magic circles that he had turned into a defensive formation were all shattered in an instant. An extremely bizarre energy suddenly acted on him without any signs of being or being annihilated. He was sent flying an unknown distance away. It was as if a rope was wrapped around his neck, and he was being flung around for his life. The first light and more than 100 origin energies flashed at the same time. Yin Nuashing's flying figure suddenly froze on the spot. When he regained his composure, the stars had changed drastically. He did not even know where he was sent to. Ugh! Yin Nuashing painfully pinched his chest. His slightly transparent palm slowly opened up, and there was a pool of dark energy left on his body. It was the energy of primal chaos, and it could be cleaned up in an instant with the light of beginning. However, his body, you beat me back to my original form the moment we met. You sent me to an unknown place with just a look. This has not happened for many years. The first light rose from his clenched palm. When he opened it again, the bizarre energy had already dissipated. Yin Nuashing endured the throbbing pain and the strange feeling in his chest. He raised his head and looked into the distance. In the stars, there was an extremely violent and crazy energy cluster that was bursting with an indescribable energy. Just the overflowing energy alone was enough to sweep across a huge area in the stars. He just crawled out from the belly of the energy explosion. The physical body of the energy life form was destroyed in a single exchange. Although the soul retained everything, the things that couldn't be restored and recreated would be stored in the soul. Although the physical body wasn't of much use, and their bodies were just floating energy bodies, the soul was the most important thing. However, the physical body also had decent defensive capabilities. He never thought that his physical body would be destroyed in a single exchange. If it was someone else, they would have already reported to the reincarnation road, right? How are you? Are you all right? The anxious and concerned voice of the little angel hurriedly came. A warm and gentle energy gushed out from his soul and was healing the wound on his soul. Phew, not so good. Maybe I've encountered something fatal. Yin Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief and shook his head. If there's an accident, I'll send you and Frost away first. Phew, this time it's really fatal. I feel that the breath of the ghost is more dangerous than the high-level premier of the underworld. The little angel smiled bitterly. If so, how can we run away? Don't make a decision on your own. When Yin Nuashing was about to respond, he suddenly heard a strange sound. It was like the sound of a large group of insects playing a symphony in the mountains in the middle of the night. But as he listened, it also sounded like the dull echo of the void vibrating in resonance. Yin Nuashing took a deep breath. More than 100 types of origin energy surged in his body. The light of primordial also released a dazzling light from his soul, making him look like he was plated with a layer of gold. He looked up and found the ghostly thing in the starry sky that he had yet to see its true face. It was walking slowly with the energy filled with endless destructive aura. Its entire body was almost invaded by the dark energy. He could only barely find a gap between the dark clouds and the surging energy to see that it seemed to have the body of a human. The strange sounds sounded again. Yin Nuoxing's instinct of standing on the rules of life and death made his eyes tremble suddenly. He instantly retreated. The completely invisible energy and the completely invisible attack penetrated the place where he was standing just now. There were still a few pieces of life-saving magic circles around him. One of them suddenly cracked and almost collapsed. He did not know what happened just now and whether he had dodged something. But even if he had dodged something, he must have brushed against it. Otherwise, the magic circle would not have collapsed. Yin Nuoxing, who had yet to finish his previous dodging action and was still retreating, suddenly saw a figure entangled in dark energy appear in front of him without any reason. The figure raised a huge fist that was like a casserole and smashed it heavily towards him. Bang! It was another heavy blow. Yin Nuoxing felt that he was about to be torn apart like the shattered void and nothingness. Even though his body, made of energy, was protected by the origin energy and the initial light, it became much dimmer in an instant. What the hell? It was as if he had self-destructed, causing origin energy to erupt violently from his body. He forcibly stopped himself from flying backward again, and his body tilted forward. The nether void sword flashed out and merged into his body once more. Two exquisite patterns appeared on his arms, forming the shape of a giant sword. Hundreds of arrays were formed in an instant, and then they collapsed, wrapping around his body piece by piece. The action was completed in an instant. Yin Nuoxing roared and turned into a colorful meteor that rushed out. Just as he rushed out for a short distance, he subconsciously waved his fist. A figure wrapped in dark clouds suddenly appeared in the space in front of him. Even through the energy clouds, he could feel that there was an extremely tyrannical guy hiding behind him. He also raised his fist towards him. The attacks of the two arrived unexpectedly, as if they were crazy and did not hold back at all as they greeted each other. Hundreds of energy formations appeared on Yin Nuoxing's body at every moment, taking the damage in his place and collapsing instantly. The dark clouds on that thing would also be pierced and restored by his attacks, which carried the violent aura of the Netheruan sword. The two people were like madmen as they tangled with each other in the most barbaric manner. Their punches landed on each other, and the energy shockwaves that pierced through each other opened up tens of thousands of holes in space that led to the void. Don't! You won't be able to hold on first. Yin Nuoxing was the first to retreat when the little angel's hurried voice sounded. When the thing followed him again like a maggot, the colorful figure suddenly burst forth with an extreme flash of energy. 2/3 of the boiling origin energy poured out in an instant and gathered in his right hand. Purplish-black energy also surged in an instant. Netherworld ruins. Firmament slash. Using his fist as a sword, Yin Nuoxing roared angrily. The shadow of a heavy sword in his right hand struck out like a furious dragon. The thing that had been fighting him so closely also punched out mercilessly. It landed heavily on Yin Nuoxing's chest. The fist, which was wrapped in dark gray energy, directly pierced through his energy body. Bang! Multicolored light of destruction abruptly erupted, carrying with it the primordial presence of creation as it wreaked havoc in the cosmos. A crescent arc that was billions of miles wide illuminated the silent cosmos, sending a figure entangled in the presence of chaos into the cosmos. The energy sword radiance that could sink the void locked it down, devouring the dark energy that entangled it as if its life depended on it, before finally exploding in the depths of the cosmos. A new star of energy that could split the world illuminated the entire cosmos. Huff, huff. How many years has it been since the last time I fought so violently? Yin Nuoxing gasped for breath a few times. His palm carried the initial light as he dug into his chest that had been penetrated and appeared hollow. He pulled out the wisp of mud-like gray energy aura from his body. Before he could shake his hand, it had already been completely devoured by the initial light. Crack. There was a slight cracking sound, as if something had cracked. Yin Nuashing and the little angel turned their attention at the same time and looked at his raised right hand. The colorful light of energy appeared between his 5 fingers and slowly spread toward his arm. He looked at his body and could not help but whisper, "It's cracked." Clenching his fist, he attempted to repair it with his energy. However, the usual repair method didn't have any significant effect at this moment. The cracks that seemed to burst out with energy rays were still expanding slowly, but at a slower speed. "It's over the limit," the little angel said in a serious voice. It had not even been 3 minutes since they fought, and his body was already about to break. She had never seen him in such a sorry state before. "What is that thing? What is that thing?" Yinuashing smiled bitterly and looked up into the depths of the stars. The origin energy storm that had released 2/3 of the energy in his body was still raging violently in the stars. Although he wanted to daydream that it would just die, it was obviously impossible. How would I know what that thing is? Howren seized the time to mobilize the energy of the backup world to recast the magic circle. But this time, the magic circle did not float in the void. Instead, he used himself as a drawing board, allowing the hundreds of millions of magic circles to wrap around his body. He used all kinds of methods to hold down his body that was about to collapse. At the same time, he began to increase his strength unreasonably. He had not fought face-to-face for a long time. Because he felt that it would be embarrassing to fight face-to-face, he liked to use the magic circle to hold people in the void from hundreds of millions of miles away. But when it was necessary, he had no choice but to roll up his sleeves and fight with the opponent. Here it comes again. The strange sound rang again. Yinuashing looked up vigilantly. The destructive storm in the depths of the stars had lasted for 3 to 4 minutes. At this moment, it seemed that it had hit a huge obstacle and slowly weakened the intensity of the storm. After another 2 minutes, it naturally dissipated. Yinuashing came to the place where the storm disappeared in a flash and walked forward fearlessly. The gray energy aura around the ghost had been reduced by more than half. At this moment, the light of the origin energy occupied half of the exposed figure, making it look very bright and dazzling. What appeared in front of him was a figure between a young man and a middle-aged man. Its hands were on both sides of its head, and it was growling in a low voice. The luster in its eyes flickered wildly, occupied by the madness and tyranny of the chaotic energy. He was wearing a costume that Lin Sanjiu had never seen before, but no matter how she looked at it, it seemed to be a little similar to the uniform of the green-robed young man. But the degree of similarity was more simple and elegant. Yinuashing took a deep breath and wanted to move closer. His gaze that was deliberately sweeping towards his face suddenly froze at a certain moment. Even the violent energy that was surging in his body froze. Because of this, at this moment, the pupils of his widened eyes gradually shrank. Disbelief and shock crazily rushed through his soul, drowning the entire soul world. The sudden emotional riot startled the little angel. Just as she was about to take the time to see what he saw, he had already spoken. She was so shocked that she stopped what she was doing. Origin, God. Chapter 17:29. It was a name that reverberated like thunder in his ears. Under normal circumstances, it would not have been a big deal, and he might have muttered a few words such as origin or those damn things. However, when those words were put together with the current situation, everything seemed to have exceeded his expectations, and he was not prepared for it at all. The void always liked to joke. Truly, it liked to joke about all kinds of things. Small jokes could be as small as wiping out a race or destroying a planetary system. Bigger jokes could be treating a world of light as the joke itself, or treating an entire region of the void as a joke, or pulling in an entire region of the void to joke with it. Still, it could also put a heavenly god of origin right in front of him, but that was not enough. Apart from that, it would also dye the god of origin with something that should not have been there. Indeed, this was the biggest joke that the void had ever played on him, but he could not bring himself to laugh at all. The heavenly god of origin, the little angel murmured. Her expression was a little dull as she stared blankly ahead in silence for a long time. In the stars, the energy storm raged. Half of the surging chaotic energy was disintegrated, revealing the origin energy that was wantonly leaking behind. It was a golden energy with drops of blue luster, and Yin Nuoxing recognized it. That origin energy seemed to have a deep connection with the realm, and perhaps it had something to do with him. Furthermore, the origin energy in his body also reacted a little, but it was not like the impatience and longing that it had when it saw something related to it. Instead, it was a melancholy and slight worry that it saw something that was still there, but that person had changed. It was the first time that he had seen a heavenly god of origin with his own eyes. It was no longer a blurry white shadow that he had seen in that damned place, but a heavenly god of origin that had a physical body. He could see its face and could accurately see its appearance. It was the first time he had seen it, and he could recognize it even without the guidance of the origin energy. It was as if the void was actively telling him who the person before him was. However, why are you here? Yin Nuoxing's eyes were wide open. His shrunken eyes stared at the heavenly god of origin, who was clutching his head in a frenzy. His fists were clenched tightly. The little angel felt a little nervous when she sensed his state of mind. He was not disappointed, lost, or had his faith collapsed. He did not have any of that. His own feelings for the name of the heavenly god of origin might be weaker than others when it came to faith and spirit, but they were stronger in some aspects. If ordinary people saw that even the heavenly god of origin was controlled by chaos, their faith and spirit might have collapsed. Chaos was the symbol of order itself, an existence that stood at the peak of order. It would be fine if they were defeated, as order and chaos always had winners and losers in their battles. But if they saw order being controlled by chaos and having their minds messed up, victory and enslavement were two completely different things. The latter was more than enough to deal extremely brutal damage to one's mind. "You're really annoying, bastard." Before the little angel could react, Yin Nuoxing had already lunged forward with a furious roar. Hundreds of millions of magic circles appeared and illuminated the entire starry sky. They overlapped behind him and formed a disk that was covered in light. The next moment, all of them shattered. The energy of an entire galaxy gathered in his right hand. He punched the chest of the heavenly god of origin hard. The energy that was enough to break through the starry sky exploded into a ring of energy. The heavenly god of origin was sent flying backward like a meteor. The two forces of order clashed violently on his body, shattering the starry sky along the way. This is the world of order that you all protect. Yin Nuoxing's pretty face twisted into a vicious expression. The mark of destruction between his eyebrows suddenly surged with a dark gray color. Two gray wings with colorful divine runes suddenly protruded from his back and fluttered in the starry sky. As the light of primordial was affected by his will and turned into the side of chaos, many marks left behind by chaos appeared on his body. It looked just like the mark of origin that was left behind when he was being controlled by the origin energy. Like a dark gray meteor, Yin Nuoxing shot across the starry sky and caught up to the heavenly god of origin who was sent flying backward. He clenched his fists tightly. The energy of annihilation wrapped around his hands. Heavy punches rained down on the heavenly god of origin's body. Dull thuds rang out along with the explosions of energy. The heavenly god of origin did not resist at all. He allowed the heavy punches that left after images to land on his body. The chaos energy wrapped around his body clashed with the origin energy in his body, causing his face to contort into a vicious expression. His eyes were entangled in the darkness of chaos. Wan Xiang, his murmuring voice suddenly stopped. A moment later, he let out a roar. The energy of annihilation was sent into the heavenly god of origin's body with a heavy punch. The heavenly god of origin was sent flying into the depths of the starry sky. Hundreds of millions of formations forged from chaos energy spread out in the starry sky, extending for hundreds of millions of kilometers. All of them were aimed at the dark gray star that was being sent flying backward. After a few seconds of delay, countless starlight rumbled out from all of the formations. They turned into a concentrated torrent of energy that fell into the dark gray star. A vast wave of destruction energy quickly turned into a mighty energy storm in just a few seconds, sweeping up all of the laws and order in the starry sky. Yin Nuoxing waved his hand and left the formations. He followed a torrent of energy and charged into the energy storm caused by the explosion of chaos energy. His eyes, which were half filled with madness and fury, suddenly saw an equally vicious face appear before him. His right hand, which had fused with the Nethervoid sword, was accompanied by the energy of origin and annihilation as it slammed out. A monstrous wave of energy accompanied by a sword beam of dark gray energy suddenly erupted. The destructive energy tore through the chaos storm and rushed into the depths of the starry sky. That is the world of order that all of you cherish. A furious roar resounded through the starry sky. Yin Nuoxing casually removed the remaining energy from his shoulder and chased after the energy sword beam that swept up the heavenly god of origin like a madman. In that instant, the threat of death suddenly rushed into his soul. He subconsciously twisted his body, and the patterns on the greatsword on his arm suddenly lit up with the light of chaos. That hideous face that had already lost its mind suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Similarly, it was mixed with two types of order, but the origin energy was weaker. It heavily pierced through the void and finally viciously penetrated Yin Nuoxing's chest, forcefully resisting the energy that was about to devour all of his strength. Yin Nuoxing roared and smashed his right hand, which was surging with the light of chaos, heavily onto the heavenly god of origin's head. Void, boundless chaos. The dark energy surging like a river of stars took the shape of a huge energy ball and suddenly exploded. Sharp energy screeches reverberated throughout the entire starry sky, causing the starry sky to dim in comparison. Along with the chaotic impact released by the light of primordial chaos, aside from the first wave of energy that was released indiscriminately into the surroundings, the rest of the energy gathered in front of it and violently surged toward the heavenly origin god. This time, he didn't even care about the hideous wound on his chest. After releasing all the boundless chaos energy in an instant, he chased after the figure that was sent flying several galaxies away like a madman. The gray and colorful colors on his body suddenly swapped positions. Dozens of types of origin energy surged wildly in his body. As he swung his arm, the Nethervoid sword that flickered wildly with colorful energy appeared in his hand. He looked at the figure that couldn't break free from the chaos energy and let out a furious roar. He suddenly fell from above like a colorful meteor and stabbed the Nethervoid sword in his hand heavily into the figure's chest. Origin chaos, a roar that seemed to shake the void, and nothingness echoed through the starry sky. The vast origin and annihilation energy that accompanied all the energy in the starry sky suddenly smashed into the two of them. A huge, two-colored energy ball that was thousands of kilometers in size instantly took shape. The two powers of order were released in a mighty manner across the starry sky, almost shattering all the stars in the starry sky. The roar of order that reverberated through the starry sky lasted for an entire half a minute before it came to a stop. The huge energy ball of order was shattered by an energy sword ray that streaked across the starry sky. Yin Nuoxing's figure was sent flying backward. The exposed chaos energy around the heavenly god of origin's body had been completely dispersed, but it seemed to have recovered its initial berserk state. The origin energy wrapped around the heavenly god of origin's body as it roared and charged toward Yin Nuoxing. Yin Nuoxing also let out a low roar in response. The Nethervoid sword fused back into his body once again. The realm core that contained an entire galaxy in his heart suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. Yin Nuoxing charged forward, allowing the heavenly god of origin's claw to pierce through his chest once again. He abruptly raised his head and smashed his head heavily into the heavenly god of Origin's head. The two of them directly greeted each other with surging energy without any fancy tricks. Even their casual movements and attacks were imbued with enough power to destroy the void. Just their heads smashed into the starry sky, sending out several dense energy halos that shattered the starry sky. While the heavenly god of Origin was flying backward, Yin Nuoxing grabbed him by the collar and charged forward as well. This time, he focused all of his energy on his head. He raised his head and smashed his head down viciously. The realm of order. That's the realm of order that you've been guarding. That's the realm of order that you've been guarding for countless years. That's the world that you cherish. Yet you're choosing to compromise here, pulling the heavenly god of Origin's arm out of his chest. Yin Nuoxing let out a roar that shattered the starry sky. He swung the heavenly god of Origin's arm like a hammer and smashed it heavily through a stone planet in front of him. Then he grabbed the entire planet and compressed it to 1/10 of its original size before smashing it viciously into the heavenly god of Origin's head. Billions of stone fragments exploded at the same time with a loud crash. Yin Nuoxing's body slowed down for a moment, and the colorful light in his eyes dimmed several times. However, his eyes lit up again after a short moment, and the primordial light bloomed in the starry sky without holding back. Seeing the heavenly god of Origin charge forward, Yin Nuoxing raised his hand without backing down. Billions of spell formations appeared in the starry sky, one after another, and the heart of the spell formations turned, and all of them were aimed at him. Boom! The billions of spell formations released energy that exceeded the limits of what Yin Nuoxing could withstand all at once, and they pressed both him and the heavenly god of Origin into the void for a baptism. The dazzling and magnificent energy storm was like a grand banquet accompanied by fireworks. It was incomparably beautiful, but also extraordinarily deadly. A broken figure staggered out of the void, and half of his body was almost transparent. Yin Nuoxing slowly stood up in the starry sky and looked at the simulated god-destruction storm not far away. He raised his trembling right hand and continued to draw out Origin energy from his body without caring about the cost. The 36 worlds began to tremble slightly because of this. Don't hang here like a fool and act like a decoration. That's your obsession, your will, and everything that you yearn for. It's not everything that I persevered for, and it's not the reason why I guarded order all those years. The billions of broken spell formations converged into the same number of spell formations again, and then trembled again. The number of spell formations duplicated the same number every few breaths, and then overlapped with each other again. Yin Nuoxing stared at the heavenly god of Origin, who was being bombarded by countless energies in the fake god-destruction storm. The colorful radiance in her eyes dimmed a little, and her body staggered again because of the unrestrained exhaustion and outburst. A voice that was like the murmurs of chaos and darkness rang throughout the entire starry sky, causing the order, rules, and many other things in the entire world to be distorted. The distortion that exceeded the degree of distortion even caused a part of it to be directly torn into pieces of paper. That crazy figure tore the fake divine destruction storm into two with his bare hands. His eyes that were tainted with darkness flashed fiercely and found the location of Yin Nuo planet. The endless pressure brought about by his gaze caused the space of the latter to distort violently once again. The magic circle beside him shattered once again, suppressing the collapse of the space caused by this weak divine right. Yin Nuoxing raised his head and looked at the figure that was ready to attack. He raised his hand slightly, and countless arrays gathered energy crazily. A huge energy vortex that covered dozens of light years was formed at the point where the vortex connected to the void. If you understand, come back to your senses, bastard. Give me a reason to continue guarding the order. The dazzling light emitted by countless magic formations accompanied by the original light was as dazzling as the ultimate flash at the beginning of the great primordial realm's birth. He roared and charged forward, but he was stunned. His eyes, which were filled with darkness, reflected the flash that symbolized eternity. He was in a daze, as if the mighty light that penetrated the void, and the void brought the figure of the heavenly god of origin into the distance. In the depths of the starry sky, a huge sawtooth crack that traversed the light of the entire world was torn open. It was like an abyss. The energy rules time, order, void, and void of the world all poured into the crack endlessly. The entire starry sky seemed to reverberate with the sound of crashing waves. The countless spell formations behind him turned into energy silently and dissipated, scattering a dazzling azure light. Yin Nuoxing's figure slowly knelt in the starry sky. His body was so dim that it could be penetrated by the starlight. The energy crack on his palm had spread to his shoulder and was about to climb up to his neck and body. It was like a huge crack in the earth that burst with the light of underground fire. It was incomparably ferocious. Immediately after, the two azure wings on his back flickered twice. They quickly dissipated due to the exhaustion of energy. The original light and the origin energy also almost fell silent. If you continue to fight, you'll die first, the little angel hurriedly said. Her nervous voice was trembling. No matter how hard she and Shuang tried, they could not stop his soul from collapsing faster and faster. Seeing how he was holding on with all his might and how he was nearing the end of his life, they did not know whether to cry or to force a smile. Fighting against a heavenly god of origin, even if it was a heavenly god of origin whose brain was muddled by the energy of chaos for some reason, it was still not something that they could withstand. To be able to fight to this extent was already really hard work. Although he seemed to have been thrown into the crack and was being whipped by endless energy, he was still a heavenly god of origin. He stood at the peak of order, and his existence was a legendary figure in the void. Even if they gave it their all, they would not be able to defeat him. Stubbornly resisting was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Such a phrase from a long time ago. It had been a long time since they thought of such a phrase. Even when they were facing the underworld and knew that the heavenly god of origin was in the underworld, they did not have such a thought. Why did it have to be them? Why did the heavenly god of origin have to be controlled by chaos? Now, in the void of order, was there really a need to continue fighting? How would I know if there is still a need to fight? If I insist on talking about this topic, to me, there was no need to fight in the first place, right? Yin Nuoxing let out a long sigh and responded to the thought in her heart. She forced herself to stand up and looked at the huge crack across the sky. Most of the surface of the blue crack was already occupied by the dark energy of chaos. The cracks on the surface of the blue crack were like blood vessels that sent the energy of chaos to every inch of space. The little angel was silent. That was right. To the two of them who knew the ending from the very beginning, there was no reason to continue fighting this battle. Because no matter what, there was only one ending: the defeat of the world of order. Everything that they were doing now, everything that he and she had endured together, everything that they faced together was just a crazy act of resistance against the established reality. To what extent, they did not know, but there was no need to guess. It was just infatuation and obsession. If even the heavenly god of origin had been corrupted by chaos, then they probably could not even find a reason to guard the world of order. Just like what they said that day, those who came to the front line of the void to guard the world of order more or less had their own reasons. It was to achieve some goal, to become stronger, to survive. These were all reasons that were allowed to exist. But what about them? They did not know. They had thought about it, but they could not come up with an answer. If survive was a false proposition, then there was probably not much left for them to do. They could still guard the front line of the void bitterly. Perhaps it was because of the heavenly god of origin and the others? Perhaps. So when they saw that even some of them would fall into chaos, they inadvertently felt a sense of loss. It was just a small part of it, and it was not enough to affect them. But it was enough to make the will in their hearts waver slightly. Crack! The gigantic fissure that stretched across the stars sounded like it was about to collapse. The gray energy had enough energy to tear the entire fissure into pieces. Under the crushing force of chaos, the fissure that was condensed with endless energy almost instantly shrunk in size. Cracks began to appear from the edges of the fissure. Endless energy leaked out and condensed into strange energy phenomena in the stars. In just a dozen seconds, the narrow fissure turned into a shrunken sea cucumber, flattened into a ball. Yin Nuoxing saw this and breathed a long sigh of relief. He waved his hand and took out the Netherworld Ruin sword. He waved it casually, and a sudden pain spread from his palm. He could not hold the Netherworld Ruin sword firmly and threw it away. He saw this and could not help but smile bitterly. "Girl, I don't think I can do it. There's still a chance now, you guys. Don't say any more. This time, I'll accompany you." The little angel shook her head. She was now relaxed. She lazily sat on a chair and turned to Shuang Shuang. "Do you want to leave first? Stay here. Is that right?" Seeing Shuang Shuang shake her head, she did not say anything more. She sighed softly and reached out to pat Shuang Shuang's head. "Silly girl." The Netherworld Ruin sword that flew out of his hand circled around him for a moment before automatically flying back into his hand. Yin Nuoxing looked at it and could not help but sigh. Although it was a familiar scene, it still showed no signs of recovery. Its spiritual intelligence and spirituality were still in a state of deep sleep. But now, even if the Netherworld Ruin sword urgently woke up, it would not be able to save him. He was facing the heavenly god of origin, who was covered in chaos energy. "Bastards, bastards, you are a bunch of bastards. All you do is to torment me all day long." Yin Nuoxing laughed bitterly. He was done throwing a tantrum. Once he relaxed, it was difficult for him to gather the crazy energy to take the opponent's life and his own life. It was probably because the injuries on his body were too severe. He was so transparent that he almost disappeared. In other words, to an ordinary person, this was already a fatal injury. The cracks suddenly shattered, and the energy inside turned into a river of stars and poured into the starry sky. The sound of rolling waves reverberated throughout the starry sky. The pouring of energy turned into another energy storm in the starry sky. The mighty storm wildly expanded and spread out into the starry sky. It became a colossal object that stood tall in the starry sky. The immense power dragged everything that was left in the starry sky bit by bit towards it. Yin Nuoxing stared at the energy storm that erupted for the second time. He raised his hands and tightly gripped the Netherruin sword. He saw that within the unusually bright storm, a figure accompanied by a dark light slowly emerged from it. He stared at the figure closely, and the figure seemed to be staring back at him. There was a pressure brought about by the gaze, and the space between them was about to collapse. "I don't care what others say. To me, you are the most annoying bastards in this void." Yin Nuoxing shouted at the starry sky. He gathered all the energy in his body into the Netherruin sword and let it light up with a last ray of multicolored light. He looked at the figure that walked out of the storm and suddenly laughed loudly. Using the last of his strength, he stabbed the Netherruin sword into the void. "Lie in this starry sky for me for 100 years. Origin, chaos. Foam, wait." When the sword pierced into the void, there was no way to stop the attack. All the energy in his body was completely drained in an instant. The last thing he saw was the scene of the mighty energy bursting out. Well, he seemed to have heard Huey's voice. Forget it. He couldn't care less. Chapter 1730. The cold starry sky was empty but not silent. The stars in the distant deep space flickered in an indescribable energy and quietly extinguished. Those were the stars that had long gone beyond the scope of destruction and were falling. Along with the light emitted billions of years ago, they disappeared in an instant. It was so clean that it was as if they had never existed. The entire starry sky was in such a state. Billions of stars lit up the starry sky, and billions of stars flickered and extinguished. Not many stars could survive. That flash of light that seemed to split the heavens and earth violently flashed for more than 10 seconds before it abruptly stopped. The remaining energy turned into light that scattered across the starry sky, dispelling the darkness and leaving behind the same cold light. If the remaining violent energy was not interfered with, it would take many years for it to dissipate. Hui carefully lifted his head from behind the guardian's shield. The mixed energy ball in front of him had dissipated, and the residual energy and smell of the collision of order and chaos remained in the starry sky. It did not smell good, and one sniff was enough to choke his nose. At this moment, he was shivering as he looked at the starry sky in front of him. When he noticed that everything had quieted down, he quickly looked around and shouted, "Feng!" Sui Qing, who was wearing a black cloak, pointed at a place millions of miles away from where the white light remained. There. Hui swung his arm and rushed out before he could see clearly. Jing Yun and the others hurriedly followed him. At the place where the white light remained, Yun Nuoxing was lying horizontally in the starry sky. The light on her body had faded, and her colorful long hair had turned pale white. There were more condensed energy particles slowly moving in her translucent body. They could already see the starlight on the opposite side through her body. As for the cracks on her body, they had occupied nearly half of her body. The netherworld ruin sword lay quietly on her body. The purplish-black light flickered twice before quietly extinguishing like a shield that had run out of energy. Feng! Feng! Hui rushed to Feng's side like a hungry wolf. He quickly pressed Feng's soul, and the divine power immediately went into the latter's soul. However, the cracks did not stop spreading because of the addition of the divine power. At most, the spreading speed was just slowed down. Hui was dumbfounded when he saw the terrible situation. It's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. Feng, you just came back. Don't go back and lie down for another few trillion years. Jingyan was speechless for a while. She thought that if this little brother was in a state where his soul was about to be extinguished, he would definitely jump up and give him a good beating. Siyu and Feng Qingwang hurriedly went up and tried to save Yin Nuoxing's dying soul. When they were in a flurry, they suddenly saw a tiny pink spark on her forehead. Feng Qingwang hurriedly used her power to protect that tiny spark. She let out a breath of relief and said, "It's still here. It's still here. It's fine. It's fine as long as the flame is still here." Feng Qinghuang's words were abruptly interrupted. A heavenly pressure suddenly descended, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. Hui hurriedly tossed Feng aside and walked to the front to erect the guardian barrier. The white-robed girl, Sui Qing, and the others also nervously stepped forward to erect the energy barrier. TSK, little brother's ultimate strike, can't even hold on for a while. Jingyan smacked her lips. She felt a headache coming on. She quickly waved her hand and threw a bunch of divine runes on the ground to surround the little brother and the two girls. Then, she quickly turned around to face the person behind her. The figure slowly walked over from the starry sky. He was less than 100 meters away from them, and every step he took felt like he was stepping on their hearts, causing their expressions to change drastically. They had watched the battle between Yin Nuoxing and the Origin Heavenly God from the beginning to the end. It was precisely because of this that their expressions were so unsightly, as if they had a stomachache, especially the various inheritors present. The Heavenly God of Origin, that was the Heavenly God of Origin. They were not special people like Yin Nuoxing who had never seen their own goddess before. Not only had they seen their own goddess, they had also seen other gods. They had seen the 147th Heavenly God of Origin before, and they more or less held a weak faith in it. They treated it as their spiritual pillar. Then, a Heavenly God of Origin that was distorted by the chaotic energy appeared before their eyes. That was a devastating blow to their spirits. Furthermore, the current situation was even worse. They did not know what to do next. Something doesn't seem right. Jingyan narrowed her eyes and suddenly waved her hand to signal for everyone to calm down. Then, she carefully observed the Heavenly God of Origin. The situation was indeed very different from when he was in their era. This was especially so after the chaotic energy on his body gradually faded. Now, with every step he took closer to them, the chaotic energy on his body would weaken a little. By the time he had walked past the 100 meters and was just a few meters away from them. The chaotic energy on his body had completely faded. Even the boiling energy of origin had weakened. The light and shadow faded, and his face appeared clearly before their eyes. He had short black hair that was slightly curled up. The energy aura of blue flame surrounded him, and his eyes were the same color as the energy of origin, blue with a hint of gold. His face was that of an extremely young and handsome youth. He was a little thin, and his chin was a little sharp. At first glance, he looked like a cold-faced person who did not like to smile. Well, that was indeed the case. He frowned slightly with his hands clasped behind his back. His gaze seemed to pass through Hui and the others to land on the person behind Jing Yun's divine runes. Why does it feel like something is not right? Is the fight not going to start? We could not help but mutter in the soul transmission. Jing Yun really wanted to tell him to shut up and not say anything. The heavenly god of origin in front of them should be the real heavenly god of origin. That aura that truly stood at the peak of order, could not be faked. Since they could see his face, it should not be a clone. It should be the real heavenly god of origin that had descended here, and they should at least salute him. But he had just had a good fight with the little brother. Even if the chaotic energy in his eyes had faded and his aura had returned to normal, they did not dare to speak. Didn't they see that the inheritors beside them were also hesitating as if they were facing a great enemy? Damn it, if they did not sort out their problems properly, they would all be wiped out today. Who wants to say something? Say what? What? What kind of tone should you use? I don't know. Don't look at me. I don't know at all. The people who were conversing in the soul transmission were nervous and smiling bitterly. They could not be blamed for this. If it was a real heavenly god in front of them, they would have immediately stepped forward because they had a lot to say and a lot of questions to ask. But this heavenly god of origin in front of them did not look like a real heavenly god. Something was not right. What was the most common thing that Order did? Beating up their teammates. That was something that occupied 70 to 80% of the entire history of the Yuan realm. Therefore, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became silent. Space and time were very awkward and stiff. The two fellows looked at each other and tacitly let the atmosphere continue to be awkward while they retreated to the backstage. It was really awkward now. That heavenly god of origin, at least his hostility had really faded and his aura had all been withdrawn. However, he was staring at the person inside with a frown. It seemed that he was also paying attention to them, but he was silent and did not say anything. This made them not dare to move easily. Therefore, if the heavenly god of origin in front of them did not speak, they did not dare to speak either. After waiting for a few minutes, Sui Qing suddenly took a deep breath and stepped forward. She walked out of the barrier under the nervous gazes of everyone. Hey. Hui reached out in a panic and wanted to pull her back, but he did not reach her. Just as he was thinking about his next step, Sui Qing cupped her hands and half knelt to the heavenly god of origin in front of her. She said respectfully, "Teacher." Hui and the others were shocked. The heavenly god of origin in front of them also suddenly moved, which made them a little flustered. He gently reached out and pressed on Sui Qing's head. Then, he pulled her up and nodded at her. Phew! Seeing this scene, everyone finally put down their worries and heaved a sigh of relief. They were afraid that if there were any problems, blood would splatter everywhere. Although the situation was confirmed, the atmosphere at the moment was still a little strange. The heavenly god of origin was still staring at Yin Nuoshing in the rune and did not say anything for a long time. Although his frown had relaxed, one could see the obvious confusion in his eyes. What time is it now? After a while, he finally spoke. His clear voice was a real voice that directly echoed in their ears. It was not like the voice they heard in the past, which directly echoed in their minds. Hui hurriedly said, "It's now the middle of the late 51st era. It's already been 11 eras. 11 eras, it's just a short time." The heavenly god of origin shrugged and sighed softly. Hui removed the energy barrier and looked up at the heavenly god of origin. To be honest, he did not know how to talk and face the heavenly god of origin. This seemed to be the same for Jing Yun and Brother Lei. After all, 11 eras had passed. Things had remained the same, but people had changed. Even Sui Qing was just silent and did not know what to say. We felt that it was not good to let time slip away so leisurely. After thinking for a while, he directly said, "Well, forgive me for being blunt, but as far as I know, you all seem to have fallen, completely wiped out in 11 years." He shrugged again and replied with a smile. When he saw the strange and awkward expression on everyone's faces, he smiled and said, "There's nothing to hide. This is the truth. It's just a defeat in the war of order. As for me, I'm not a divine soul or anything like that. I'm just, well, it should be an obsession." Obsession? Jingyan thought for a moment and said softly, "Is it related to this world?" He nodded slightly. "When I sent this world away, I left behind a trace of obsession. I originally thought that I could rely on this trace of obsession to protect this world as the third line of defense. But I did not expect that even this trace of obsession would be affected by the power of chaos. If it was not for his arrival, I'm afraid I would still be wandering in the stars in a daze until I turn around and destroy this world." Foam. Hui was stunned. "What does this have to do with foam?" "Ah, is it because of the origin energy?" "Yes, but also not entirely." He nodded slightly, his deep eyes still staring at Yin Nuashing. "The origin energy is just one reason. The other reason is that he has a fragment related to me and this familiar presence. If I'm not mistaken, he should have put the world core back together, right?" Sui Feng was shocked when he heard that and suddenly slammed his palm. "Oh, so it's the world core. No wonder I kept feeling an unusual sense of familiarity from him. So it's because of this. I always thought it was just energy." He chuckled and continued. "His arrival brought the fragment and awakened this trace of obsession of mine from the long chaos. Although the process was a little scary, I did not expect this little guy to be so good at fighting." Hui and the others smiled bitterly. "How was that scary?" "It was the most desperate way to fight in the void. They were scared half to death just by watching from the outside. By the way, Your Eminence, I have something to tell you. It has to do with the void of order now." Jingyan took advantage of this opportunity to hurriedly tell him some important things. They were all related to the void of order. This was the lingering will of an origin heavenly god. If they missed this village, there would be no next village. Brother Lei and the others were listening carefully. They did not know what the void of order was like at this moment. They would definitely have to return to the outside world in the end, so it was better to understand it early. The tide of chaos, the weakening of the laws, the underworld. A lot of things have happened in a short time. He pinched his chin and pondered. There were traces of energy surging in his eyes, as if it was rummaging through the memories he had stored for many years. However, Hui and Jingyan did not have much hope this time. Brother Lei and the others were still fine. They had been hiding here and did not take the brunt of the tide of chaos head-on. This world should have an immunity ability. However, the obsession of the origin heavenly god was hit in the face by the tide of chaos head-on. It was hard to tell how he was doing now. As expected, I have lost some of my more important memories." After a moment, he patted his head fiercely and pulled his curled hair a few times. His deep eyes surged again. "Some things related to the void of chaos, and many things during that long period of battle. I can't remember clearly. Some of my memories have even been directly destroyed." "Oh, I see. The tide of chaos?" He suddenly chuckled and crossed his arms, looking as if he had understood something. Hui and the others could not help but look at him curiously. He pondered deeply for a moment before saying, "It should be like what you said. That was something that happened after destruction carried out the disintegration of the primordial realm for a period of time. It was probably something that happened after they recovered from their shock. The so-called tide of chaos was a strike against the void of order. Firstly, it was used to deal with the strength of the laws of the void of order and weaken the power of the world of order. Secondly, it was used to deal with some of the backups that we had left in the void." Everyone shuddered. Hui quivered and said what Feng Zong had said to him. Jingyan hadn't said it just now. 771 paths? He was slightly stunned and looked at Hui with deep eyes. "I didn't expect you to know." "Oh, it's because of him, right?" The inheritor of destruction, the first in the history of the Yuan realm. Speaking of this, the heavenly god of origin suddenly laughed. You don't know how excited Destruction was when he knew he would have an inheritor. We saw him pause and could not help but ask, "An era? 2 days. Everyone, that was really exciting. Yep, too exciting." The first inheritor in history, that origin heavenly god, had only expressed excitement for 2 days. All right, actually, 2 days of excitement was more or less enough. They couldn't expect someone to wear a smile on their face all day long and mention it to others wherever they went. Well, since we're talking about this, there's something I need to solve. The time now should be just right. He scratched his head, and a powerful sensing force suddenly spread across the entire starry sky. After a while, he could not help but sigh. Speaking of which, it's really a bit emotional. In my memory, I seem to have thrown the thing into this world with them. Then, I should have waited for Qing, and the rest to open the world of order. I didn't expect to have to open it myself now. Hearing this, Sui Qing lowered her head and could not help but mutter, "It's obviously you, teacher. You're the one blocking the door. Cough, cough. It's all chaos fault, cough, cough." Hearing this, everyone laughed dryly. That's right, it's all chaos fault. Everything that happens in this void can be blamed on chaos. So what's hidden in this starry sky? We looked at the starry sky around him curiously. Under the interference of the origin heavenly god's powerful power, he could feel that something was floating up from the depths of space. It's said to be the hope left for the order of the void, but what exactly is it? Wait, compared to what that thing is, I'm more interested to know if that thing will be smashed in the face by the tide of chaos. Although I didn't rush in personally when I came here, I saw Maple come in and saw that the entire starry sky was filled with chaos energy. The origin heavenly god's face stiffened, and his hand froze in midair. This, teacher, it can't really be. Sui Qing also had a look of disbelief on her face. They knew that this world needed them to guard and wait. Although they did not know more details, especially the specific thing that they were guarding, and they only knew that it was placed here not long ago. It could not be that the thing that they had painstakingly guarded for more than 10 years had already been destroyed, right? Many of the details of this place were solved by destruction. There shouldn't be a problem. He laughed dryly. Hearing this, Jingyan scratched her head. There are 771 paths, and all of them lead to death. That's what the heavenly god of destruction said. We heard her say it with our own ears that day. Everyone, silence. The supreme origin heavenly god turned his head and fell silent. Ahem. Anyway, let's find a thing first. I think there shouldn't be a problem. If destruction already knows about it, then he must have made some adjustments that we don't know about. So, it's probably possible. There shouldn't be a problem. The supreme origin heavenly god laughed dryly. With his senses, he quickly found a distorted space in the starry sky. So he hurriedly led everyone to the place that was hundreds of billions of light years across almost half of the starry sky. The distorted space before them was a huge spatial vortex, and there were dozens of origin energies entangled in the energy vortex, and all of them were at their peak. This defensive power could be said to be insanely strong, and it was probably on the same level as the god-destroying storm. As for the nearby area, the stars had fallen, and the starry sky was empty, but there were still remnants of destructive energy auras, such as the void, boundless chaos, origin, chaos, manifestation, stars, and howl. In short, they were all destructive auras left behind by Yunwashing. That little one is really fierce, really. When the origin heavenly god talked about Yunwashing, he could not help but raise his eyebrows again, as expected of the heir of destruction. Both of them can't be looked at with common sense. I didn't expect destruction to create such a terrible guy, inheriting 147 of our powers in perfect condition. It's unbelievable, and no wonder he could bear the weight of the world core alone. Brother Lei and the girl in white were amazed, while Hui and Jing Yun smiled bitterly. They wanted to say, "You guys didn't see how crazy someone was when he was fully prepared. Give him the void frontline or the realm of the gods, and he could increase his state of madness by a few million times. The distorted space in front of them began to leak some energy of rules and order as the origin heavenly god came in contact with it. The creaking sound of the space was like the sound of a door being slowly opened, and the size of the energy vortex seemed to be shrinking as the door opened bit by bit. A few strands of tangible energy slowly came out of the vortex, and then a hole about 100 feet in diameter appeared in the center of the vortex, and a light of the same size slowly floated out of it. Look, something is coming out. Why is there more than one? We let out a cry of surprise. Then he paused instantly. A light ball of the same size floated out, followed by another one, then the third one, the fourth one. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. The origin heavenly god scratched his head in a daze. Why are there so many things? Everyone. No, weren't these things buried by you guys? After a while, he snapped his fingers. Hey, it was everyone who threw everything in here, saying that it was a memento or something like that. Everyone. Oh. We curiously touched the first ball of light. Everyone hurriedly came over and opened the ball of light together. Then a light flashed in the ball of light. Everyone looked inside excitedly. There was another ball of light that was smaller. Everyone, cough, cough. It's probably one of my old friends who. Cough, cough. He laughed until his face turned red. Hui rolled his eyes and patiently dismantled more than 10 layers of the light ball that looked like a matryoshka doll. Finally, a light ball the size of a wash basin fell into his hand, and he could barely see what was inside. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and dismantled the last layer of light together. After a while, a large pile of things fell into Huey's hand. An exquisite round plate, about the size of 4 palms, carved with very beautiful and exquisite patterns. On the round plate, there was a pile of things that looked like a tall tower. Upon closer inspection, it looked like 7 or 8 things with an arc-shaped appearance were stacked together. Next to the tower, there was a small cauldron and an irregular cylindrical object with a ring. Jing Yin calmly tore a piece from the top of the tower and placed it on the plate, a small bowl the size of 3 fingers. Of course, it would be more appropriate to call it teacup. Therefore, everyone immediately understood what it was. No, they understood it from the beginning, but they were a little unwilling to accept reality. Sui Qing was stunned. Tea. We took a deep breath, turned around abruptly, and shouted, Phone. There's one more set of tea sets for you to collect. This set is bigger. Jingyan slapped her face. Damn it. I can't even look at this. As for the origin heavenly god, he almost wanted to crawl into the distorted space and hide. Chapter 17:31. Speaking of the heavenly god of origin, they were a group of joyful old urchins. This was a fact acknowledged by all the inheritors. Outsiders might not know, but they knew very well what kind of a group of joyful old urchins their teacher and the other gods were, except for a few special gods. Therefore, they did not find it strange at all to take out a tea set from the space where the valuables were stored. Then, thinking about how they had been guarding these things for more than a dozen eras, it was even more. They could not help but want to nag. Just thinking about it made them feel a little dizzy, short of breath, and high blood pressure. Everyone watched as Hui carried the tea tray and a bunch of tea sets and ran to Yin washing. Seeing him half lying in the starry sky with a pale face, they could not help but sigh and put the tea tray on his stomach. Collector's item +1. Get up and drink tea. See you in Feng Qing Wang. Jingyan suddenly saw the little brother's eyebrows twitch. She instantly felt that the little brother might be able to sense what was going on here. After all, his sub-soul should not have fainted yet. This is fun. Hopefully, Huijun will not be slapped away by the little brother when he wakes up. The other things have come out too. They're all piled up here. Hurry up and see what they are. Jingyan looked at the twisting whirlpool and quickly shouted to attract everyone's attention. The group of people also quickly came over and touched the balls of light and knocked them open one by one. A large pile of strange things appeared in the starry sky. It was like buckets of cold water smashing into everyone's heads, making hiss anyway. It was the kind that made their faces turn ashen. Look at what they had taken out from the light balls. A tea set, a door, a money tree, a fortune cat. There was also a cloth doll and a wine gourd. There was still wine in the gourd. No one knew if the wine that had been brewed for more than a dozen eras was still drinkable. Then there were some unknown small balls that looked like seeds. There were energy runes that looked useful but did not have any energy. There was also an unknown thing that was a tree branch with powerful energy. There was also a bunch of strange things that were dyed in various colors. It was very strange. This is actually everyone, cough, cough. The heavenly god of origin scratched his head awkwardly and coughed hard. Seeing that everyone, including his precious disciple, was speechless, he could not help but want to complain. But he did not know where to start. He could only laugh dryly. Back then, this space was not created by him alone. So, this space definitely did not contain only his belongings. There were many things that seemed useless. Maybe they were really useless. At this time, they were just relics. The heavenly god of origin. The heavenly god of origin was left. But it did not know where to start. He could only laugh. This is this thing. Jing Yin suddenly caught a crystal ball that fell from a ball of light. Inside the round crystal ball, there was a wisp of dark energy hanging in the center. That should be the energy of chaos. And this wisp of chaos energy was being used as a target by the power of order to hang in the center of the crystal ball. I seem to remember this, but that doesn't seem to be like this. Hovering in a pile of strange things, looking at all kinds of decorations, small ornaments, dolls, and mascots floating around, everyone was showing signs of their souls leaving their bodies. Now that they suddenly heard Jing Yun's muttering, they quickly recovered from the gray and white state. They hurriedly came to his side to look at the crystal ball. Then, they had a flash of inspiration. Brother Lei clapped his hands and shouted, pointing at the thing. What is it? Everyone, can you not be so surprised if you don't know? This is the heart of the world that was modified by some methods when we went to the Chaos Void. The original intention was to use the energy of the Chaos Void to directly establish the realm of order. Then, set up camp on the spot and set up the power of order there to attack the Chaos Void. At this time, the heavenly god of origin came over. He was more reliable. The moment he opened his mouth, he solved the doubts of this group of ignorant people. He was overjoyed when he heard that. His smile released the light of hundreds of suns. He was so excited that he wanted to jump up. If we can use the energy of the Chaos Void, doesn't that mean that we can directly use the power of chaos to deal with them? This is a good thing. It just so happens that the current realm of order is... cough, cough. It's a pity that it's an experimental product. Before it was thoroughly studied, a fight broke out. Then it was left there. Now, it's in a state where it's neither good nor bad. If we use it casually, we might waste the power of order for nothing. Everyone, they were so happy for nothing. Jingyan rolled the crystal ball in his hands. After thinking for a while, he suddenly snapped his fingers. No problem. It could be perfected. Everyone was shocked, including the heavenly god of origin. He frowned and said, "It involved a lot of rules and orders related to the previous era. I heard that the strength of all aspects of the void of order had significantly decreased under the influence of the chaos tide. Even the heavenly god of origin did not show up. It's not easy to perfect this transformed world core with the strength of the rules and orders at this level. Moreover, it's difficult to achieve the goal of devouring the power of chaos for one's own use. Even if it's achieved, the efficiency would be very low. It's not worth the effort." Jingyan gave a thumbs up and grinned. He suddenly waved his hand and pointed at the young man who was lying unconscious in the starry sky in the arms of the two girls. "There's this young man here." Then, everyone let out a collective "oh." The heavenly god of origin also nodded. "Then, it's quite feasible. Let him study it. Maybe he'll have another weapon to deal with the power of chaos." This is the hope that was left behind. Hui scratched his head. No, not this. What was left behind was a very obvious creation of the rules and orders. It's not a half-finished product like this. It's a specific... what is it again? It's used to deal with the chaos. He paused for a moment and frowned hard as he tried to recall. The origin energy in his body surged slightly. That, after being hit by the chaos tide, I always forget some things. Jing Yun saw the troubled look on the heavenly god of origin's face and knew what he was troubled about. He could not help but sigh and looked haggard. I'm used to it. Even if there are some fragments left after the chaos tide, it took me a long time to piece them together and recover some of the memories and cognition that have been washed away. But there are still many things that I've forgotten. I don't even know what I've forgotten. Don't you feel that way? Jing Yun turned to look at Brother Lei and the others when she said the last sentence. But everyone shook their heads and said in unison, no, not at all. Well, the level of immunity of this realm is probably the highest. Hearing this, the origin heavenly god waved his hand. It's not because of the chaos tide, because I still remember that thing. It's just that. He suddenly scratched his head with an awkward expression. I don't remember what it's used for. It's just that I forgot. Everyone, no way. How could she forget such an important thing like this? What about their mission of guarding this place for more than a dozen years? What was the point? Hui slapped himself on the forehead, his face twisted in pain. Sure enough, the people at the top of the order were too optimistic and too much. They were more reliable than him and Maple. If he still had any positive expectations of the heavenly god of origin's moral integrity, he would jump into the abyssal death mist himself. After Jing Yun carefully kept the half-finished product, the group continued to deal with the light orbs. They took them out one by one and opened them one by one. Even if it was not something normal, it was still a souvenir left behind by the heavenly god of origin. Looking at it now, it was a spiritual legacy of the world of order. Well, legacy. Even if it was thrown to the front line of the void as a spiritual symbol, it could still inspire people to fight the abyssal death mist. If we did not find a reason to do so, he felt that he might lose his mind here. As for the things they took out later, it was getting weirder and weirder. It was getting more and more inhumane. At first, a ball with a diameter of 10,000 feet was knocked out from one of the light orbs. Then, everyone looked at it up and down for a while and came to a conclusion. A ball, no energy, an ornament. The girl in white said softly. We vaguely heard the sighs of dozens of souls. Everyone turned their eyes to the heavenly god of origin. At this moment, he turned his head away and acted as if nothing had happened. He was calmly twisting the space. Air, although he wasn't the only one who left behind this dimensional storage. The only origin heavenly god that they could come into contact with right now was the origin heavenly god in front of them. Your honor, heavenly god, your moral integrity has been completely shattered. If you don't think of a way to redeem yourself, forget it. There's probably no way to redeem yourself. At any rate, the origin heavenly gods were more or less like this in the past. In the eyes of outsiders, and in the eyes of many order life forms, the origin heavenly gods were filled with majesty, the gods, the saints, and the unparalleled origin heavenly gods. After sighing and throwing the matter aside, the group continued to take out the orbs. Then after 10 minutes, they really took out another orb. It was about 70 to 80,000 miles in diameter. Its huge volume was like a giant planet in the stars, but it was a giant planet that was completely solid. Thinking that since it was left behind by the heavenly god of origin, it should be useful, Hui and the others once again swarmed to study it for 10 minutes and came to a conclusion. The girl in white said, medicine ball, 0 energy, half-finished product. Everyone, ahem, that is left behind by the wind god. Seeing that the children had turned to look at him again, the heavenly god of origin finally could not help but cough dryly. He quickly said, it's useful, but who knows what it's useful for? Sigh, it's not like you don't know the wind god's temperament. He comes and goes freely like the wind. Just one day, a gust of wind would throw him into the depths of the void. Ugh. No. We really don't know what venerated God's temperament is like. Brother Lei and the others looked bitter as they waved their hands and stepped back. Sui Qing could not help but mutter. Teacher is also unreliable. Hui smiled bitterly. Your heavenly god of origin has turned gray and white, into a statue. It's not a big problem. It's not a big problem. At the critical moment, Jing waved her hand domineeringly to disperse everyone's negativity. Then, she put her hands on her hips and said, "There's still that little brother. Just leave all the half-finished products to him. He will definitely be able to find something useful." On the other side, Siyu and Feng Qingwang could not help but smile bitterly when they heard that. This was a way of leaving everything to the heavenly god of origin. Little Star would really push them into the void and beat them up when he wakes up. There is also a row of balls with diameters ranging from 100,000 kilometers to 1,000,000 kilometers, from solid to hollow energy balls. These things all seem to be half-finished products and seem to have some important uses. However, even Sui Qing's teacher did not know what they were, and they could not come to any conclusions even after looking at them for a long time. After all, it was during that time of chaos. When you were urgently summoned back, you were busy fighting against the void of chaos. Don't you remember? Sui Qing's teacher shrugged. At that time, we were advancing towards the middle and upper planes of the void of chaos. I still remember. Sui Feng quickly nodded. It was during that time. At that time, Destruction and a few others felt that something was not right. You could say that it was a prediction, a premonition, or intuition. In any case, something bad was about to happen, so they urgently prepared some backup in advance to enter a sealed state and wait for the future to open. We asked, "Those 700 paths were prepared at that time?" He shook his head. The 771 paths that you know about were proposed before the battle against the void of chaos reached its full scale. In other words, the battle between the void of order and the void of chaos had not yet begun. It was only when some of us showed up to fight against the void of chaos. Now that I think about it, Destruction and the others might have already thought of many things at that time, so they began preparing very early. However, that was only the stage of proposing and preparing. Among them, 100 or 200 backup paths were immediately sealed, while the rest were still in the stage of planning, observation, and preparation. It would be a long time before they were fully prepared. Fighting while preparing for backup paths in the future is really difficult. We cannot help but sigh. Whether it was in this era or the previous one, the battle between order and chaos was always so difficult for order. The battle between order and chaos has never stopped since the beginning of time. They will not stop, and we will not stop. There is no other way, and order has always been on the losing end. He crossed his arms and could not help but sigh. Otherwise, why would we have to go through so much trouble to prepare and go through so much trouble? It is because we can't beat them that we have to come up with all kinds of ideas. Look at those ink monsters. If they go crazy and directly attack order, it would be a disaster. Everyone smiled bitterly. For chaos, it was a one-sided attack, but for order, it was racking their brains, risking their lives, and strenuous. Everyone thought for a while, and then turned around and continued to touch those light orbs with a tired face. Although it was not to the point of despair for order, but a little bit of fatigue was still there, and they just needed a rest for a while, and then they would be even more tired when they found more strange things from the storage space of the distortion door. After dragging out a dozen orbs that were as big as planets and suns, they finally came to an end. Now, they were all displayed in the starry sky, and then they found even more strange things. Some locked energy crystals, some unknown scrolls, some unknown boxes. They did not know nothing. The things that they found later either had energy seals or they could not understand them at all. Sui Qing's teacher was also confused and did not know what the old friends had left behind. But it would definitely come in handy. They gathered together to discuss for a while, and Jingyun waved her hand. Leave it all to the little brother. Everyone agreed. Good idea. Sui Qing's teacher could not stand it anymore, and went to help deal with those weird things so that the little one would not go berserk when she saw so many weird things gathered in front of her. With such a happy mood, everyone smashed another light orb. Speaking of this light orb, they had been looking forward to it for a while, because it was emitting colorful light, and there were several kinds of origin energy surging in it, so they decided to put this thing aside for a while, and only now did they start. It was just like gambling on stones in someone else's house. With this slash, life and death were up to fate. Ka. Then they cut out a sun, but this sun was a cube. Well, it was a square cube with a length, width, and height of exactly 11. 1 billion miles. That big thing was placed in the starry sky, and the 8 surfaces surging with light like mirrors emitted light for billions of miles, illuminating the surroundings. That surging energy, that dazzling sunlight, that dazzling light. It made everyone want to cry a little, but no tears came out. They all wondered if they had come here today to torture themselves. Even if they were not here to torture themselves, they were here to make their minds suffer. Ah, this is, then, the heavenly God of origin, who was dealing with other peoples and his own relics. Since the commotion and hurriedly came over, causing everyone's face to instantly glow. This is a creation of the energy of rules that we left behind, especially for you. Sui Qing blinked doubtfully. For us, it contains the legacy of the origin energy that we left behind. Regarding the matter of you being sent away, we were most worried that your origin energy would stagnate after we were gone, and so we left this thing behind. As he spoke, he reached out and waved at the sun hanging in the starry sky. The surface of the sun instantly unleashed a wave of colorful energy, causing the void to tremble. The energy within began to surge, and its surface trembled as well. The center of the 8 surfaces began to cave inwards, as if it had been brutally pinched into a weird geometric object. Its volume shrank to the size of a wash basin in a short minute, and then fell into his hand. He tapped in his hand, nodded, and threw it to Sui Qing. Well, it's still intact. Looks like it hasn't been affected. This restriction is also lifted. If the survivors of that era had adapted to the rules of origin, they would be able to use it. You can choose that part yourselves. As for the world of order now, you may have to be more careful, lest you do bad things with good intentions. Hui and Jingyun breathed a sigh of relief. After a long time of hard work, they finally found something good. Now, there was a semi-finished product that clearly indicated that it could transform the power of chaos into the power of order. There was also an energy cube that, if handled well, could greatly increase the power of countless order life forms. With these things, they had actually gained a lot from this trip. Still, they were a little greedy, hoping that the pile of things that were slowly unsealed and the pile of semi-finished product could also be something that could deal with the power of chaos. After all, the power in the world of order now was really terrible. Other than relying on a group of people's spirit, perseverance, and fearless will to hold on, they could only find some of the legacy left behind by their big brother to strengthen it. Phew! Is there anything else? About 10 to 10 hours later, Brother Lei and the others had tidied up all the things and placed them in the starry sky. Everyone looked at the large pile of relics. Well, it was really a large pile. The smallest thing was the size of teacup, and the largest thing was the size of sun. It was just that they were not sure how to categorize them. Anyway, let's just sort them out roughly first. It's useless to just put them here. Master has unsealed all of them, but they are all semi-finished products, so they can't be used for the time being. Sui Qing looked up and took everything into her eyes. Her twinkling starry eyes could not help but tremble. Keep them first, give them to him. Well, so how do we categorize them? Categorize them according to size. Everyone nodded, and then threw themselves into the pile of things that could be considered as relics or gifts. Seeing the group of people busy there, Hui and Jingyun, who had helped tidy up, also breathed a sigh of relief. They turned to look at Yin Nuoxing, who was still sleeping and healing, and hurried over to take a look. See you, Feng's situation. What is this? Hui, who was just about to ask about the situation, was suddenly startled. Next to the circle of divine glyphs around the 3 of them, there was a floating ball. These nomological creations basically looked like that, especially the functional ones that did not pay attention to appearance. Siyu and Fengqing Wang quickly looked up. The colorful ball floating outside the barrier was about a foot in diameter, and it was constantly releasing divine glyphs into the surrounding space. Most of those divine glyphs would gradually dissipate after spreading out for about a meter. It looked like they had melted into the space, but in fact, they seemed to have returned to the inside of the ball, forming a cycle of their own. It wasn't here just now. Feng Qingwang tilted her head. They had been healing Little Star here and did not pay much attention to what was happening outside, but they were sure that this floating ball was not here at the beginning. The commotion here made everyone who was tidying up the relics turn their heads. Just as they were about to throw down the things in their hands and come over to take a look, a scream suddenly rang out. "Ah, found it! So it's here!" The heavenly god of origin exclaimed, and then immediately floated in front of Hui and the rest. He looked at it for a while and nodded. That's right. It's this. This is..." We looked up and down at the ball of light. The hope left for the world of order? Well, he could not tell what it was. A functional nomological creation could not be seen from its appearance. Seeing Huey's curious look, he could not help but laugh. At the same time, he turned sideways and waved the ball in his hand at the children who had rushed over. That's right, this is the hope left for the world of order. It can be used to suppress the power of chaos, the hope of the world of order. Chapter 1732. The opposition between order and chaos had existed since the birth of the elemental realm. Whether it was in the beginning or now, hundreds of eras had passed. The power of chaos had always been like a boulder pressing down on the head of order. They were much stronger than order, and there was only a group of ink blobs within them. Or rather, they were the entire void of chaos. They were chaos. Compared to the world of order, where billions of races were shining together, they were definitely more united. As for the world of order, it was said that billions of races were shining together. Unity was basically a joke. It was already quite rare for that little fellow to gather the power of half of the world of order in more than 10,000 timelines. After all, this era was not like their era. At that time, they were still holding the fort. Hence, the world of order could barely be considered as an iron bucket. Even if there were a lot of potholes and tiny holes on the bucket, there was nothing that could be done about it. Among them, the ones who had the most foresight probably knew that the world of order would be defeated. After all, they did not win the hasty final battle dozens of years ago. They only forced the situation to slide towards defeat and forced a draw. They had delayed the moment of destruction by 40 years. Then, they welcomed the same ending again. In the end, they could not delay the ending of that time. However, they weren't willing to let everything come to an end just like that. Using their lives in exchange for a small possibility of the world of order wouldn't be completely annihilated for the time being. However, as for how far it could go, this was something that no one knew. No one could predict. Those people might have made some preparations, but no one knew how long they would have to prepare. The hope used to resist the power of chaos. It could be used to suppress the power of chaos. No matter if it is in the void of order or the void of chaos, it is equally effective. We looked at the heavenly god of origin tossing the ball up and down. His head could not help but follow along. After a moment, he swallowed hard and pretended to be calm. How effective can it be? Actually, we have not used it before. After this thing was tested, we did not even have time to use it. Everyone was speechless. In short, although it was a finished product, it had not been tested. Was it reliable or not? Ahem. According to my expectations, it should be able to reduce the activity of the chaos energy. Suppressing 10 to 20% of its power shouldn't be a problem. He saw the half-gray eyes of the children and laughed dryly again. 10 to 20%. Phew, that's not bad. Hui heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the result. Let alone 10% or 20%. Even if it was 1%, he would still be able to laugh. Then how do we use this thing? Just like the World Core. Could it be that we're going to lure them into the battlefield in the real world? There's no need to go through so much trouble. The reliable heavenly god of origin shook his head. Just treat it as an energy source. Deal with it the same way you deal with the energy source of the world of order. Jingya nodded. In short, we need to find something that can diffuse the energy and spread it out. That energy will naturally affect the power of chaos and suppress it. It's the same function as a domain. Yes, that would be much easier. With the temples of origin and various order/origin energy nodes spread throughout the front line of the void, as long as this thing was placed in the temple of origin at node 0, the domain would cover the entire front line of the void. That way, it would be much easier to deal with the abyssal death mist spawn and the fledglings of the underworld. Well, it was just to deal with those. If the underworld people were like what they knew, they were still order, and the energy they controlled was still order, this thing would not be useful. But they had to get through this first hurdle. If they could not even kill the abyssal death mist spawn and the fledglings, the underworld people would not be able to come out. Compared to Hui and Jing Yun, who were full of these thoughts, Brother Lei and the others were more relaxed. After knowing that they were thrown into this world to guard an important thing and not a bunch of unknown things, they felt that the countless hours of waiting was worth it. Time had passed, and dozens of years had passed. Many things had happened in this world over the years. Although it was certainly relatively peaceful compared to the outside world, it was not really that peaceful. Speaking of this world, after sorting out this large pile of relics and throwing these things to Yin Nuashing and the others, everyone was a little dizzy. They had yet to recover from the high-energy state of cleaning up the trash just now. Although they knew that these were relics left behind by the gods of origin and had great uses, once they were decorated like this and added the word semi-finished product in front of them, for some reason, their power dropped by more than half. As a result, everyone was still standing in the starry sky dizzily and slowly reshaping their worldview. By the way, speaking of this world, Jing Yun suddenly turned her head and looked at the god of origin, who was clapping his hands to announce that he had finished tidying up. What is going on in this world? Hui held back his half-yawn and quickly pulled himself together. After tidying up the relics, it was time to deal with the affairs of this world. Brother Lei, the girl in white, and the others all turned their attention and looked curiously at Her Eminence. This world? You mean the things that happened to you? He shook for half a second before he came to his senses and said, "Actually, it's nothing much. Aside from this obsession of mine that may have been affected by the tide of chaos and has been fighting chaos in this part of the universe for more than 10 eras, and you guys are helping to suppress the power of chaos on the other side of the door. Other than that, there is not much change in this world." Are you saying that this world is originally made up of 2 parts? Brother Lei was stunned. That's right. So, some of us are guarding this spiritual world, and some of us are waiting in this space. Her Eminence was stunned when she heard that. She looked at them deeply and said, "Have you guys not noticed your own situation?" Everyone was stunned when they heard that. Hui and Jingyan looked at each other and narrowed their eyes thoughtfully, while the others were completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Looks like you guys don't know. Her Eminence helplessly shook her head and looked at them. Finally, she stared at her precious disciples and said, "You guys are souls." Everyone was shocked, and they were all stunned. When I sent you here and arranged for you to go on a long journey, I only kept your souls. The outer layer of this world, the normal space, was originally used as a decoration to prevent our seal from weakening with time and exposing the space, and you guys would be easily discovered. So, I only kept your souls and placed them in the spiritual world. We could more or less fill in the rest. But one day, the tide of chaos affected this place. Your obsession was infected by the chaos, and in this world, the few of you and most of the survivors were affected as well. But it was a relatively mild effect that caused changes. Well, even he himself felt that it was a little far-fetched, and judging from the expression of the god of origin, that did not seem to be the case. The first part of the explanation is fine, but the latter part, Her Eminence shook her head and sighed softly. She reached out and patted Sui Qing's head. That was just a dream. Whether it was you leaving the starting ground to go to the 9 territories, or everything you have done, it was just a dream. He waved his hand and gestured at the starry sky. Even if you came here, it was just a dream. You have never moved. It was just the projection of the dream that made you appear here. The ones who really helped to guard the gate were actually these children. He pointed at the girl in white and the others. The green-robed youth was silent for a moment. So, when we were in the realm of souls, we felt that the world would be exhausted was just a dream too. A dream is a dream, but your so-called feeling is not necessarily fake. Her Eminence nodded. Perhaps there's something incomplete in the realm of souls. The energy protecting you is being exhausted, and it is slowly approaching the limit of exhaustion. That is why you have the feeling that something is about to be exhausted. See, you suddenly understood. It's like going to the toilet in a dream. Everyone was speechless. That analogy sounded like a toilet. Her Eminence's face stiffened for a moment. She scratched her head and recovered. Indeed. Anyway, that's it. Apart from these children, you have been immersed in this long dream. It is both real and fake. Hui and Jingyun both nodded. After all, they were the primeval god. Even if it was just a soul, the dream created by the soul could become reality and affect the space in the real world. The green-robed youth looked at the girl in white in a daze. You knew from the beginning? I didn't know. Oh, huh. The girl in white's voice suddenly changed. She nodded. No, I knew. Everyone was speechless. What was going on? In the beginning, there were only 5 of us guarding the gate. At first, we just waited day after day. It was a boring wait. The girl in white said softly. As she spoke, she tilted her head and looked at Her Eminence. When Her Eminence fell into chaos, the seal on the gate loosened. She had no choice but to mobilize everyone's souls to help. The world withering that you felt might be caused by the excessive consumption of energy in the place where the souls were sealed. That was the cause and effect of everything. Oh, I understand now. See, you nodded. So it's all Her Eminence's fault. Everyone nodded vigorously. The primeval god shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. There was no way he could shirk the blame. He thought that by leaving behind an obsession, he could protect this world. Who would have thought that he would be affected by the tide of chaos? Not only did he fail to protect this place, he almost destroyed it. If it was not for the little one who jumped out and risked her life to awaken the obsession, he would have been in real danger. But, overall, the result is still not bad, right? He coughed lightly and laughed dryly. He glanced at Yun Nuoxing, who was in Feng Qinghuang's arms. The latter had recovered from the injuries all over her body and was almost transparent. However, she was still very weak. It's just that the little one has worked hard this time. He sighed and turned to Sui Qing and the others. It's been hard on all of you as well. After a dozen or so eras, the mission is over, children. The many inheritors solemnly bowed to him. Fortunately, we did not disappoint. Then what? Sui Feng quickly jumped out and looked at everyone. The matter here is over. How are we going to wrap it up? Of course, we'll go back to our own homes and tidy up. Hui shrugged and sighed. He had dealt with many of these matters. Then, we'll kidnap you, bring you back to the world of order. Kidnap? Sui Feng scratched his head. He looked at Hui, who was embarrassed, and Jingyun, who had its none-of-my-business look on her face. He then looked at the 2 little girls who quickly turned around and did not look at them. He said thoughtfully, could it be that the 2 of you were ahem? The other heirs could not help but smile bitterly. Well, so they were already being targeted before they even got out of here. According to what they said earlier, something big had happened in the world of order. If it could be considered as a big deal in the presence of the heirs of the god of destruction, then it could really be something big. As for the matter in the world of order, well, there was nothing they could do about it. If they did not do anything about the world of order, they might as well cripple themselves and get rid of the title. They were not worthy. So, when one side was ready to kidnap the inheritors, and the other side cooperated with the kidnap, the discussion about the follow-up ended quite easily. To put it simply, they would carry the world back to the front line of the void and then throw the souls into the spiritual temple. But what about the 120 souls? We looked at the white-clothed girl. They were the fusion of 120 souls. When the time comes for them to come out of the spiritual temple, would there be 120 inheritors or 1? This was a question worth discussing. That's not a problem. Her Eminence slowly walked over and patted them on the shoulder. They have preserved the soul root of each soul and can recover safely. But, spiritual temple, I did not expect you to have prepared this thing. It was Maple who prepared it. I was also shocked when he brought it out. We pointed at the guy who was still lying on the ground, waiting to be resurrected. Seeing Her Eminence's thoughtful gaze, he was a little nervous. Is there something wrong? Seeing Huey's nervous face, he smiled and waved his hand. Of course not. I'm just a little curious. Oh, don't be nervous. I'm not curious about the spiritual temple. I'm curious about that little guy. The entangled cause and effect are like a ball of yarn. I can't find the beginning and end. I really don't know what will happen in the end. About Maple, we could only stare blankly at the mention of this, because he did not know what to say. Maple's secret was really something that could be seen and touched, but could not be understood. He was the biggest mystery of the entire Grand Yuan realm. He was favored by the god of origin, and was remembered by the concept body of chaos, which meant that the entire void was curious about his existence. What is Maple? He was about to ask those questions, but after thinking about it, he suppressed them. Forget it. Even if I ask, Her Eminence would not understand. What do you plan to do? What do you plan to do? Her Eminence turned around and saw Hui blinking at him with an eager look. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not even need to think to know what the little guy was thinking. But regretfully, he said, I can't go to the void front line that you mentioned, so I'm sorry. Oh, then, okay. It was visible to the naked eye that his face turned gray and stiffened. He shook his head again, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I'm just a lingering will left in this world. I've been here for too long and have been destroyed by the power of chaos. There shouldn't be much energy left in me, so you don't have to do anything to me. It's about time for me to leave. When you all leave, it should be about time for me to disappear. Her Eminence sighed softly, stepped forward and patted Hui on the shoulder, and said seriously, the children have just returned from the dream to the void front line. You have to take care of them. Hui almost spat out a mouthful of water. Take care of them? We take care of them? I think we might need them to take care of us. Her Eminence was startled and suddenly remembered the situation of the void. She did not know whether to laugh or cry. I forgot the state of the void of order now. Ah! Hui and Jing Yun smiled bitterly. Oh, forgetful Her Eminence. After telling the story, Brother Lei, the green-robed youth, and the others talked to Her Eminence for a while. Each of them had a pained and reluctant look on their faces. But after talking for more than 10 minutes, the departure finally came. They, who were originally souls, returned to the spiritual world under the guidance of Her Eminence. Watching them disappear with a ray of light falling from the starlight, Hui breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. See you later. The white-robed girl left after saying that. They also had things to deal with first. The mission of the spiritual world had been completed, but the follow-up matters still needed to be dealt with properly. The core is over there at the soul subduing ring. You should return there together with the disappearance of the spiritual world in a while. By then, this space will also be destroyed. Her Eminence put her hands behind her back and breathed a sigh of relief. After a long time, it's finally come to an end. By the way, this is for you. Tell the little one that it's compensation. It's been hard on him this time. He raised his hand and threw something that was emitting blue light onto Yun Nuoshing's stomach and said to Hui and the others. It was a blue, regular triangular prism crystal. The whole body was a beautiful and soft blue, with a faint golden flow at the edge. The whole crystal was surging with majestic energy, and there were faint signs of distortion in the space around it. What is this? Hui and Jingyan curiously went up to it. Hee, it's a secret, Her Eminence said with a smile. They were speechless. The little one will definitely know. Let him tell you when he wakes up. Also, if you have time, go to the void and look for other traces. Most of the things that were left behind in the past should be left in the upper realm. There shouldn't be many in the lower realm. You should be able to find them if you look carefully. Most of them were left behind for the world of order to resist the power of the chaotic void. However, the most important ones, which are this world, the world core, and the continent of origin, have all been found by you. As for the others, I don't know if my old friends and the others have left behind any more special situations. Hui, who was packing his luggage, was stunned when he heard that. He glanced at Maple and smiled bitterly. If you say that to Maple, I think he will jump up immediately. That little one is a little resistant after all. Her Eminence scratched her head again and laughed dryly. After a while, she put away her expression and looked at Hui and the others with a solemn and serious expression. She said seriously, "Then this world of order will be handed over to you. I don't dare to say anything else. As long as we live, we will protect this world of order." Hui nodded solemnly. "I wish you all the best." Watching Hui and the others disappear into the starry sky, he sighed again. His divine sense surged, and a vast energy suddenly spread out and shrouded the entire starry sky. After that, he slowly raised his hand and looked at the gray energy emerging from his arm and climbing up to his body. Even the light in the starry sky suddenly became gray. He could not help but shake his head. "I didn't expect that after more than a dozen eras, you guys are still so difficult to deal with. I have died once anyway. I'm just a strand of Mawa left here. What's the use of you coming back from the ashes? It's just dying again. Since you guys want to die again, then let's go together." He looked up at the starry sky. The gray energy began to boil. His body was bursting with a vast amount of origin energy like an erupting corona. The entire dim, starry sky instantly became as deep as a stagnant pool. However, the surging energy had accumulated to a level that was enough to turn the sky upside down. The void and the nothingness all jumped out from every corner and crashed into the void, joining the conflict between the two big guys. He slowly raised his hand. A round speck of light condensed in the palm of his hand. Then it suddenly expanded. The moment the speck of light condensed, everything in the starry sky was squeezed and pulled into lines that fell towards the speck of light in his palm. The starry sky disappeared in an instant. In an instant, all the stars, origin energy, chaos energy, world barrier, and all matter that were left in the starry sky were all annihilated. It was purer than the end of the world. "Good night." He clenched his fist tightly. Fragments of light and specks of light spilled out. He smiled faintly to himself. His body also turned into light and dissipated in a few tenths of a second. The void instantly occupied the completely empty space. From then on, there was no sound. Chapter 1733. Ice crystals accompanied by snowflakes fell on the ground, covering the world that was sealed by the mist in a layer of silver. The wind was turned into something tangible by the ice and snow. The three rolled across the ground together, stirring up a layer of imperceptible snow waves. The slightly trembling trees shook off some of the accumulated snow. Looking up, everything was pure white, just like the space at that moment. So, you took the opportunity to go out for a walk and came back. In a garden at the bottom of a hill, there was a scene of spring flowers blooming in contrast to the silver-white land. The flowers were accompanied by green grass, and the cold air carried the breath of winter, but it did not affect the life of the place. A table and chair were set up in the garden, and the hand warmer on the table was rising with a warm breath in the winter wind. There were 4 people sitting around the table, and 3 of them had the appearance of a human. Their bodies were all white shadows, and only one of them had a physical body. He wore a plain uniform, and his hand was holding his chin, looking like a blooming flower. The other 3 stared at him, and they wanted to kick him. "Can you be serious?" The blurry youth finally could not stand it anymore, and stood up and slapped the plain-looking youth on the head. "Didn't you just sneak out for a walk while the 2 fragments were connected? Do you have to be so excited?" The latter scratched his head, but he could not suppress the smile on his face. "Hey, you said it was just a walk. We have been dead for so many years, and it's rare to have a chance to go out for a walk. Although it's just a lingering thought, I still can't suppress the joy in my heart." The girl looked at him for a while, and then turned to him and said, "I want to hit him." "Hit him?" She nodded slightly. Don't." The plain-looking youth was stunned by her words, and quickly waved his hand and laughed dryly. All right, I'll stop fooling around." Then, his expression turned slightly serious. "The little guy is fine, and he will recover after lying down for 2 days. As you expected, the first light had wiped out the chaotic energy when we fought. and I took that moment to sneak out. I also took a look at the situation outside, and it was just a short while. The children are fine. As for the Order of the Void, he sighed and shook his head. The situation is not good. Not good in any way. The white-clothed youth was silent for a while, and then turned to look at her. So, it was your last step that went wrong? She put down the teacup in her hand and remained silent. The plain-looking youth looked at them and shrugged. Maybe that's the reason, but there's another reason. It was caused by them. This is really unexpected. I didn't expect them to still have the strength to jump around after taking the brunt of the void reset head-on. The white-clothed young man leaned back in his chair with a headache. He pressed his palm against his forehead and shook his head. But of course, the intensity of the impact of the void, but it is still not a big problem. She picked up the teacup and took a sip of the tea. However, even if there are abnormalities beyond our expectations, we can't make any changes to remedy them. It still depends on them. How are they? The white-clothed youth asked again. Oh, their situation, I'm not sure. I can't see over there. Since the little guy and the others said that they have not come to the world of order for a stroll, it should be difficult for them to come out. He shrugged and took a sip of tea. His expression changed a little. But the underworld, we know about this, but as I said just now, we can't do anything to remedy it. The white-clothed youth let out a long sigh. The fragments we left are pitifully few, and we don't know when the little guy will be able to trigger them one by one. It's normal that he can't touch them. Those things are scattered all over the void, and it's not easy to find them all. We can't just stack them neatly in one place. What if they're all wiped out? The atmosphere became silent again, and the snow in the sky became stiff. The plain-looking youth scratched his head and tried to change the topic. Where's the little guy? Over there. The girl raised her finger and pointed at the white palace not far away. He's still lying there. It's almost time to go back. You were too ruthless. Although you couldn't control your obsession at the time, you were still too ruthless. Hearing this, he could not help but raise his hand with a bitter smile. That little guy tormented himself into that state. You didn't see how he was like when he went crazy and started beating people up. Fortunately, my obsession was strong enough. If I had something else to guard it, it would have been torn apart by him in just a few moves. So, how are his other aspects? The white-clothed youth coughed dryly and interrupted the conversation. Well, how should I put it? He lowered his head in distress and used his hands to rub his curly short hair. The power of the Origin energy has been formed. Now it's just lacking a realm. With the help of the light of Origin, as long as it's not something related to them personally entering the battlefield. The probability of a failure is not high. There's nothing else. It's all good. It would be even better if the battle wasn't so desperate. The most important preparations are a little problematic, more or less. Speaking of which, where's the wind god? I'll ask him what the mud ball he made out of nothing was for. I'll find a chance to tell the little guy. Just as he stood up, the white-clothed youth sighed and pressed him down. Don't worry, there's no chance. The plain-looking youth was speechless. But you don't have to worry about that. The kid will know what those things are for. You don't have to worry about it. She nodded slightly in agreement. Don't worry. He could not help but smile bitterly. That's a little too much. This is free range. This is definitely free range. The process of the spiritual realm dispersing and disappearing, or the process of everyone waking up would be better. In short, we and the others did not understand the whole process. They just left the space and returned to the gate guarded by the soul-suppressing ring. Then, a feeling of waking up suddenly rushed into their minds. When they looked at themselves again, they were no longer wandering souls. If they had to say that they woke up from a dream, they did not return to Loy City. Instead, they stayed at the soul-suppressing ring. When they came out, they clearly felt that they had woken up. Tangling their senses with the real situation might burn their brains, so they decided not to explore the whole process. As for the gate, it was empty. The magic circle and energy tower that they had set up before entering were still there. They still had to pack up those things that were not used. As they packed up the energy tower, Jing Yun suddenly turned to look at the crystal wall. After thinking for a while, she ran over and pulled out the piece that was embedded in the middle. Why are you taking that door handle? Hui, who had seen the whole process, was a little stunned. It's used to set up the related wide area domain. Jingyun replied as she dealt with the door handle. This thing, well, now that I think about it, I feel that the obsession of Her Eminence had destroyed the gate when it first felt that it was in an abnormal state. Well, let's not talk about that first. This door handle is floating in the void. The origin of energy and the void have changed its essence. Now you can think of it as a special rule creation. It has also created another part of the void. Using this characteristic, it should be able to set up the core of the domain used to suppress the energy of chaos. Although its predecessor was a door handle, you said. Ahem, a thing made by the god of origin. Even a door handle can be used to do a lot of things. In an emergency, it can even be used to crack open the enemy's skull. Jingyan coughed softly and spoke subconsciously. Then, suddenly, half of her body turned gray and she sighed. It's over. I've been influenced by my brother. I've always thought about cracking open skulls. Even when I fought against the chaos and the void, I've never thought of using a door handle to crack open skulls. The few of them could not help but smile bitterly. As expected, those who stayed close to Maples would go crazy. This should also be written in the rules of the Void of Order. After Hui and the others had packed up, the space in the hall suddenly trembled slightly. The girl in white slowly walked in from the door and said to them, "The spiritual world has been destroyed. Everything is returned to where it should be. The soul-suppressing ring has also cut off the connection with the spiritual world." The soft voice was the last line of voice from the door. There were too many of them. Although they used the same face and the same mouth, it was difficult to distinguish who was talking, especially when she was alone talking at the same time. The aura of your soul. We squinted slightly. The girl in white spread out her hands. I put everyone's souls back into the soul-suppressing ring. As for me, I still have to stay and watch over the spiritual temple. I'll also see if there's anything you need help with. The soul-suppressing ring does not have the ability to repair souls. Everyone has been guarding it for too long, and we've all fought against the forces of chaos together. There's more or less some problem with our souls. That's easy. Jingyan nodded. I've just messed with this world a little and adjusted the path in the void. Now, I'm moving it to the front line of the void. It'll be there in a little while. The girl in white nodded. You looked at her from head to toe, and the former was a little puzzled. She suddenly leaned forward and asked, "Is this your original voice?" The girl in white hesitated. She suddenly had a feeling that the best way to deal with this was to ignore the little girl's question. Otherwise, they would definitely encounter other big problems later. But out of courtesy, she felt that it was not good to just leave her alone. So, she nodded and said, "Yes." "How did you manage to change your voice just now? Don't you feel like your brain is quarreling with you when hundreds of souls are speaking at the same time?" You cough. Feng Qing Wang hurriedly covered Ciyu's mouth before she could finish her sentence. She threw an apologetic smile at the girl in white and quickly pulled Ciyu back. The girl in white was speechless. She felt that if she continued to listen, there would be cracks in her worldview. Have the survivors of this world been cleaned up? Hui laughed dryly and quickly changed the topic. All of them. The girl in white nodded. There's only the soul-suppressing ring. It's the core of this world. There's only this. So the countless souls are all hidden in the soul-suppressing ring. The girl in white nodded and gestured to the others. Then, she walked out of the door. Hui and the others quickly followed. They left the hall through the door, passed through the sea urchin hall, and came to the passage. They found a fork in the road and removed the piles of fragments and seals. Then, they took the lead and walked in. Hui and the others more or less understood now. They all said, "Oh," in their hearts. However, they were not in a hurry to answer. They still followed the girl in. At the end of the fork in the road, they experienced a short teleportation. Suddenly, they arrived at another space. Everyone stood still and covered their eyes. Then, they all let out a small cry of surprise. The space in front of them was a huge crystal. It was as if a round, spherical crystal was hollowed out and polished until it was smooth and flat. Various colors of light shone from all directions. It was not dazzling to the eyes. When they walked into this space, they could feel the warm energy. There were faint whispers in their ears. That was the phenomenon caused by the gathering of many souls. This was a hall made of energy crystals. It was very spacious, probably tens of thousands of feet in size. In the middle, there was a solid crystal pillar. 80% of the energy in the hall would flow into this pillar. Then, the energy would be sent to every corner of the hall. It would go around the entire hall and flow back into the pillar. It was a complete cycle. The place where the teleportation landed was a straight passageway that was 10 feet wide and had cliffs on both sides. It led directly to the pillar in the center. When one's feet landed on the warm energy crystal, they would lightly step on it, creating ripples that glowed with a brilliant light. It was as if one was lightly stepping on the water surface. There were many faintly transparent energy balls floating in the entire space. There were many of them, and they densely surrounded the pillar and the passageway from top to bottom, filling the entire hall. The aura of souls overflowed. Those were all souls. So you carefully reached out and touched a ball of light floating very close to her. The latter instantly trembled and quickly retreated a distance like a bird startled by the twang of a bough. The light of the ball of light dimmed a little. C was startled. They can move. They can move. They're all in a state of hibernation, but they can still receive external stimulation. Blue Phoenix, look at that one. That one is huge. There's also a green one over there. Everyone was speechless. Do you think this place is a zoo or an aquarium? So, those forks in the road are actually halls that store souls. There are hundreds of millions of souls sleeping in them. Hui looked at the vast and mighty soul in front of him, floating freely along the structure of the hall, drawing countless huge and shapeless patterns in front of him. The entire hall was covered in light. The brilliant seven-colored light was not dazzling, but very gentle. After looking at it for a long time, one would feel that the hall was slightly dim. In this environment, there were hundreds of millions of soul light balls floating in this vast space. Looking at them, they were like little fairies floating freely in the forest. Looking at them, he could not help but exclaim, "So beautiful." The girl in white looked around. These are all newborn souls. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Only Jing Yun, who had expected this, sighed. Sure enough, even if it is a dream, it is a real dream. That world really existed. They lived in that place for more than 10 years. The metabolism of life is not lacking. How many souls are there here? I mean the entire soul-suppressing ring. Hui immediately became a little nervous. He had to calculate the burden of the spiritual temple in the entire void frontline. Every node had a spiritual temple, but every spiritual temple was partially occupied. After all, the void frontline was still in battle, and there were many Order warriors who had died. He had to do his best to distribute the countless souls here. As long as the number was less than 1 trillion, it wouldn't be so troublesome. About 30 trillion. Hui was speechless. After all, there were countless lives in the 9 territories. Moreover, that world had experienced more than 10 years of growth. This number was really normal. It was already not bad that he did not hear that it was counted in trillions. It was just that it was a little troublesome. Jingyan nodded slightly and patted her head. It is obviously not possible to throw them all into the spiritual temple at the void's front line at once. Although the maximum load can indeed accommodate so many souls, the front line is fighting every day after all. There has to be some space left. How about this? Let's move a world core over and plan out a special space within the world. Let's set up 40, 50, 60, 70 spiritual temples. Let's first release the leaders and reorganize this world. It shouldn't take too long. After that, let's slowly release the ordinary souls. After all, they're all survivors of our era. Let's use the things left behind by the origin god to deal with them. Given some time, it will quickly become a rather important world in the front line. Jingyan spoke without stopping. She then tilted her head and wanted to discuss something with Hui. Seeing his face darken, she could not help but be startled. Oh, what's wrong? What's wrong? What do you mean, what's wrong? Hui looked at her with a gloomy face. 40, 50, 60, 70 spiritual temples the moment you open your mouth. The craftsmanship of the spiritual temples is so complicated. Do you think they are free stones? The kind that can change the world with a wave of your hand? Ah, that's a very serious problem. Jing Yun let out a bitter smile. The spiritual temple used all kinds of methods to forcibly distort the laws of order to create creations of distorted laws. Even if the origin shrine was used to make a copy, it would take a considerable amount of time. Back then, in order to make a spiritual temple appear in every node of the void frontline, it took several million years of effort. He unconsciously turned his head to look at the little brother in Feng Qinghuang's embrace, smiling bitterly. Little brother hasn't woken up yet. It will be a lot more convenient to let him help. Feng Qinghuang saw Yun Nuoxing's face twitch. She didn't know whether it was an illusion or not. We couldn't bear to listen anymore. Feng hasn't woken up yet, but he is already scheduled to deal with the pile of remnants in the space. Let's not give him any trouble in this matter, lest he goes crazy after waking up. Jingyan nodded. That's true. The matter of the spiritual temple can only be dealt with slowly. At this time, Siyu came back after taking a stroll in the hall. She suddenly approached Feng Qinghuang and said, Qinghuang, I suddenly realized that we are in a mass grave. Everyone, wasn't such a beautiful name like the Hall of Souls pleasant to hear? Look at this scene, this brilliance, this vast scene of millions of wandering souls, this magnificent scene. How could it turn into a mass grave? The whole space is filled with souls. It feels chilly. Everyone. In short, the breathtaking feeling they had when they first came in was completely ruined. And it was the kind that couldn't be pieced back together. This little girl was full of destructive power when she opened her mouth. After visiting this Hall of Souls, they went to the other Halls of Souls one by one. In any case, they were bored at the moment. According to the girl in white, the first Hall of Souls they saw was full of newborn souls. At least, many of them were quite new, so they were able to see such a breathtaking scene. But when they went to the other Halls of Souls, the scene suddenly became a little strange. Dark, gloomy, dusky, only the radiance of the souls could barely illuminate the whole Hall of Souls. It was like the moon was dark, the wind was strong, and the stars were not visible. The sound of the cold wind blowing in their ears made it look very gloomy and frightening. But Siyu's words of mass grave hadn't faded from their minds, and they suddenly connected those words with the scene in front of them. All of them sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly retreated. Why are the other Halls of Souls like this? Jingyan smiled bitterly, sweating profusely. Just now, I already told you. The girl in white shrugged her shoulders. These souls have been stored here for quite a long time. Preserving souls also consumes energy. It seems that except for the Hall of Souls where a large number of newborn souls are, the energy of the other Halls of Souls is almost depleted. Hui wiped his forehead and smiled bitterly. If the energy is depleted, those souls will probably start to consume their own energy. We have to deal with those souls first. Jing Yun's bitter smile suddenly froze. Oh, that's not right. The energy of the soul suppressing ring can still be depleted? The girl in white glanced at him and said faintly, the energy of chaos. Everyone immediately responded with an "oh." The traces of damage in the soul-suppressing ring were all caused by the energy of chaos. It seemed that Her Eminence, who was smashed in the face by the energy of chaos back then, was quite noisy here and almost destroyed the soul-suppressing ring that she set up. The current situation should be, the backup Hall of Souls was almost fully activated, and the energy in the Hall of Souls that had been activated long ago was a little depleted. This was probably the reason why the green-robed youth and the others felt depleted in the dream. Hui was thinking of a way to replenish the energy in the Hall of Souls, so that the souls there could hold on for a little longer when the entire world suddenly felt a slight energy resonance. The group raised their heads and were stunned for a few seconds before they all reacted. We have arrived at the Void Frontline. Chapter 1734. The Frontline of the Void. How many times had it been said that the place was still fighting? No matter who came here, they could see the energy fireworks all over the void. The range of the energy torrent was the area covered by the truth. Clearly, The front line of the void was filled with the flames of the truth. This set of truth came from both order and chaos. Neither side was willing to give in to the other. They rolled up their sleeves and cut open the other's head. At the same time, they also treated themselves as part of the fireworks. However, judging from the current situation, the power of the second line of defense was still normal. Even if they sneaked out for a few days, there would be no problem. For the time being, order could still ignore chaos and force them into the void and beat them up. For the time being, when the other side recovered and became agitated, things would instantly become strange. Hui, Jingyun, and the others quickly threw the unnamed world to the place where the front line gathered. When the world stopped, Hui, Jingyun, and the others had already made a mud ball with a diameter of 40 to 50,000 miles to prepare the spiritual temple. They also sent a soul message to Jing Yuanji, who was guarding Node 0, to send a few technicians over. The construction of the temple would be faster with more manpower. Anyway, they felt that the power of order was still quite calm from a distance. They should not have a hole in their defense, just because some people were sent away in a few hours. Then we'll bring Little Star back first. Feng Qin Wang said to Hui and the others. Together with Siyu, they brought Yun Nuoxing, who was still unconscious, to the Origin Sanctum. At the moment, his condition was still normal. Bringing him to the Origin Sanctum would allow him to recover faster. I can feel the hectic atmosphere of the Void frontline as soon as I return here. Jing Yin quickly finished the first spiritual temple's transformation process. After that, she only needed to let the temple stabilize itself. She looked at the two forces of order that were clashing back and forth in the void inside. When will it end? Hui rolled his eyes. Who knows? The white-clothed girl looked up, her gaze piercing straight into the void as she stared at the massive energy barrier that stood above rules and concepts, as well as the city of Node 0 and the Temple of Origins, her gaze flickering. The defensive power of order? Is that all? Speaking of this, Hui and Jingyun smiled bitterly and said in unison, Yes, only so little. Now do you know why we had the idea of abducting you from the beginning? Although this was a gathering of tens of thousands of worlds in the timeline and almost half of the Otherworld's power, but compared to the power of order that fought against chaos during the mythological era, it was much weaker. In short, it was very weak. Of course, if the order was weak, the power of chaos would be weakened as well. After all, it wasn't a direct attack from the void of chaos. It was just a group of order beings with mental issues who decided to stand on the side of chaos and launch a war against the order world. In short, it was still a war between order and chaos, but the extent of it was much weaker than the previous era. The white-clothed girl looked around and suddenly frowned. The Origin Temple is intact. But why is there an empty Origin Temple? What about the lower-level nodes? Where's the Fortress of Origins? What about the Order Battle Formation? The net constructed by the Origin and Order is also gone. A bunch of things were thrown down like cannons. Hui and Jingyun both shrunk their necks. The former expressed that he had no idea what it was, while the latter knew, but it was really difficult to restore these things now. The lower-level nodes can't be made. They're missing some of the creation cores constructed by the energy of Origin and Order. How can we do it? At this moment, you can feel the strength of the order and order in the void, right? Can you feel the aura that makes you uncomfortable? Jingyun smiled bitterly. The white-clothed girl frowned, and only then did she react and carefully looked at the situation in the void. 2 seconds later, she sighed. Well, I think I understand now. With the strength of the order and order now, it is really difficult to replicate the method used to deal with chaos. Lord Hui. The space of the temporary base suddenly flickered, and a group of figures suddenly appeared on this rapidly formed planet. Each of them had a surging aura of the pinnacle of Origin. At a glance, there were at least 60 to 70 of them. The light blue figure who was walking at the front had just come out of the teleportation portal. She saluted Hui respectfully. A total of 68 pinnacle of Origin. Do you think we have enough people? It's enough, it's enough. Hui waved his hand and nodded. Looking at this group of people, he waved his hand. Those who know how the spiritual temple works, start. Those who don't know, just follow and help. The target is 20 spiritual temples. Yes. Huh? 20. Everyone habitually saluted, and then they were all stunned. They opened their eyes wide with a slight numbness. Yes, 20. There's plenty of time. Take it slow. Don't have any problems. Hui waved his hand again. Everyone confirmed that they did not mishear this time. They all smiled bitterly and hurriedly spread out in small groups to find a place to set up the spiritual temple. During this period of time, we looked at Jing Yuanji. Everything is normal. Jing Yuanji nodded. A moment later, her expression changed slightly. She looked around and asked, "Is Lord Feng not here?" Maple just finished an epic exercise, and the two girls took him to the Origin God's palace to recover. So what happened? Hui blinked with all his might, meaning that Feng was not here at the moment. If there was any information that was inconvenient for him to hear, he should quickly take the opportunity to say it now, lest that irascible monster woke up and heard some unpleasant information. It would not be fun. Jing Yuanji frowned, feeling a little strange. Probably, 2 days ago, a group of troublemakers came to the Void frontline. Peng. Hui and Jing Yun stamped their feet at the same time, causing the earth to tremble violently. Layers upon layers of energy barriers immediately spread out on the spot, wrapping this place tightly. Seeing this, the white-clothed girl was startled. What is the meaning of this? Hui and Jing Yun shivered. Hui smiled bitterly and said to her, "The following is dangerous information. We need to prevent the information from being leaked." The white-clothed girl nodded in understanding. "Then I'll leave?" No. This information is only kept secret to one person. Jing Yin pointed at the place where Feng Qing Wang left with the little brother. The inheritor of destruction. Oh, but why? Because it's dangerous. Hui smiled bitterly and waved his hand. The information itself was not necessarily dangerous, but it could play an extremely dangerous role. If it was not handled well, the Void frontline could be turned upside down. Hui quickly looked at Jing Yuanji. "Tell me, what's the situation now?" Those people in the world of order finally had enough free time and couldn't help but stick their hands and feet into the Void frontline. Jing Yuanji's expression was strange, and she nodded. That's the general idea. But they're only here to cause a little trouble. They're still in the Node City. I've already asked people to keep an eye on them. Now, Jing Yuanji held her forehead and shook her head. She had no idea what to do now. She had intended to inform Lord Feng, Lord Hui, when those people came that day. But thinking that they might be busy elsewhere, she did not say anything and only came to report in person now. Hui and Jing Yun looked at each other. At this moment, Jing Yuanji was just having a headache and distress, not to the point of being irritable. Those fellows, who had no idea what they were up to, had not reached the point where they could do whatever they wanted. It was not that they came with ill intentions, but their thoughts were definitely not pure enough, and were even more impure than the guests who came one after another during that period. Now that they had just moved back from this world, they had a lot of things to deal with, such as the pile of relics, the 30 trillion souls lying in the Hall of Souls, which were running out of energy, and the creation of the rules to suppress the power of chaos. And leave it there. Get someone to keep an eye on it. Don't worry about it for now. After 15 seconds of thinking, Hui quickly came to a conclusion. We're busy now. We don't have the time or energy to deal with those troublemakers. Everything can wait until we have more important things to do. Yes. Jing Yuanji nodded. Oh, by the way, remember, don't let Lord Feng know about this. Don't let him know. Hui clenched his fist, his face dark and gloomy as he grimaced. If this information leaks out, I'm afraid that the Order Void will not be able to see tomorrow's Void. Jing Yuanji smiled bitterly. She knew the seriousness of the matter, so she specifically looked to see if Lord Feng was there, and even blocked the soul communication. After that, Jing Yuanji also ran to a corner and began to mess around with the spiritual temple. Hui and Jing Yun both let out a long sigh of relief after the energy barrier was removed. They had actually thought about this matter, but they did not think about how to deal with it when it really happened. This thing they could not hide forever. If they wanted Yin Nuashing not to know about it, might as well. Huey's face was gloomy as he used his hand as a knife and slashed a cold light in front of his neck. I'm afraid that it will cause more trouble. We don't have the energy to deal with the trouble from the Order Void. Jing Yun smiled bitterly. Those who could come to the Void frontline at least had some strength. Even if they did not have strength, they still had some influence. It was just that they did not know why they chose to come to the Void frontline at this time. There was nothing good to scheme here. You look very distressed, the white-clothed girl said faintly, her pretty face full of doubts. Hui and Jingyan looked at each other and sighed. The two of them explained the current situation of the Order Void, the Void frontline, as well as the matter of that guy who was planning to play with the Order Void at any time. After the two of them finished talking, the white-clothed girl looked at the two of them, then at the Void frontline, and then at the direction Yin Nuashing left. After taking a deep breath, she opened her mouth and said, "How did the Order Void of this era persist until now?" Hui smiled bitterly, because they were lucky. Putting aside this terrible topic, the most important thing was that at this time, they really did not have the energy to deal with those guys who came to the Void frontline to cause trouble. They still had some urgent matters to deal with in this world, such as the arrangement of the spiritual temple and the handling of various relics. Jingyan grabbed the door handle and ran to the Origin Shrine on the first day. It seemed that she planned to deal with the first phase before Maple woke up, and then hand over the most important parts to him. About the third day, the spiritual temple of this world started to function normally. Hui helped the white-clothed girl throw all the souls into the spiritual temple in batches. Apart from that, a part of the souls brought to the node had already been repaired and molded, and had now returned to this world to help. With help, the recovery of the souls would be even faster. Calculating the time, these 30 trillion souls would probably take a few days to deal with. He also had to take the time to check the 20 spiritual temples, so as to prevent them from being unable to bear the overload and exploding. After all, this was a huge base of 30 trillion souls. In case something happened to the spiritual temple, even if there was a 0.1% error rate, who knew how many billions of lives would be lost? Fortunately, this could not be considered as reviving such a large number of souls from scratch. Their souls were originally intact, and they were only borrowing the spiritual temple's ability to repair souls and reconstruct bodies, so the pressure was not great. It's just that the pressure of dealing with those relics these days is quite great. Hui smiled bitterly with a gloomy face. You guys also don't know what the things left behind by your gods are for? Brother Lei and the others, who had come back to life, shook their heads vigorously as they waved the things in their hands. I really don't know. The things that Master and Her Eminence left behind. How should I put it? It's definitely something we can use, but it's not something we can use now. Do you understand? Hui slapped his face. Because of the origin energy? Yes. Brother Lei breathed a long sigh of relief, the thunderbolts over his body shrinking back a little out of frustration. We've been awake for a day or two. Apart from helping to sort out this world, we've been dealing with the problem of the origin energy in our bodies. We probably won't be able to reach a higher level in a short time. So these things, he looked at the pillar-shaped creation of laws in his hand and sighed. There's nothing we can do. We still need time. Time. The most depressing thing right now is talking about time. Hui tapped his head, feeling a headache. After 4 to 5 days, this empty and desolate world recovered a part of its liveliness. Billions of lives had already been released from the Hall of Souls and the spiritual temple. To everyone, coming here from a spiritual world in their dreams was undoubtedly another large-scale relocation. Everything had to start from scratch. These days, this group of people had been busy here. After all, this world was a place they had great expectations for. Although the strength of laws and order here was no different from the void, it had the advantage of origin energy imperceptibly changing this world and its lives. Just this point alone was enough to shake off all other worlds, including the godly realm. Even the godly realm didn't have this kind of treatment right now. How is Brother Feng? Is he still not awake? Sui Feng could not help asking. Seems like he'll wake up soon, but he still has to lie down for a few days. Hui shook his head. His situation is very stable. His overdraft and losses have mostly recovered, and the damage to his soul had been healed 2 days ago. As for now, he thought for a moment and snapped his fingers. Didn't he fight the heavenly god of origins before he fainted? He's probably going through some miserable and ungodly things because he touched the shard again. It'll take some time. The heirs were stunned. What do you mean by miserable and ungodly things? For example, they would first strip you of the origin energy, then throw you into a dream to be surrounded by the origin energy and the heavenly god of origin to beat you up. It's called a trial, and then they would carve the mark of the origin energy from head to toe, from consciousness to spirit to soul to body. This process would be repeated 147 times. 196 times. Everyone thought for a moment and shuddered. They would rather rush up to the abyssal death mist and fight with it. The latter was obviously much more fragile. The heirs who had recovered were also in the stage of recovery. We did not intend to throw them into the battlefield and let them fight as they pleased. Well, how should I put it? Hold it down, calm down, and put them in the void front line as a trump card. If there is a need, I'll use them. If not, I'll put them aside first. After all, there is more than one heavenly god of origin on the other side of the underworld. We could not help but smile hideously at the thought. Their void frontline had finally ushered in a group of real heavenly gods of origin, from beginner level to middle level. Then this time, should be able to die with more dignity. It was reasonable. The underworld's sudden appearance of a high-level heavenly god of origin had shocked him for 100 billion years. It really was 100 billion years, because Maple had only recovered from his shock after reading for 100 billion years. Therefore, although the void frontline now seemed to have the 131st inheritor holding the fort, he was actually a little nervous. He needed to unseal the relics left behind by the heavenly gods of origin as soon as possible to continue strengthening the void frontline. Then, the plan suffered a devastating blow at the initial stage. Fortunately, the underworld's attack was also very gentle at the moment. The second line of defense could still hold on for a long time. They needed time, and theoretically, there should be enough time to hold on until they finished all the things in the plan. He hoped so. Origin energy and the like. Phew. Can you think of anything else? Use your heirs. Hui tilted his head and said to Brother Lei and the others, "You want to use the origin energy to strengthen the world of order?" He immediately understood Huey's meaning. Seeing Hui nodding, the others looked at each other. After a while, they all looked at Hui. Sui Qing said, "It's still too early. Even if we can let the world of order adapt to the origin energy, it will take a long time, even if it's a diluted origin energy." Hui felt a headache when he heard that. He waved his hand and did not know whether to laugh or cry. So be it. Look at these frontline worlds. Find a right one and do it. Don't hesitate. The second line of defense can still hold on for a long time. We have enough time to recover and strengthen the world of order. Sui Feng scratched his head. Still want to drag the fight? I thought when we're almost recovered, we can directly rush to the underworld to fight. The girl in white immediately shook her head. No, you woke up too late. There are some things that you don't know. Hui sighed and said faintly, "There's a high-level heavenly god in the underworld. If you think you can fight," Sui Feng shuddered violently. "If there's only one or two high-level heavenly gods, Maple should be able to kill one of them with his life. I'll then drag half of the realm of gods and smash the other one into half-dead. I'll leave the rest to you guys. But God knows how many high-level heavenly gods they have. Besides, they still have a trump card, that thing that can continuously create the abyssal death mist-spawn. We guess that it should be a chaos concept body. So, do you still want to fight now?" No. Sui Feng smiled bitterly. If they rushed in recklessly, they might fall into the enemy's trap. Calm down first. Pretend I didn't say anything." This piece of information left the group of inheritors a little speechless. When they learned that there was an inheritor of the heavenly destruction god at the front line of the void, they had already guessed that it would be a little troublesome. However, they did not expect it to be more than a little troublesome. It was indeed a little ridiculous. We still have to conserve our energy. So Eiqing's eyes twinkled as she looked toward the Origin Temple. There are many things that we need his help with. In short, everything was on the right track. They had to suppress their thoughts, endure what they needed to endure, and fight what they needed to fight endlessly in the void. They had to think carefully about the future battles. If they were to be rash even once, phew. Anyway, let's stick to the original plan. You guys can follow your own plan and do what you were doing before your death. Hui waved a hand. Everyone had a strange look on their faces. The phrase, when they were alive, was true. Their souls had been drawn out, but they hadn't really died. Lord Hui, do you have time to come to City Zero? Just as he was about to go to the Origin Temple to check on Maple, a message from Jing Yuanji made him pause. It's about those people. Hui rubbed his forehead in distress. While before their plan could be implemented, they still had to deal with those fleas who were up to no good. Chapter 1735. It had been 5 days since the Origin relics and the world were moved back to the void front lines. Jing Yun slipped out of her room in the Temple of Origins, her eyes dark as she looked out the window at the various energy phenomena erupting in the void. Yawning, she waved her hand to dim the soundproofing circle. Boom. Bang. In short, the moment the circle was turned on, all sorts of noises that contained powerful destructive rules crashed into his ears. He shuddered violently and forced himself to wake up, before quickly turning on the soundproof circle. He felt that he must have gone crazy just now, and did not know when he had picked up the habit of tormenting himself as if his life depended on it. He had been paying attention to the matters over at the New World. The matter of resurrection, new plans, and new preparations were all being carried out seriously. The only thing that was stuck was the Origin relics, and he was no exception. The doorknob and the Origin Orb, a name he had just come up with 3 minutes ago, which was used to suppress chaos energies, were not cooperating well. Perhaps some key condition was missing, or perhaps some puzzle pieces were missing. Perhaps they had found the last piece to counter the war between order and chaos. But the touching thing was that the piece itself was just a piece, and they had to find a way to restore it first. He had dealt with everything that could be dealt with in the Temple of Origins, and both items were ready to be used at any time. The biggest problem now was that he did not know how to make them cooperate, or simply disintegrate and reassemble them into a brand new creation of rules. Phew, looks like it's time to go to the observer space. I wonder if my little brother has woken up. Jing Yun let out a long yawn. Before going to the observer space, she took a detour to the core of the Temple of Origin. Originally, it was the most important place in the Temple of Origin, where the heavenly god of Origin had left a backup plan. Now, it had become a private lounge. Pushing open the door to the core, Yu and Feng Qingwang were still guarding the place. But they were not idle either. They seemed to be using the weak energy of Origin to cultivate. This was an inevitable change in the world of order, and they had to use the energy of Origin to forcefully pull in the power of order. Otherwise, it would only get harder and harder to deal with the underworld. The two girls had followed them back from that place. They knew the cause and effect of certain things, and quickly understood the most important changes to the power of order in the future. Then, they made the changes themselves. Now, they were slowly coming into contact with the energy of Origin. As for the progress, coming into contact with the little brother's energy of Origin should be much faster than normal. Gingerly bypassed the two girls and circled around the little brother in front of the table. Gently touching the little brother's head with his hand, he muttered to himself after a brief moment of silence, "Looks like he'll wake up soon. Phew, it's going to be hard for us if he doesn't wake up soon. None of us, including the bunch of heirs, have the authority to deal with that pile of Origin relics. You'll have to do it yourself, little brother." Feng Qingwang thought she saw the little brother's brow twitch. It must be an illusion. After circling the core hall twice, she found that the hall had been replaced by brand new energy of Origin. At first, the Origin sanctum they took over only used one type of energy. But now, perhaps the little brother had come into contact with it too much and used it as a node for spreading energy. The sanctum of Origin was clearly contaminated with more than 100 types of energy. The energy was also slowly increasing, slowly changing the main energy output of the sanctum of origin. It was also changing the surrounding domain through the sanctum and energy source. The same was probably true for the other sanctums of origin in the void frontline. With a wave of her hand, the energy spread out, and many mysterious energy runes and divine patterns appeared in the surrounding space. They were all important components carved and solidified in the core hall with origin energy. Jingyan observed for a moment and began to modify some of the divine patterns and runes, as well as some of the talismans that were added later. She adjusted the speed of energy flow and gathered some of the divine patterns around the little brother, gathering all the idle energy of the sanctum of origin on him. Then, she let it fade away and turned to leave the hall. Before going to the observer space, she took a detour to the world that she had just moved back to. What greeted her eyes was a star field covered by stars. It was much better than the empty and lifeless state when she had just moved back. The sacred manifestation ground that originally existed in the soul world seemed to have been restored, and a part of the spiritual temple had been moved here. Old Brother Lay and the others were busy on the revived star. She could see a lot of familiar buildings rising from the ground. Just by looking down from the starry sky, she could already feel a large amount of familiar aura assaulting her face. She could not help but land on the ground. Just as Jingyan landed on the ground and had yet to look around carefully, he suddenly saw some green lights that looked like fireflies emerging from the ground and flying toward the nearby place. One of them that was very close to Jingyan suddenly turned around and lightly bumped into his forehead. Then it fluttered and landed on his shoulder, looking at him with a little curiosity. The cluster of light was only a foot in diameter, and inside it was a blue flying fish. However, its wings were much shorter, and it had a very short horn on its head. The fish scales on its body released some misty energy mist, and its two little wings seemed to be covered in a halo. She could feel the overflowing aura of laws from this little life form. Ugh, even this thing has been brought out. How nostalgic. Jingyan reached out his hand to touch the little flying fish. The little flying fish nestled on his shoulder for a while. It looked around and flew towards a group of green lights. In the place where the little flying fish were gathered, there was a lot of energy coming out of them. The empty ground in front of them was gathering energy. Not long after, a giant building appeared. The skeleton and structure of the building had been constructed using energy. It was a group of little life forms used for construction. It was not just any ordinary building. In the past, when they fought against the forces of chaos, especially those sudden encounters that forced them to stop, they would let these little life forms help to build the rear. Those energy towers, including the creations of laws and order in the void frontline, these little life forms could help build them. They could be seen as small, mobile temples of origins with the ability to create creations of laws. And they were especially numerous, and their efficiency was much higher than that of the humans. What's wrong? Thinking of the past. Light footsteps sounded beside her, and another figure appeared on the empty ground. Jingyan looked back and saw Sui Foam with a slightly tired expression. She shrugged and said, "I heard from Hui Jun that you were trapped in a battlefield for 11 eras, and your power was stripped away by the tides of chaos. It was a difficult time." Jingyan shrugged and smiled faintly. "Fortunately, I made it through, didn't I? But when I returned to the Void of Order, I found that things were still not as I wished. The scenes of the past battles had not faded in my memory, and new battle scenes were injected into my mind. I thought you would think of the happy things in the past when you see the scene here." Sui Feng stuck out his tongue. "Think of that era. Think of something good. Happy? All right, there's indeed a little. You can see how absent-minded I was when I suddenly fell down. It's a pity that." Jingyan suddenly sneered and shook her head in a self-deprecating manner. "Time has gone by a very, very long time. We are all crippled. However, some remnants stubbornly remained in the void and did not fall into hell with us. After thousands of years, they returned to this place, bringing with them the sound of destruction. 100 billion years ago, the underworld threw out a high-level heavenly god of the primeval beginning and declared that everyone in the void of order had to submit to him. Before we could think of any solution or countermeasure, my little brother had already rushed forward without hesitation, resolutely and crazily, and destroyed the high-level heavenly god of the primeval beginning together with him. That destroyed void is still in a state of destruction, being washed back and forth by the power of order and chaos, leaving behind humiliation and hatred written by us. Jingyan put her hands in her pockets and let out a long sigh. That scene shattered all of my fantasies and nostalgia for the past, and also pulled me from the illusion of the past to this moment when I woke up. Since then, perhaps I have not paid too much attention to the so-called beauty in the past. There's only one thought left in my mind. We are all like my brother, and we only have one purpose left. Looking at the beauty of the present world from time to time is just to relieve my tense mind a little. Looking at Jing Yun's emotional and complicated expression, Su Weifeng's expression changed a little. She should not be saying this purely out of reminiscence. It was not something worth recalling. She should be reminding him and the others that they still had most of the memories, nostalgia, and longing of their time. Suddenly breaking free from that time and coming to a new world, it would take some time for them to adapt. They needed to adapt to the new rules and order at this moment as soon as possible, and then quickly go to the front to lead the way. Inheritors in the current era where many legacies were cut off really needed to lead the way. They could not spend too much time to adjust their state of mind. They could not be confused or free themselves. In the past, it was the gods who led the entire world of order to fight against the order of chaos. Now, it seemed that it was their turn to play the role. Judging from a scale of the Void frontline and the voices that he heard from the Void frontline these days, he was quite impressed by Phone. He did not say that he was holding up the entire Void frontline alone, but, well, it was more or less like that. By the way, speaking of Phone, Sui Feng suddenly knocked on his palm. Phone will wake up today. Oh, what's wrong? As Jing Yun spoke, she saw his expression suddenly become strange. She suddenly felt a little surprised and had a bad premonition in the dark. Su Weifeng's expression was weird for a while before he said, Hui Jun has just returned to Zero City. I heard that a group of people were up to something. Why did they leave so quickly? Before he could finish his sentence, Jing Yun's expression changed drastically and disappeared without leaving a trace. Sui Feng was stunned and scratched his head. It seemed that they were afraid that Feng might know something about it. Turn around and deal with the void of order. Sui Feng could not help but smile bitterly when he thought about what Hui Jun said. If Feng really felt disappointed or despaired about the world of order and decided to destroy it, with the brutality of the 196 types of origin energy in his body, there probably would not be many who could stop him. Now that he thought about it, he understood why Hui Jun and Jing Yun were suddenly so anxious. If Feng woke up today and went to Zero City to see that group of people causing trouble, I'm afraid that he would. Sui Feng put his palms together and said, I hope the world of order is fine. The abyssal death mist. The power of the underworld had been sweeping across the void for at least 10 years. This group of remnant gods still had some unclear purpose in causing trouble in the void. It was judged that more than 95% of the void of order had been destroyed. Whether the remaining 5% could be found was a problem. The situation in the Middle Realm was slightly better, but not by much. Looking at the future, the destruction of the Middle Realm was almost inevitable. 100 billion years ago, the high-tier Yuanshi had shouted at the top of his lungs to cause chaos in the void of order. They were fighting with their lives on the front line, and their backyard was on fire. The world of order that had not been peaceful for long after the time Axis resonance was once again set ablaze. He believed that no matter which corner of the void of order, no matter which corner of the void of order, no matter which corner of the void of order, there would definitely be a pair of eyes watching the battle between order and chaos, unless there were only unevolved beings in that world. When the entire order void was in danger, the world of order was already extremely nervous. All right then, the front lines of the order void were definitely nervous enough, but what about the people in the backyard? Since they suddenly started fighting, then they should be nervous. Plus, earlier on, the gods had told everyone about the terrible incident that had happened in the Order Void. The power of the Order Void had engulfed the entire Order Void. At this time, even the slightest disturbance in the Middle Planes would cause everyone to be nervous, not to mention that this wasn't as simple as a mere disturbance. At this moment, it could be said that the entire Void of Order was in danger of being destroyed. However, the characteristics of the life forms of Order were there, and no one could tell what the rulers of the worlds of Order were thinking. Even if this series of reasons were eliminated, there should be some people who were more or less in danger. They should have felt the premonition that they were about to lose their lives. Those schemes and meaningless tit-for-tat confrontations, such as proving one's Tao, competing for the strongest, and wanting to stand out should be more or less diluted. He was referring to those rulers. Personal matters should be put aside first. What was causing trouble in the Void of Order was a matter between groups of people. In a situation where they could all step into the path of reincarnation at any moment, they still had the strength to be busy with internal strife in the Void of Order. Then, when she heard that someone was causing trouble in the front line of the Void, Jingyan realized that she was wrong. Those people were not as simple as having nothing better to do. Now, for some unknown reason, they were pointing their spears at the front line of the Void. They were pointing at the place that was forcefully resisting the advance of the footsteps of death. This was really... Kanzaki cursed 1,000,000 times in a row. He thought that the continuous warning of danger and even directly slapping the truth in front of their table would make even the most ignorant people feel nervous and threatened. However, he was wrong. This was not as simple as being ignorant. It was completely slapping oneself unconscious. They were stubbornly holding on to their ignorance, and then using that ignorant attitude to cause trouble in the world of order. Why don't they just die together? It was no wonder that the young man would say something like destroy the world of order in turn. This impure world was really good back in their era. He did not know why it had become like this in this era. Could it be because the gods of origin had all disappeared? God knows what he was thinking along the way. In any case, it was not a particularly good idea. Especially when he arrived and saw Kagaya's slightly impatient expression, it was even more. All kinds of even worse ideas became more active. Accept the edict? In a palace in Zero City, only Hui and I Ching were in the main hall of the Void frontline. Meanwhile, there was another person sitting in the main hall. His body was surrounded by an inexplicable aura. That mighty and majestic aura made Jing Yun's expression slightly solemn. It was the aura of the primeval god. Hui sneered as he crossed his arms and leaned on the table. He casually waved his hand and said, "Who are you? Who are you to tell me to accept the edict? Do you really think that you are the leaders of the Void and that you're the only ones in the Void?" A few meters away, the person sitting at the other end of the hall smiled faintly. His hand reached into his chest and took out a scroll. He casually placed it on the table beside him. His finger gently tapped on the scroll. It's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. At least right now, the Order of the Void. He shook his head. His expression was indescribably casual and indifferent. It was an old man who looked young, but whose age was unknown. He looked casual and casual. His clothes were not luxurious, but showed a kind of extraordinary temperament. As for his realm, there was an aura that did not belong to him shrouding him. They could not see it for the time being. However, on the surface, he did not seem to be a threat. Neither his aura nor his aura was a threat. Huey's gaze fell on the scroll. It was just an ordinary scroll, but there were many divine runes and energy seals engraved on it, making it look extraordinary. The aura of the heavenly god of the beginning also came from this scroll, as if that person was here in person. Judging from his casual attitude and the scroll that was branded with the aura of the heavenly god of the beginning, this guy should be here to send a message. Hey, this is strange. Why would so many heavenly gods of the beginning suddenly appear? Brother Lei and Sui Feng were the descendants of the last era. They spent a lot of effort to persuade them to come here. In this era of the Void, at least in the Order of the Void, there were definitely only 2 people who had entered the realm of primeval. Could it be that the person represented by this scroll was also a heavenly god of the last era? Good heavens, they were playing hide and seek here. After a while, one would suddenly appear, and after a while, another one would appear. Did they not know how to spell the word assemble? Suddenly, a stranger would appear every few days. What? Is this a magic trick? Huey's indifferent gaze made the messenger put away his casual attitude a little. But just a little. He slowly sat up straight. His expression was still not serious. I'm just a messenger, a messenger. As for what is in the letter, he put on a fake smile and pointed at the scroll beside him. Why don't you see it in person? Could it be that you're scared? You're just a beginner primeval. What's there to be afraid of? A voice suddenly rose from outside the hall, followed by the sound of the door opening. Jing Yun quickly walked in and casually cast a glance at the messenger. Then, she nonchalantly walked past him and grabbed the scroll. The moment she touched it, the scroll suddenly burst forth with a power that was as strong as that of a supreme being. Quiet! Jing Yun shouted softly. An inexplicable aura flowed out of his body and fell into the palm of his hand, pressing down the slightly irritable scroll. The latter immediately calmed down. He could not help but murmur in his heart, as expected of a primeval. Although his realm has dropped, he still has no problem suppressing some beginner primeval fleas. Speaking of which, was he mocking the crowd just now? I'm just a beginner primeval. Let's read the letter first. This thing feels impure. The messenger was slightly startled when he saw this. He had a lot of things to say, but his rhythm was disrupted by the sudden appearance of this person. For a moment, he was stunned. Seeing that they slowly opened the scroll, he slowly calmed down and said faintly, "This is not a bad thing for you, for the Order Void. We all know the predicament you are facing, and we also know what the Void is facing, so you're talking nonsense." We quickly read through the contents of the scroll. With a cold snort, he fiercely pinched the scroll. Divine energy burst out and pinched the scroll tightly in his hand. A vast and mighty light hidden in the scroll suddenly gushed out. Hui and Jing Yun released a vast amount of energy at the same time and pressed it on the scroll. The defensive power collapsed in less than 2 seconds. The scroll, which had lost the protection of the primeval aura, was torn into pieces in the next moment. How dare you? Are you trying to fight against the High Lord? Do you know that with your current strength, we only need a moment to collapse? The young messenger slammed the table and stood up. His expression was gloomy and cold. Suddenly, a layer of faint fluorescent light appeared on his body, dimming the surrounding light a little. Wisps of powerful aura flowed out of his body, and even the hall was trembling. Don't you understand? We glanced at him coldly and casually threw away the fragments of the scroll in his hand. I said, you're talking nonsense. Do you understand this time? Enter the Void frontline. You're going to lead the war in the future? Huh? Hui frowned and had an indescribably complicated smile on his face. He spread out his hands and shrugged. This Void frontline is not up to any one person. Countless lives of order from billions of worlds have gathered here. We've been fighting here for countless years. We've used countless years of casualties and bloodstains to build this Void frontline. You want us to give it up with just a scroll? I'm afraid you're joking with me. First, there's no profit to be made in this Void frontline. Second, there's no visible value of cooperation. What's allowed to exist is only death and destruction. If you're looking for something to do, you'll find it here. Hui slowly walked forward, not fearing the intimidating aura of the messenger. He walked up to him and was less than a foot away from him. His golden eyes stared at him. I'm afraid your brain is fried. Put away your arrogance and prejudices. Scum, you're just a beginner primeval from the previous era. I don't know how you managed to survive. Jing Yun crossed her arms and sneered. When we were fighting in the Void, I don't even know if you were born or not. You're just a beginner primeval. If you have a high-level primeval and can control the entire Void frontline, we'll give this place to you. From now on, if you want to fight east, we won't go west. Unfortunately, you can't do it. Hui rolled his eyes in his mind. This guy is mocking everyone again. You're joking with the lives of the entire Void frontline. The messenger also sneered as he stood up. The war between order and chaos is naturally led by capable people. It's a fact that you've been fighting on the front line for countless years. You've bought time for order in the void. But in the end, that's all there is to it. You haven't been able to end this war, have you? Tisich, what if I want to kill this guy? I Ching looked calm on the surface, but he could not help but want to curse in the soul message. Hui said, calm down. You can't beat him. I Ching smiled bitterly. He did not mean that, he brought a bunch of origin energy towers with him. He could definitely kill this guy. Now is not the best time. After all, it's the world of order, so annoying. It's because it's the power of the world of order that it's annoying. It's so annoying that I can't wait to kill him. But then again, it's also for the sake of the world of order. We don't have time, and we don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Hui narrowed his eyes and waved his hand to break the primeval barrier on the messenger. He said coldly while the messenger was stunned, go back and tell your master. The Void frontline does not belong to any one person. If you want to fight side by side, there will be a place for you in the front line. And if you want to stir up trouble, Hui coldly glanced at that person, and the holy energy on his body suddenly burst. The space behind the messenger suddenly collapsed, and a golden cave swallowed him whole. We don't mind attacking the world of order. Don't think that you can do whatever you want in the void just because you've gathered those useless things. We can't do it, and you don't have that right. Chapter 1736. The World of Order. Speaking of which, the Void of Order was almost fully integrated. The news that brought about chaos 100 billion years ago had caused a huge storm in the Void of Order, so much so that 100 billion years later, the World of Order had undergone a huge change. Sure enough, Maple was right when he told that guy not to say a single word. Just that one sentence of his announcing to the entire Void of Order would cause a lot of trouble. They might even have to divert a part of their attention to the Void of Order. Just thinking about it gave Maple a headache. Now, the guy was here, the message was delivered, and the guy was chased away. No, he was really curious. Where did so many primeval heavenly gods come from? They had never missed any information about the Order Void, especially when they were guarding the second line of defense. They had increased their surveillance of the Order Void. At the same time, they also had the time to send some people into the Order Void to look for undiscovered worlds that could be used as power. So, they knew that an unknown force had suddenly emerged in the past 100 billion years and integrated most of the Order Void's power. If they were not mistaken, it should be the guy who came with one or two primeval heavenly gods. We felt a slight headache as he thought about these troublesome matters. I'll have to keep an eye on the Order Void for the time being. Who knows what those bastards are up to? They wouldn't go so far as to declare war on the Order Void, right? I Ching said, we're being declared war. Jing Yun and Hui smiled bitterly when they heard that. It sounded like they were putting the cart before the horse. But to be honest, they were not particularly worried. In terms of combat power, if they threw Yin Nuashing out of the Order Void, the integrated Order Void would not be able to cause any big waves. But after all, it was the power of order. It was not to the extent that they would fight to the death. No matter what, they had to give others a chance. This was really an opportunity given to them because they belonged to the Order. But speaking of the Order, Jing Yun had an idea. Inheritor. Maybe we can borrow the name of the primeval heavenly god's inheritor. The Great Flag has fallen for more than 10 epochs. Now that you're raising a small flag, who cares about you? We shrugged and sighed. I've thought about this problem before, but I don't think it's feasible. It's not like it's the real heavenly god of origin, right? The inheritors were only the kind that received a lot of attention back in the day. If it were in our current era, it would be a problem for anyone to recognize, even one of the 131 inheritors. Most people only know about the heavenly god of origin, and they only know about the heavenly god of origin's name and some of its concepts. As for the parts related to them, forget it. Oh, it's actually fine. Jingyan scratched her head and laughed. The 131 primeval heavenly gods will shine with the light of truth of the Void of Order. This was a plan to throw them out and flatten the Order Void. If they couldn't do it, then let Maple do it. In any case, there wouldn't be any pressure for him to do it. Destroying the abyssal death mist and the Order Void was the same. In Maple's mind, there was no difference. At this moment, I Ching suddenly remembered something and quickly stood up. That guy's companions are still outside. Throw them out. Since we've already thrown one out, there's no harm in throwing one more. Hui said with a wave of his hand. He didn't even need to think about it for half a second before I Ching rushed out of the hall, intending to throw them out. Let's observe the situation for the time being. Hui wiped his face a few times. If it's peaceful, then it's fine. If it's not peaceful, well, then we can't be the first to use the young man. The cost of using that strategic weapon is too great. Hui nodded vigorously to show his agreement. What cost is too great? The voice that suddenly sounded in the hall caused the two of them to tremble violently. They turned their heads to the place where the voice came from, as if they were convulsing. They saw a distortion in space, and Yun Nuoxing's figure slowly appeared from within. He even yawned, and when he saw their stunned expressions, he repeated, "What do you mean you can't use it? What do you want me to do?" At this moment, Hui and Feng's hearts were instantly drowned by the word F***. Hui still braced himself and said, "When did you wake up? What did you just hear?" "I just heard that you can't use me or something, or that the cost is too great." Standing in a desperate situation, Huey's mind suddenly became unimpeded as if he had eaten croton. A little inspiration came to his mind. He suddenly stepped forward and patted Feng's shoulder. He said earnestly, "Let's talk about the origin relic. We brought back a lot of origin relics from that world. Seeing that you're not awake, we said that we wouldn't use you first. Now that you're awake and your condition seems to be good, then let's hand it over." Don't run. This matter really needs you to deal with. All of us have insufficient authority. He really ran away. Looking at Hui Jun's few words that made the young man's scalp tingle, and he ran away. Jing Yun couldn't help but clap her hands. "Nonsense. You don't need to draft it. Wonderful. But you really made the young man run away. This matter of the origin relic really needs him to deal with." Why did he run away? Look at the direction he slipped away. He's gone to the observer dimension, probably to prepare in advance. Let's bring the things and hurry over. Actually, he wasn't really scared away by Huey's pile of origin relics. At that time, although he was half dead from exhaustion, his secondary soul was still there, so he still vaguely knew some things. He knew that the pile of origin relics would definitely press him into the void and rub him with all his might, so he was already mentally prepared. The real reason why he ran away in a hurry was, speaking of the origin relics, he thought of the observer space. When he thought of this place, he remembered that before they left, the space used a pot to steam. No, soak a ball. Yes, it was the ball that condensed the mark of the tide of chaos in the void. He had been running for a few days. He was afraid that when he went to the observer dimension, he would see that thing doing whatever it wanted in there. Yun Nuoxing rushed into the observer space, and the initial light instantly attached to his body. However, the entire space was quiet, and there was not even a black wind, which made him a little stunned. The huge cauldron was still there, and the cauldron was still bubbling with a rich origin energy, and it was even boiling a little. The ball was still floating in the energy, and there was no movement at all. Yun Nuoxing came to the pot and poked the ball with the Netherworld Ruin sword. There was still no reaction. Really? No one has been in the observer dimension for a few days. This guy's been staying here for so long. The little angel also jumped out. She looked at the big black ball floating in the pot for a moment. She even poked it with her finger. There's no change. It's the same as when we went out. Have you thought about what to do with this thing? She floated down beside Yun Nuoxing. She looked up at the void and said, "I've been a little nervous recently. I have a feeling that something is going to happen again." Again? Yun Nuoxing shuddered. What's wrong this time? Is there something wrong with the abyssal death mist? Or is there something wrong with the superior body of the abyssal death mist? The little angel lowered her head. Her eyelids were drooping. There were some energy particles surging in her golden eyes. Maybe there's something else. Movement, Yun Nuoxing murmured, her scalp suddenly wet at those words. A movement that she could directly sense was something on the level of an earthquake in the void. Come to think of it, ever since 70% of the death shroud of the abyss had faded and all of its energy had been condensed, You seem to be able to sense the situation on the other side. The little angel sighed. It's probably because the degree of their activity has increased instead of decreasing. The remaining abyssal death mist in the lower plane has become even more active. The void controlled by them has diverted most of the void's energy to this side. Overall, the second line of defense is clearing out more abyssal death mist every day than the abyssal death mist can recreate. However, the number of abyssal death mist is too large. They are more unscrupulous because they have the support of a large area of the void. Yin Nuashing heard this and let out a long sigh. She reached out and waved at the ball. She lifted the ball in front of her. Her 5 fingers touched the ball gently. She was silent for a moment. Troublesome, troublesome. I have to speed up again. Suddenly thinking of another thing, Yin Nuashing raised his head and showed a knowing smile. Yuan Ji, if you don't have anything particularly important at hand, come to my space first. I have something to give you. The little angel looked at him, smiling, as he took out a triangular prism-like crystal from the pendant. She immediately understood. But it will take a long time, won't it? It will take some time. If you focus on dealing with this, it may take more than 10 years. This is still under the condition that I help to speed up. If you slowly deal with it while fighting outside, it may take thousands of years. After all, this thing is a little special. Yin Nuashing held the crystal in her hand. Her eyes lit up as she stared at the crystal. While the second line of defense can still hold on for a long time, we should hurry up and deal with some special things as soon as possible. Feng, why are you running so fast? Huey's voice made Yin Nuashing shift her attention slightly. She felt that 2 figures were approaching from behind. Without turning her head, she pointed at the chaotic black ball in front of her. This thing, I put it here and forgot about it. Can I not hurry over to have a look? Hui and Jingyun were both shocked. In the end, when they saw that the ball was still normal, they quickly restrained their expressions and asked in unison, "Is there any change?" "No, it's the same when we went out. It's the same when we came back." Yin Nuashing shook her head and pointed at the ground. "By the way, you said that there are a lot of origin relics. Throw them down first. Put the important ones in front and the unimportant ones behind. This is difficult for us." Jingyan looked troubled. She smiled bitterly as she took the things out of her pocket. "More than half of these things are in a sealed state. We can't judge whether these things are important or not." When Yin Nuashing heard this, he frowned and said, "Then let's throw them all down first." This sentence was like the words when the floodgates were opened. It was obviously not imposing, but the whole observer space instantly echoed with a crashing sound. Yin Nuashing widened her eyes as she watched Hui and Jingyun pour out the things desperately. They piled up a small mountain on the ground and even hung a few stars in the sky. "Here, it's all here." Hui pointed at the small mountain in front of him and nodded. "Just kill me." "Oh no, you're the most precious person in our world of order. How can you die just like that?" Hui quickly waved his hand with a flattering smile on his face. His smile was as funny as it could be. His words obviously had a hint of schadenfreude. Yin Nuashing looked at him as if she was looking at a maggot and gave him the middle finger. "What's that?" Jingyan looked at the chaotic ball and noticed the thing in the little brother's hand. It was left behind by the venerable god that day. She deliberately kept them in suspense and only said that the little brother could recognize it. A key left behind by the origin heavenly god. Yin Nuashing fiddled with the triangular prism crystal in her hand and suddenly smiled faintly. A great fortune. Huey's breath rushed to his dantian, and he jumped up in excitement. "You want your realm?" "Yes, but it's useless to me." Yin Nuashing sighed. Hui, who had just gotten excited, suddenly became listless like a frosted eggplant. "No. How did you know? You've already tried?" This was left behind by the origin heavenly god himself that day. Maybe there's still some hope? Don't give up so quickly. There's no need to try this thing. Yin Nuashing shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She reached out and pointed at her head. "They told me when they were nagging. It's useless even if I try." "Nagging? Are you talking about the origin heavenly god and the others?" "Yes, that group of ghosts that won't go away. They pop out from time to time and scare me. I'm already used to it." Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly. Jingyan couldn't help but smile bitterly when she heard that. Then there was nothing she could do. Little brother, if you can't use it, are you preparing it for someone else? Of course, why not have another Yuanshi heavenly god? Moreover, her power is more or less compatible with the origin heavenly god's power. Then, oh, she's here. The four of them turned their heads together and saw a light blue figure slowly walking out of the space in front of them. As soon as she appeared, she saw the four of them looking at her in unison. She was stunned for a moment and quickly walked up to Yin Nuoxing and Hui. Lord Feng, Lord Hui. Yin Nuoxing fiddled with the crystal in his hand one last time. He waved his hand and gently tossed it to Jing Yuanji. After the latter caught it in a fluster, he said, "From today onwards, you can go into seclusion in the Origin God Palace." Jing Yuanji had just caught the energy crystal and was stunned when she heard this. But the front line? Don't worry, there won't be any problems for a while. Moreover, we're here, so you can go in peace. Yin Nuoxing smiled and reached out to stroke Jing Yuanji's long hair. The next time you come out, you'll be the third Yuanshi to be born in this era. Are you excited? At first, she didn't understand why Lord Feng wanted her to go into seclusion. Only now did she realize that her pretty face was stiff and looked a little dazed. I'm a little nervous. She looked at the thing in her hand and seemed to understand why Lord Feng said this. Is it because of this? What is this? The creation crystal left by the god of origin contains rules and order that can only be felt from them. It is a rule and order that transcends the influence of the void. It can allow you to take that step by force. Yin Nuoxing explained softly, ignoring the girl's stunned expression. Fuse it with your divinity carrier. The origin energy and rules contained in it must be dealt with carefully. Don't be impatient. At least we still have a lot of time now. All right, go quickly. I Ching will take care of the front line for now. We'll also be here watching. Don't worry, you just have to focus on breaking through. After watching Jing Yuanji leave the observer dimension in a daze, Yin Nuoxing turned to look at the chaos ball. Next, there's another equally important thing. Hui and Jing Yuanji couldn't help but cover their faces and tilt their heads. This was something they couldn't avoid. They had been here for 10 billion years without any results. They thought that they could find new clues when they went to the world of science, the name they just thought of. A new clue? Jing Yuanji slapped herself. The loud slap stunned Yin Nuoxing and the others. They turned to see him plunging into the pile of origin relics. He rummaged around and pulled out a colorful ball with a diameter of 1 foot. With a shake of his hand, he threw it to Yin Nuoxing. Brother, hurry and see if you can use this. It's the last fragment we're looking for. Then he pulled out the crystal wall fragment from his crotch. And that doorknob. Wait, this guy was determined to use the doorknob as the core. He felt that no matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem right. Maple, on the other hand, had a pensive expression on his face. He looked at the chaotic black sphere that was 300 meters wide, then at the door handle that was thousands of meters long and looked like a small mountain range. He then stared at the multicolored sphere that was constantly carving divine runes in the air. He suddenly sat down cross-legged on the ground and crossed his arms. Jing Yuanji saw this, and the smile on her face took up half of her face. She blinked hard at Hui, sending him a message that said, "How was it? I told you that brother would have an idea. You didn't believe me." Hui smiled bitterly and held his head with both hands. "Anyway, I don't have a brain. I can't do these things. Sorry to disturb you. Goodbye." The three of them looked at Yin Nuoxing staring at the 3 parts in a daze. After watching for a while, they couldn't stay idle anymore. They volunteered to place the relics in the observer's space one by one. As for mobilizing the energy of this space to assist in the analysis, this was not urgent. It was better to wait until he finished the most important step in his hands. At this moment, he should be mobilizing a huge amount of rules and energy to try to deduce and analyze what to do next. A core that could bear the weight of the void, a rule creation that could suppress the energy of chaos, and an aggregate of imprints left in the void of order by the tide of chaos. If the 3 were put together, if all went well, They should be able to create a rule creation that could suppress the energy of chaos and remove the remaining imprints of chaos in the void. It was the cornerstone for them to deal with the biggest crisis of this era and the beginning of all their future actions and plans. Although these three things had origin energy, order energy, and chaos energy, they were not particularly worried. It just so happened that Yun Nuo planet had dual orders of its own. Perhaps he would need to use the initial light to deal with it. Theoretically, it's possible. After about an hour, Yin Nuoxing slowly stood up and reached out to pat the three big guys in front of him as he responded to Hui and the others. That's a slightly hidden statement. Looks like it's a little troublesome. Hui saw the slight emotion on his old friend's face and knew what he was thinking. Without another word, he rolled up his sleeves. Tell me, what do you want to do? If there's still a fragment missing, I'll throw it over. It's not a problem of lacking fragments. Yin Nuoxing shook his head. It's just that I may not be able to leave this place before things are done. And this thing, from the moment the rules are distorted and mixed, their rules and order will be in an uncontrollable state of mixing. Those energies will cause a lot of, Hui waved his hand vigorously and said with a straight face, speak human language. Save some words and be concise. Yin Nuoxing. To put it simply, from the moment I began to create these things, they would begin to release that unique mixture of energy, rules, and order. At first, this movement could still be covered by the observer dimension, but the further it goes, the closer it gets to the end, the greater its influence on the void, even giving birth to countless anomalies. Furthermore, the void's nausea would not be small. At that time, there would be no way to cover up its movement, and I would even have to actively open up the observer dimension to prevent it from connecting with the void, and this movement might attract the attention of the abyssal death mist spawn. I understand. Jingyan suddenly raised his hand, his gaze sharp. Simply put, this thing can only be opened and not closed during the creation stage, and the further it goes, the greater the movement. Who knows, the abyssal death mist spawn with a layer of barrier might launch an attack on City Zero, right? Simply put, that's it. But after it's done, it can be controlled as it pleases. It's just that in the early stages, it may be a little. Yin Nuoxing scratched his head. TCH, it's just a fight. What's there to be afraid of? Hui waved his hand fearlessly. We've been fighting in the void frontline for so many years. Every single time, every single moment, we've been facing the abyssal death mist spawn's charge. Do you think we're afraid that they'll charge even harder? You just have to do it. We'll guard the void frontline. That's right. There's no need to worry about the situation ahead. Jingyan nodded and then frowned. But why can't you leave? Haven't you always used the observer dimension to stand guard here in place of yourself? Yin Nuoxing scratched his head. Because I have to use myself as the core. The trio was stunned and dumbfounded. That doorknob is at most a subcore. I still have to control everything myself. Only after everything is done can the doorknob replace my position to maintain stability. Hui stroked his chin. Simply put, you have to hang in the void and shine upon the world. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes. That's the gist of it. Chapter 1737. The blazing flames in the void were like sparks that bloomed to the extreme in an instant and then extinguished. It was so magnificent and passionate. The mighty impact of energy, the sound of order collapsing, and the destruction of rules were like music that was playing in their ears to announce the end. Hui Jun, don't say so much to lessen the pressure on this little brother. Don't wait for this little brother to rush out and beat you up. Jing Yun, who could not bear to continue listening, quickly knocked Hui Jun's back with her fist, interrupting a certain someone's recitation. She grimaced, everyone in the void knows about your blessed mouth. Why do you have to say such a suicidal line in front of a great battle? I was just trying to ease the atmosphere. Hui Jun scratched his head and laughed dryly. He quickly turned his gaze to the front. In the boundless void, countless energy explosions and anomalies occurred frequently in his line of sight. There would never be a moment when it would stop, and there would never be a moment when the energy would dissipate. The void frontline, the realm of order, the war zone. They were now on standby at the front line of the realm of order. Behind them was a large group of people who belonged to other battle echelons who were supposed to be on standby at the rear of the realm of order. They were all gathered here, full of energy, rubbing their palms together, and their fighting spirit surged into the void. There was also a group of people who were supposed to be carrying out missions to search for various things in the void of order all year round. They were also urgently summoned back, ready to fight to the end. When the warriors of order in the formation saw this group of people being summoned back, they also felt a little strange. They were a little nervous. According to past experience, something was going to happen again. Not only here, but at this moment, all the nodes in the Void frontline were preparing their forces. Almost all the available forces in the Void frontline were gathered together. Even the place in charge of logistics was filled with people. In addition, the Temple of Origin was slowly adjusting from the rear to the front line. Such a rhythm clearly told everyone that something big was about to happen. Therefore, the soul transmission at this time was also a little noisy. A lot of guesses were passed back and forth. Communication was the main business, and passing on information was just along the way. Node 333 reports that the order domain inside and outside the void ceiling circle has been closed. There are no problems here. Node 1001 reports to 0. We've confirmed everything in this area. The internal and external blockades are ready. We've also prepared countermeasures just in case. From now on, the void frontline has entered a two-way concealment state. The world barrier of the frontline world has also been sealed. Everything is normal. The logistics department has moved all the available weapons and is ready to fight at any time. The logistics department has also replenished a lot of manpower. Don't worry about the battle. There won't be a situation where the energy towers are not enough. The sealing of the portal has been completed. It has been confirmed that the void frontline has entered the highest alert state of isolation. From now on, no one is allowed to enter or leave the void frontline. If the forces left behind see anyone trying to force their way in, the Origin Energy Tower will issue a warning. The Energy Tower, specially designed to counter the power of chaos, has been prepared. By the way, the Energy Tower designed to counter the power of order has also been prepared. Hopefully, this part will not be used. But is this really that serious? The people from the world of order have come to Zero City to cause trouble? It's true. His Excellency I Ching and Lord Hui went to receive the guests that day. I heard that the primeval heavenly god stood behind those arrogant fellows, which was why they were especially arrogant. They immediately said that they would take over the void frontline and be under their control. They even said that they would lead us against the underworld. That's impressive. Lunatics. Aside from the stench of the abyssal death shroud, this damned place is filled with the nausea of the clash between order and chaos. It's not conducive to development, and there's no profit to be had. So why would such lunatics want to come here? I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. What? Is it soothing or hypnotic to listen to the warnings of the void frontline? Take over the void frontline? Come on, we have the primeval heavenly god too, and there would be more in the future. Furthermore, I admit that the words primeval heavenly god does sound quite oppressive, but no matter how useful a novice primeval heavenly god is, could it be more useful than that lord? What if he's a high tier? Fisk, if he's a high tier, what's the point of saying so much? He could have just brought people over. Why would he just send people over? Shoo, this matter is only being spread among the higher-ups. Don't spread it. It'll be terrible if it gets too ridiculous. But aren't we just the higher-ups? The higher-ups are just discussing the situation. It's fine. That's... all right. I was already the deputy commander of a node 20 billion years ago. Oh, I forgot about that. Everyone, is this kid even reliable? All right, let's talk about this in private. Remember, do not casually spread this information through soul communication. If Lord Feng hears it, there's going to be big trouble. Lord Feng is back. Lord Feng woke up a few days ago and went to the Void of Order to settle some matters. Didn't you hear what Lord Hui said? No, not at all. That's great. Lord Feng can push me into the void to take a bath again. Everyone, there's something wrong with this kid's head. This operation is to guard the front line of the void. I heard that Lord Feng is going to create something that can suppress the power of chaos. The whole process might cause a big commotion and affect the other side. If the commotion is even bigger, it might affect the underworld and they might send some ridiculous people over. Understood. We just have to hold on until Lord Feng is done. We'll bet our lives and glory for the world of order. Overall, the morale was very high, especially after hearing that Lord Feng had returned to the front line of the void. It was so high that they wanted to turn this guarding mission into charging and breaking through enemy lines. This was something to look forward to. If the other side suddenly increased their forces and Lord Feng completed his creation of laws, they might be able to charge and make the extra forces they sent unable to return. Killing 100 million more would be profitable, and killing 1 billion more would be profitable. If they could kill some low-tier yuan-shur from the underworld, that would be quite good too. Let's wait for a while. Hee. The rumbling sound was low and slow. A huge object carrying something heavy was slowly moving in the void. That huge size and that heavy weight made the void tremble slightly. We felt that the light behind him was blocked by something and could not help but turn around. The Origin's sanctum slowly came to the core of the realm of order. Its huge size blocked the light of laws from Node 0, and its shadow fell on the group. The Origin's sanctum is in place. From now on, the density of the Origin energy flowing in the realm of order will be increased by 20%. Everyone, please adjust yourselves. If you don't recover and die suddenly, go lie down in the spiritual sanctum. The node is ready. Everyone, get ready to make a big fuss. We could not help but scratch his head when he heard those voices. He whispered to Jingyun, "Seems like we need to get them to help adjust the adaptability of the order beings to the Origin energy." Of course, but not now. Sui Feng and the others said that they need to make adjustments according to the laws and order of this era that have already changed. Only then can the Origin energy and the laws of Origin come into contact with the order beings more gently. Jingyun stretched his hands. They have already worked very hard. In the past, it was the Origin heavenly god and the others who did these things. Now that they have left, it is naturally the inheritors' turn. They do not have enough experience. Be patient. They have inherited the will of the Origin heavenly god. They will not let us down. Hui squinted his eyes and stared at him. He could not help but tease. You're putting a lot of pressure on them too. I'm not you. My mouth is not blessed. Jingyun replied bluntly. We did not know whether to laugh or cry. Ding! A crisp sound resonated from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone could not help but turn their heads to look at the same place, the Zero City behind them. And it seemed that only they could feel it. So far, they had not heard any strange sounds from other nodes. Hui and Jingyun looked at each other. Both of them turned their heads to look at the city behind them. We could not help but take a breath. It has begun. Vaguely, in the direction of the observer space, a very transparent light could be seen. It looked like the first light, but it was different from what they knew. It seemed to be mixed with something else. The light was also gradually becoming clearer at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, it would take some time for it to fully materialize and be projected there. Then, according to the plan from the beginning, we took 2 steps forward and waved his hand. The divine energy on his body began to surge. Just as he was about to speak, Jingyun suddenly stopped him. Hey, wait a minute. I thought a problem. A what? Jingyun looked at the battle in the distance, her eyes trembling slightly. It's best that we maintain this situation and continue to fight. They can't see our situation in the realm of order, so they don't know what we're doing here. If we suddenly change our attack style, whether it's attacking or defending, they might be able to guess something. If they adapt to our changes, then it won't be fun. Don't forget, there should be people from the underworld watching over here. Even if it's a small change, we have to be cautious. After all, our little brother is not here right now. We thought about it and agreed. I'll listen to you. Echelon change. From now on, the first and second echelons will withdraw into the realm of order. The third and fourth echelons will replace the first and second echelons to suppress the manifestations. The others are not in a hurry to come out. Just fight the enemies in the realm of order. Now, all energy towers will enter their normal energy output mode. Don't overdo it. Don't overdo it. The sound of violent energy vibrations suddenly burst into the void. Everyone was stunned. The realm of order, the battlefield, and even the army of manifestations were stunned by this mighty sound. Thousands of gazes crossed the void and fixed on one spot. Node 0. A golden beam of light, accompanied by a dark energy current, shot into the sky. It pointed to an unknown place far away in the void. Then it suddenly exploded into a huge energy ring that spread across the entire void. The original light that had changed its form seemed to have come into contact with something in the void. The energy that had gathered at the apex began to pour out uncontrollably in all directions. Countless indescribable energies poured out. Rings of energy rings and energy ripples that would not weaken began to spread in all directions in the void. Then, with the power of the node, the spreading area was magnified several times. It almost covered half of the front line of the void. It's over. We said the last word in a daze. He was so stunned that his tongue almost fell out. His chin kept trembling. This is not much from what we thought at the start. It's not quite the same. It's starting right from the start. Luckily, we've already made preparations. We wave his hand. At this moment, the void seal and the realm of order could no longer suppress the spread of this energy. But it was fine. They were only standing here because they were prepared. The first and second echelons retreat immediately. Everyone, remove all restraints on the energy towers and enter the charging state. Don't rush to fight. Wait for the other side to make a move. The third and fourth echelons, follow me and charge. Report. Detecting a large-scale energy explosion in the abyssal death fog. An abnormally thick crack is opening. This is more than one. More than one. The number of cracks is still increasing. The retreating abyssal death fog is approaching bit by bit. Countless manifestations are detecting the appearance of the primeval heavenly god of the underworld. Beginner, Jing Yin said, continue to keep the energy towers charging. Press the energy on their faces when all of them have appeared. Waves of vast energy exploded in the realm of order. Just the unceremonious charging state of tens of thousands of energy towers had already set off a monstrous storm in the realm of order. Everyone's gaze turned from the initial light to the front, the abyssal death fog. The abyssal death fog that had retreated to the rear once again surged violently. The abyssal death fog that covered the entire realm of order stirred violently like a storm once again. They had not seen such a scene for hundreds of billions of years. The commotion on the other side was also very intense. The vast abyssal death fog churned violently. The army of manifestations roared from afar like a vast ocean. It was just like the white line from the distant sea, except that it was not seawater. Every drop of seawater was a manifestation with an average size of tens of thousands of feet. Rift. Jing Yun's gaze pierced through the turbulent battlefield and looked towards the abyssal death fog. Near the abyssal death fog, there were chaotic energy waves coming from several places. The surging energy within seemed to have suddenly exploded, violently tearing dozens of rifts in the void. Under the effect of the chaotic energy, the rifts rapidly widened and then stabilized. Each rift was tens of millions of miles long and tens of thousands of miles wide. And the first thing to emerge from the rifts was a large number of chaos constructs tainted with the thick abyssal death fog. Then, in a void leap, they suddenly appeared at the front of the entire army. Ugh, these chaos constructs are so disgusting no matter how many times I see them. Huey's voice rang in the soul transmission. Jing Yun's face twitched. The army was still marching, and they were approaching the void blockade at an extremely fast speed with the help of the void power, and they looked a little abnormal. Although each of the manifestations was the type that had lost their rationality, this time he truly felt that the abnormality of these things had broken through the limits of the void. Their scarlet eyes were almost turning black, and all of them were blessed with a fanatical blessing. charging towards them with a rage that broke through the normal state of madness. The first light, brother, the attraction of the first light seems to have been magnified by tens of thousands of times. Jingyan gritted his teeth. Originally, whenever the first light appeared here, the manifestations of this void region would not stay still, and this time it was even more outrageous. Multipurpose energy towers overload the energy output and focus fire on those chaos constructs. As Jingyan shouted, the tens of thousands of energy towers that had been charged to the point where they could not hold back let out a rumble that shook the void. Streaks of energy halo appeared from the bottom of the towers and spiraled towards the top. After a few seconds of delay, a circle of ripples abruptly spread from the top of the energy towers, and a vast torrent of endless order and origin energy poured forward like a galaxy, covering an area of at least 100 million miles and directly crashing into the chaos constructs that were rushing to reincarnate. Under the impact of the all-encompassing order power, one could only feel the violent expansion and decline of energy time and time again. They had definitely hit, but there was no way to observe the result of the attack. It did not matter, for they did not need the result. After all, there would still be countless manifestations or constructs behind the attack, and they only had one thing to do: recharge the energy towers and continue to attack while the vast energy from the previous attack was still wreaking havoc in the void. A gigantic shadow, accompanied by gray and scarlet radiance, made its appearance amidst the blinding radiance. The first to charge out of the range of the Order Energy Seal was a sphere that had already been destroyed by the explosion of 2/3 of its body. Only its solid interior was left, and even its largest diameter did not exist. However, there were still countless spawns within that gigantic remaining volume. Perhaps because the construct had lost its original function, and there was no longer much of an effect, even if it continued to stick together. Those spawns that were huddled together quickly broke away from the group, and like a swarm of bees, they continued to charge towards the seal. Hui let out a soft cry, and the guardian barrier expanded in the void, connecting with the order domain. The great sword in his hand pointed forward, and a divine impact that was tens of thousands of miles wide erupted. As he waved his sword, he shouted, "Fire! Continue to fire!" The moment the saturated energy bombardment that covered the entire area ended, a large number of densely packed chaos constructs and manifestations looked like a rich star system that was dragging its entire family over. What entered the eyes were dozens of chaos constructs that were the size of stars and planets, and countless manifestations that were piled up into asteroid belts and star rings. They should belong to the second echelon. After the first round of bombardment, they were almost unscathed. As for the first echelon, only a sphere that had 1/3 of its body left was left, and it was now disintegrating by itself. Less than 15 seconds after the first round of bombardment, the second vast energy explosion from the order domain shook the void once again, with a force that was even more destructive than the first attack sweeping across the entire battlefield. When the light and shadow had completely dissipated, not even the shadow of that vast star system could be seen. However, the dozens of large rifts behind it were still pouring out endless tides, and more manifestations and chaos constructs were rushing into the battlefield. However, under the current bombardment of order power, it was still very difficult for them to pile up and charge into the defensive area of the order domain. This berserk state is even more ridiculous than I thought. Hui stood with his sword in the void, standing at the forefront of the entire domain. Beside him were 3 or 4 echelons of order warriors who had cleaned up the surrounding spawns. After a round of explosive attacks to get rid of the remaining spawns, or those who had managed to break through the encirclement, they unhurriedly took out a new batch of energy towers and pressed them into the void, carving energy runes, charms, and divine patterns. After that, they put them into automatic attack mode. After that, they took out weapons one after another, prepared to engage in close combat at any time. Where are those guys in the backup echelon who are carrying large amounts of energy? We looked at the approaching chaos constructs and suddenly remembered such a team. He could not help but turn around. One of the Order warriors who was close to him scratched his head. Master Hui, that team seems to have used up too many things every time they appear, and the rewards they get are far less than normal battles. After being beaten up by the logistics team, they stopped doing that. Hui smiled bitterly. I think that's quite useful, especially for a situation like this. Look, when the enemy comes charging over, let them make a grand entrance, and with a bang, it's worth it. When the Order warrior heard that, he became excited. I really hope that the logistics team can hear you. Master Hui, I'm from that team. I still have some spare parts in my pocket. You see, Hui said, go. Asterisk boom. Asterisk about half a minute later, on the path where the chaos constructs and a large number of manifestations were charging over, there was suddenly an extremely dazzling flash that lit up the entire void. It was so dazzling that it blinded the eyes. Coupled with a round of bombardment from the energy towers, nothing could be seen. There was really nothing within the range of one's eyesight, other than that continuous explosion of energy that seemed to split the world apart. There was nothing else. The energy of the abyssal death mist has decreased. Effective kill. I can't remember clearly. Anyway, the first 2 batches should have been wiped out. Brothers of Node 0, good news. The manifestations and a large number of chaos constructs nearby have brought thousands of troops to play with you. We will try our best to help you kill and block them on the way. Please get ready as soon as possible. If you need support, just give us a shout. Same old rules. If you can stop them, stop them. If you can't, just let them come. Don't drag the battle out too long. Huey's eyes were still locked on the depths. Suddenly, he laughed. The primeval. It seems that they're serious now, but their reaction is really fast. The light burst out for less than a minute, and they have already responded by directly attacking with their entire army. Jingyun was preparing to hunt at the rear. Hearing that, she shrugged. Perhaps they have been wary of our movements from the beginning. Can you handle it? If it's really just a beginner, it's definitely not a problem. Hui heard that and nodded. Then, I wish you all the best. Jingyun smiled and exchanged glances with the people beside her. Then, the few of them disappeared into the realm of order like smoke. They silently walked towards the battlefield in front of them. Come and play. It's not easy to get a proper beginner primeval. Don't run. Chapter 1738. In the dark space, the galaxy that was reflected in this place had fallen into a frenzied whirlpool. Dozens of soul presences were rising and falling in this place, releasing countless information, causing the frenzied rhythm of the galaxy to become even more frenzied, until a presence that was powerful enough to shake the entire starry sky suddenly descended. The entire starry sky became quiet. Retreat. This matter will be dealt with according to the previous arrangements. The urgent matter is still the matter of that side. The dozens of soul presences wriggled for a moment before quietly leaving this part of the starry sky. The presence that descended just now stared at this part of the starry sky and waited for quite a while. It only turned its attention when it sensed another presence approaching. Hee, it seems that you have encountered a big problem. An empty and indifferent voice suddenly sounded, causing the starry sky to tremble slightly. The power that our old friends left behind is a creation that can indiscriminately suppress the power of chaos. If you still intend to rely on those inferior defective products. It's fine. I have already anticipated this. I have a plan to deal with it. Another soul calmly replied. The starry sky suddenly trembled slightly, as if something was quietly changing in the dark. The empty and indifferent voice suddenly became a little interested. Oh, they're finally willing to use their own precious power. Although the idea is good, you must be careful not to fall into it. After all, that is the world of order that they have painstakingly preserved. I have to go back. Oh, right? I have to remind you. The power that they left behind, the direct power that belongs to them, has reunited with the world of order. However, it's hard to say whether they will encounter it or not. Anyway, it has already appeared. You know what I'm talking about. Well then, good luck. The darkness and coldness in the starry sky quietly faded away. Another soul power stirred in the starry sky for a while, leaving behind a long sigh before quietly dissipating. Inheritors, huh? How troublesome. While the Void frontline and the Observer space were engaged in a frenzied battle, the Observer space was also in a unique confrontation. It was also a collision of energy, but it was much more dazzling and intense here. If one was not careful, the entire space and the vaguely connected outer world would be sent flying into the void, and at the same time, the morale of one's own people would be damaged to an unknown degree. In the pillar of light formed by the initial light that shook the void, Yin Nuoxing's figure floated in the light that reached the sky. Surrounding him were 3 stars that were releasing energy without restraint. However, they were only tens of thousands of feet in size. Being watched by the 3 balls at such a close distance, it looked as if he would fall into the hell of light and fire at any time. It was really an excitement that ordinary people could not enjoy. The rampaging energy was not channeled or controlled, and was simply released unconsciously into the void. Yin Nuoxing looked up at the majestic energy guided by the first light, and could not help muttering. As expected, it still feels a little wasteful. So many things could be done with such a large amount of energy. The little angel sensed the change in his mind and was stunned for a moment. Wait, what are you going to do? Don't you think it's best if you don't distract yourself in this situation? It's fine. I'm just using the energy that's been dispersed. It's a waste to leave it there and not use it. Yin Nuoxing let out a low laugh as his body shone with multicolored radiance. His soul instantly burst out from the space that was almost fused with the outside world and rushed towards the Shrine of Origins that was acting as a node on the front line. Using the power of the soul as a bridge to connect him to the Shrine of Origins, a tremendous will abruptly spread across the entire front line of the void. Everyone, fight without restraint. Don't worry about the lack of energy. A powerful will accompanied by a vast and almost endless energy descended upon the front line of the void. An extremely oppressive energy of order was suddenly exposed from the node without warning, instantly drowning the domain of order. The energy that carried the faint energy of origin and the initial light that flooded the domain of order made everyone feel as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Even the energy towers were affected by the energy and became irritable. Lord Feng, it's Lord Feng. Lord Feng is back. Everyone immediately understood where the energy came from. Each of them let out a hurried and high-spirited roar as they poured more energy into the battlefield. There was no telling if they were agitated because they were suddenly strengthened, or because they knew that Feng was back. That bastard is still restless at the back. We casually pressed a chaos construct into the void and turned back to look at the place where the initial light burst out. He could not help but smile bitterly. Borrowing the initial light and those 3 things, I never thought that it could increase the power of order on such a large scale. In just a few dozen minutes of battle, the chaos constructs and the army of abyssal death mist spawns had yet to get close to the domain of order. They had not even rushed into their attack range. Relying on the ultra-long-range chaos blasts would not be able to defeat the energy towers. However, there were enough of them. They had already wiped out 20 to 30 batches of chaos constructs. Now they had gone through dozens of void jumps and were very close to their attack range. Currently, those at the front had been detonated by the surging torrent of order, turning into fireworks in the void. In less than 2 minutes, those at the front would also be wiped out. However, they were just meat shields now, only to escort the army at the back as they continued to advance. While Feng's buff is at its maximum, blast them back. Hui shouted at everyone in the domain of order. After that, he punched the Guardian shield and broke it into 18 pieces with a single punch. The pieces then rushed into the area covered by the torrent of energy. Attack with all your might. The energy towers that were responsible for gathering the energy for a powerful attack were delayed for about 10 seconds. Together, they unleashed a powerful energy blast that was enough to collapse the void. In an instant, they crossed the void between the 2 sides and drowned the army of chaos constructs and spawns at the front. Then, they crashed into Huey's Guardian shield and turned into billions of scattered energy beams, sweeping across the entire void like energy swords. Just the light alone had cut an entire chaos construct in half, and the remaining energy had almost completely devoured half of it. In the abyssal death mist, a group of fledglings and the underworld people who were guarding the rift frowned when they saw the scene. How did the power of order increase again? In this broken era, they still have the ability to unconditionally increase the power of order? Probably it's because of that light. TSK. Tricky thing. Before the reinforcements arrive, I don't know if these stimulated defective products can push the battle line forward smoothly. Damn it, if we let them continue to show off their power in the void, our losses will be too great. You, and all of you, take the power of chaos and go around them. Tear a hole in the defensive line of order. More than a dozen figures wrapped in dark energy nodded and waved their hands to close the rift. Just as they left the group and took a few steps forward, they suddenly froze. The void around them suddenly shattered into pieces and collapsed. More than a dozen figures did not even have time to react before they turned into a vast rain of light and disappeared. Where do you want to play, rats? The moment the group of underworld people was destroyed, their eyes widened and they were ready for battle. Then, more than a dozen figures suddenly appeared in the shattered void and slowly took shape. They smiled at the underworld people with a slightly sinister smile. The surging aura of their bodies was so strong that it made the group of low-level primeval sweat profusely. Coming in alone, you're asking for death. A gloomy and angry roar broke the frozen silence. A figure suddenly rushed out of the rift in the abyssal death mist and turned into a shadow that rushed toward Jing Yun without any warning. Now that we have the support of the little brother's power, you didn't bring out two mid-level primeval. What do you mean? Jing Yun smiled faintly. With a casual wave of his hand, divine runes and runes that blotted out the sky greeted the figure that was charging toward them. In less than a second, it was enveloped within, under the suppression of a strange force. It was instantly compressed into a rune energy ball that was only the size of a thumb. He looked at the energy ball carefully, then aimed it at the people guarding the crack not far away and flicked his finger. Boom! It was as if a beginner-level Yuanshi had suddenly unleashed all his energy in front of him. The energy storm instantly engulfed the 3 or 4 cracks in front of him. The fledglings and the underworld people's hasty attacks and defenses were drowned in an instant. Even their bodies became part of the sea of light and were completely disintegrated. The mighty destructive storm was also mixed with an extremely rich source of energy. It was not the power that he had released, but the aura that the young man had added to them. Several figures suddenly landed beside Jing Yun and nodded to him. The seal is complete. You can start now. I've been fighting for a while. Then use all your strength to smash it. Smash as many as you can. Tear down everything here. In the instant that everyone spread out, a mighty aura burst out from the abyssal death mist rift. That overpowering aura stunned Jing Yun and the others. He could not help but smile bitterly. Good heavens, I've just said mid-level primeval, and a mid-level primeval really came. You guys don't have any morals. Before they come out of the rift, bury them in the teleportation void storm. The advantage that came from the realm of Order's advanced preparation and the further increase in power was suddenly suppressed. To be specific, it was the advantage at Node 0 that was suppressed. Other than that, they still had the advantage at other places. The battle had not reached a one-sided state, but the army of manifestations could not get close to the realm of Order in a short time. Meanwhile, at Node 0, the army of manifestations and construct from the other nodes had finally arrived at the vicinity of Node 0 after tens of minutes of long journey. The army of billions of soldiers gathered at that place, and after trying their best to cross the range of Order energy bombardment, they bared their 2 ferocious front teeth at them. Pay attention to defense. The chaotic impact of the constructs is coming. Hui shouted at the top of his lungs. He turned around and disappeared from the place of attack into the realm of Order. The great shield and sacred sword in his hand slammed into the void, holding up the most powerful defensive barrier in the realm of order. Then, the core of those distorted behemoths burst out with a gray light that was enough to make the void lose its color. Streaks of energy accompanied by dense chaotic aura attacked from all directions, crossing the void in an instant and hitting heavily on the realm of order. The two-layered realm, along with the sacred barrier, trembled as a result, tottering on the verge of collapse. While they're attacking, attack them one by one according to the arranged echelon. Shoot them down. We pulled out the sacred greatsword with both hands and used force to stimulate the void. The sacred energy swept across the entire realm of order like a storm. Attack. Groups of energy towers appeared in the surrounding void without any warning. Moreover, all of them were in a state of overcharging. Hundreds of thousands of energy towers shone at the same time, causing the fledglings mixed in with the army of manifestations to be shocked. At this time, it was obviously too late for them to withdraw their attacks. They could only hurriedly defend themselves. Streaks of order energy streaked across the void and burst out from the side of the army of constructs, stringing the groups of star-sized constructs together from front to back. Violent destructive energy was released. The power of order seized the opportunity when the power of chaos was not paying attention and slapped it into the void to explode. Therefore, the dazzling energy explosion was led by the power of order. A series of dazzling energy fireworks filled the void. Boundless balls of light bloomed like the sun. However, when all the energy streaks swept across all directions and finally gathered together, the tens of thousands of energy streaks suddenly froze, stopping at one target. No matter how much the order impact landed on it, it did not move at all, causing everyone in the realm of order to turn their gazes towards it. Lord Hui, there's an abnormal target that cannot be destroyed. There's suspected to be the aura of the primeval realm mixed in it. I see it. All of you, put away the energy towers first and attack those who are alone. Hui turned his head and fixed his gaze on the empty spot where the dazzling fireworks were. His gaze locked on for a moment, then he was stunned. It was a ball surrounded by 30 magic circles. The diameter of the magic circles was about 10,000 miles, but the core of the ball of light only had a diameter of 3 to 4,000 miles. The aura in the ball of light, the aura of order, that magic circle, that's... Huey's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. Then he screamed in his soul transmission. Foam! Something big has happened to Foam. This bunch of lunatics have used the power of the primeval god. Just as he finished screaming, the ball slowly released its own energy aura. A golden energy mixed with a dark air current was slowly released. When it came into contact with a magic circle, it suddenly exploded. The energy aura that swept through the realm of order was accompanied by an extremely rich primeval energy. Everyone was shocked. The primeval energy suddenly suppressed the output power of their realm of order. Even the warriors of order who were charging at the front suddenly froze. At the same time, the magic circle with the ball suddenly spiraled and turned. A mighty primeval energy madly condensed and aimed at the realm of order. Everyone retreat. Full defense. The mighty primeval energy turned into a dazzling light of extreme power and rushed through the void in an instant and landed on the dozens of barriers of the realm of order. More than 10 of the strongest energy barriers collapsed in an instant. The huge impact and the destructive power of the rules of order were only disintegrated by 2/3 of the energy barriers. The remaining power was unreservedly released into the realm of order, knocking everyone out with their energy towers. Energy accompanied by golden lightning swept out from Huey's body and supported the people and energy towers that were sent flying out. He placed them safely in the realm of order. Then he raised his hand and threw out 2 guardian shields that were like city gates at the front, dispersing a lot of the shockwaves that seeped in. With a distressed look, he said, "Why do we keep getting beaten up by the primeval energy recently?" It was the primeval energy. The damage caused by that power was not something that could be completely neutralized by a mere barrier. Even the annihilation energy could not be completely neutralized. Even though they were separated by a barrier, the primeval energy still needed to give them a slap. Fortunately, they were able to defend themselves quickly. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as a slap. It was also fortunate that he had the Temple of Origin. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand the direct impact of the primeval energy. Unless he was allowed to sit on the ground for 1 or 2 hours, that would not be a problem. Then, he would not be afraid of another 100 attacks. The problem was that from the beginning of the battle, he did not think that he would encounter something that required him to defend himself with all his might. Who would have thought that he would be hit in the head all of a sudden? He was able to withstand it, but the third and fourth echelons. In the blink of an eye, half of them were lost. The attack came too quickly, and they were controlled by the primeval energy, so they could not dodge it. It could not be helped. After all, that was the most powerful force in the world of order. If it was placed on Maple, it could cause too much damage to the enemy. Now that it was placed on the enemy and was attacking them, it would naturally cause considerable damage to them. It seemed that the underworld had been cornered by them. They had quietly brought out the primeval energy and even carefully hid it among their army. Were they trying to catch them off guard? Maple, Maple, do something. That thing has been beating us up. We quickly shouted to the back. At this moment, the army of chaos constructs and manifestations were not nearby. They were probably afraid that they would be caught in the shockwaves from the collision between the primeval energy and the realm of order. So, they were all hiding far away. However, if that thing that was encircled by a circle continued to attack the realm of order. Anyway, he felt that the realm of order was already trembling. Yin Nuoxing was silent for a moment before she said, "Would you believe me if I say that I've actually held it down?" "What? Say that again?" "That thing has used the power of the primeval god. Although it's quite weak, and the way they use that power is too crude and direct, it's still the power of those undead. You can treat this thing as a powerful offensive temple of origin, other than attacking. We seem to have understood something. Could it be that it can also strengthen the power of the manifestations and chaos constructs, mixed with the aura of chaos? Theoretically, it can do that. That's why I've held down its strengthening function. Look at it, and then look at the chaos constructs that have surrounded it." We heard that, and immediately looked up into the distance. That thing that was encircled by a circle of orbs was emitting a brilliant light that spiraled with a dark aura. The pattern of the energy trembling, the way the energy was released, and that aura he was familiar with. It was the appearance of the Temple of Origin's realm of order. As for the army of manifestations that had surrounded it, those big guys were all nestled in the back, maliciously rubbing the chaos energy. At a glance, the 1 to 2,000 chaos constructs were almost fully charged. The reason why they had not attacked yet was probably because they were waiting for the orbs to strengthen their power. Oh ho, my life is over. We smiled bitterly and broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, all the energy and energy towers in the realm of order had been turned into defensive mode. Feng Yuan was at the back, increasing their strength, and holding down the dog's head, was already working very hard, but they had a crippled Qiu. Bang! Huff and puff. Fight your mother. Several more energy barriers were declared invalid. We immediately felt the pressure on the guardian barrier increase by several times. He was sweating profusely. He hurriedly shouted through the soul transmission, "Help! Is there anyone who has the time to save me?" Yin Nuoxing, that lazy bastard. Just as he was about to help, because if a certain lazy bastard was not doing anything, he suddenly felt a surge of energy in the realm of order. He thought for a moment and held back the energy that was about to burst out. In the realm of order, a surge of violent energy accompanied by silver-blue lightning that was 10,000 miles wide suddenly appeared. It streaked across the side of the realm of order and charged forward like a raging silver dragon. In an instant, it rubbed against the 30 circles that were stuck together and exploded with a burst of energy that did not lose to the chaos energy tainted creation of origin. The violent energy flame, along with circles of ripples, exploded, blowing the 30 circles into pieces. A figure suddenly appeared in the void. "Oh, cool." We clapped his hands hard. Brother Lay, who was wearing a silver-white, tight-fitting robe, appeared in the sky accompanied by lightning. He looked down at the creation of Origin that was just scratched and had not stopped releasing energy. He raised his hand and waved. The figure that gathered hundreds of millions of silver-white lightning fell together with the Thunder Dragon. He shouted softly and pressed all the energy on the core of the sphere. Silver Dragon. An astonishing burst of energy. Probably because they were both Origin energy, the two energies collided violently after they came into contact in the core. In a short moment, all the energy in the entire core was ignited. A burst of energy that was dazzling enough to break the void rushed out from the core. The sudden flash of light was as dazzling as the flash of light at the moment of creation. Hui, who was clapping his hands and praising the creation of Origin, suddenly froze. That dazzling burst of energy. He seemed to have seen a figure flying out. Maple's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Hui, hurry up and get him back. The Origin energy that is tainted by chaos energy will detonate hundreds of times faster than before. The power is also the same. I've been beaten up before, so I know that guy might not have paid attention to his defense and flew out. Hui, he really flew out. Chapter 1739. When Liao pulled Brother Lei back from the deep void far away from the front line, he was scratching his head and smiling awkwardly. His formal and handsome standard white robe had turned gray, as if he was picked up from a garbage dump. His face was also smeared with dust, as if he had just come back from digging coal. Ahem, I miscalculated. It's my first time fighting an Origin creation. I didn't expect it to be so exciting. Brother Lei laughed dryly at Hui. But it won't be a problem next time. Now that I have experience, I'll put on my shield before I charge. Hui heard that and nodded with difficulty. But why are you here all of a sudden? Have you guys moved? That's not true. Didn't you tell us to endure for a while and pay attention to our recovery? We've been waiting at the back. However, you guys have already started fighting at the front line. We can't really not pay attention to it. Moreover, you were shouting so loudly just now. If we don't come and hit you, we'll feel bad. Brother Lei shrugged. Huey's expression changed at the mention of the matter just now. He quickly dragged the others back to the front line. Oh no, I didn't expect them to use the Origin power so quickly. We don't have the corresponding countermeasures here. We have to get everyone at the front line to don't worry. Maple's voice echoed in his mind like a curse. As long as those 4 words were heard, he would instantly calm down. The Origin power only appeared at Node 0. It seems that they intend to attack this place and interrupt my guidance. If they didn't guess what the original light was guiding something, then they intend to flatten whatever is first. By the way, I think it should be the former. Right now, the battlefield of more than 100 nodes is tilting towards Node 0. The army of spawns and constructs also intend to charge over from various parts of the void and gather in front of Node 0 to charge directly. They even gave up on attacking the other nodes and just charged here. Although the other nodes are doing their best to stop them. If they want to leave, their interception won't be any better. With this kind of reckless fighting style, I don't believe that they don't know that they're just blindly attacking. Hui and Brother Lei couldn't help but look at each other. The former said, after all, it's the remnant clan from the previous era. Maybe there are people inside who know about this. That unconcealable energy, that aura, passed through the void front line and spread to a very distant place. Perhaps it covered the entire middle plane and a small portion of the upper plane's void territory. Since the Netherworld had the power of Origin, it shouldn't take too much effort to identify this energy. Hui suddenly asked Brother Lei, did the Origin heavenly god use anything to suppress the power of primal chaos? Brother Lei nodded. Of course, but it is not as effective as this. Those conventional methods can only suppress less than 10% of the power. But this thing, you have heard from Her Eminence that it can suppress 10 to 20% of the power of chaos. When we were sent away, this thing was still in the planning stage. Oh, that's right. The 2 auras are about the same. It's just that there's a difference in strength. Then it seems that there are people in the Netherworld who have seen through what's happening in the Void territory. So, they're risking their lives to come and stop us. Yin Nuashing replied softly. We have to strengthen our defensive power. But we seem to have figured out all the strengthening methods that we can use. TSK, I don't know if the other side has sent anything that can kill us. This is going to be very difficult. They had made sufficient preparations before they started, but they didn't leave any so-called trump cards or backup forces. Speaking of which, who would dare to leave a backup plan in this kind of battlefield? That was simply courting death. The other side wouldn't give them any time to prepare. They would come and slap them in the face. The beginning was violent, and the end was fatal. Ah, little brother, I have 2 pieces of news here. Jing Yun's voice suddenly sounded in the soul communication. That tone was more or less desolate and helpless. Hearing it, they were all stunned. Let's talk about the bad news first. The 3 of them said in unison. The Netherworld has sent 20 to 30 beginner-level Yuanshi who are close to the peak of beginner level. Then what's the good news? The good news is that I've locked them up here. Along with more than 10 million new manifestations that have appeared. Oh, and 1 to 200 chaotic constructs. Yin Nuashing and the other 2. You've locked them up? You're being surrounded, aren't you? Could the good news be referring to you using your body to block them there? I didn't think that they would be so violent. This group of people doesn't talk about martial virtues. I just started 1 round, and they called a bunch of people over. Jing Yun smiled bitterly. Huey's face darkened as he muttered, "To hell with martial virtues. Who in the void talks about martial virtues with you? Those who talk about martial virtues with you have already been pressed into the void and beaten into a ball of light by you." Old Brother Lay's gaze crossed the void's front line and the void, locking onto a part of the void that was surrounded by a huge energy barrier. That sealed area didn't receive much attention from the manifestations and constructs, but inside, from the frequency of the barrier's surface flashing, the battle inside should be very lively. I can still endure here for an hour or 2 and try to kill a bunch of them. Remember to save up a round of order disintegration. When the time comes, come over and help out. Just shoot at me. Jing Yun hurriedly threw down this sentence and cut off the spiritual transmission. The battle on the other side should still be very intense. He had only taken the time to send a few words and also throw down a message that could barely be considered a request for help. Speaking of which, the dozen of them could still fight for 2 hours even though they were surrounded. It didn't seem as urgent as they thought. Lord Hui, I've detected more constructs with origin power on the way. Just like before, they're hiding in the ranks of constructs. Number 20. I Ching's hurried voice gave the 3 of them a headache. Hui rubbed his forehead helplessly. All right, looks like they're going to use all their strength to break through this place in a short amount of time and interrupt your illuminating the void. The army of manifestations and constructs had clearly been stimulated and injected with adrenaline. A bunch of strengthening statuses hung over their bodies. The fact that the first and second batches were crushed to death in the void instead made them even more berserk. They then sneakily took out those chaos constructs that had been treated with origin power. Those things that were already fearless in the first place became even more berserk under the reverse stimulation of origin power. They were now unleashing their own chaos power without restraint, greatly increasing the pressure on the trio. Maple, those formations of yours, those formations that can't be moved, do you have a way to move them to the front lines? There are more than 1 trillion formations left behind at the second defensive line. Even after 100 billion years of battle, that number had jumped a few times. However, 70 to 80% of them were formations that were fixed at the second defensive line and couldn't be moved to act as battle fortresses. Right now, less than 20% of them were actually brought to the front lines. Actually, I didn't think about this problem back then. Yin Nuashing exhaled in distress. They can be moved before they're activated, but those formations used to fortify the base are hard to move once they've been activated. How about this? I'll adjust the formations from themselves to solidifying the void around them. You can chisel them out along with that piece of void and move them to the front lines. There's such a thing? Hui and Old Brother Thunder were speechless. If I say there is, then there is. Hurry up, I've already dealt with it. Just hold on for 1 more day, and it'll be done in 1 day. Hui was also excited when he heard that. He originally thought that it would take a longer time, such as a month or two, or even a year or two. He did not expect that it would only take one day. Actually, it was not easy to hold on for one day when the underworld was charging at them at full force. The void under their feet trembled violently. Hui and Old Brother Thunder looked up at the front lines. That was the impact of that thing with the power of origin. When it hit the realm of order, it affected the movement of this part of the void. That was not the power of two kinds of order mixed together. Otherwise, the power would not be so weak. Its body was still a kind of chaos structure, but the material was not a derivative that was piled up. Then there should be a very well-isolated power of origin inside it. The principle was also very simple. Let the two kinds of power stimulate each other to explode with more powerful destructive power. For more details, just look at Maple's origin, chaos. The latter was more violent and manic. I'll ask him to come over and help. Without saying a word, Old Brother Thunder spread out the power of his soul. He tilted his head and saw Hui was about to say something. He waved his hand and smiled. Don't worry, we won't expose too much power at once and let the other side see through it. But if we don't do something now, it will be difficult to clean up the situation when the time comes. Hui smiled bitterly. Then let them go. Let's move Maple's magic array to the front lines. The chaos structure, with the power of origin, could not keep releasing energy. After the golden light, with the dark energy shown on the realm of order for a full minute, the light quietly dissipated. The realm of order also let out a few droning sounds of energy exhaustion. Then, the energy tower that had completed the energy output conversion in a short period of time, along with tens of thousands of roars, once again unleashed a torrent of energy that covered the entire void, drowning the chaos structure that was still showing off. As for those bodies with the power of origin, it would not be easy to destroy them in a short period of time. They might need to gather the energy of the entire realm of order to penetrate them in one shot. If they could string them together, it would be better. That would consume a lot of energy, and it was obviously not worth it to kill them all. Focus the firepower of the energy tower on the normal structure and the derivative. Don't bother about those with the power of origin. They can't sink the realm of order. We don't have a way to kill it in a short period of time. Let's wait for Master Hui and the others to come back first. I Ching waved his hand and gave the order. Personal Special Energy Tower. Enter the charging state first. TSK. For now, use it to strengthen the defense of the realm of order. After a few rounds of bombardment, the defense of the realm of order had been reduced by 1/3. Now it looked quite stable. However, with more and more special constructs gradually getting into position, it was hard to say how long this layer of barrier could last. It had been more than an hour since the start of the battle. The Abyssal Death Mist derivative had led the constructs and special constructs to recover from the first and second round of destruction. At this moment, they were lining up in formation within their attack range and launching a counterattack. The derivatives were not afraid of death to begin with. Now, they were pouncing on the realm of order without any hesitation. It was obvious that they were planning to use cannon fodder to attract the enemy's attention. Those chaotic constructs would not stop attacking just because their target was blocking their allies. On the contrary, they seemed to be attacking even harder. These two were still fine. Originally, they would need a long time to cause enough damage to the realm of order, so there was nothing to be afraid of. What gave them a headache were those chaotic constructs with the power of origin that had suddenly appeared. It was common knowledge that once something in the void had the word origin attached to its name, the entire thing would no longer be familiar to anyone. This law seemed to apply to the chaotic constructs at the front as well. These 20 to 30 chaotic constructs that were getting into position one after another carried an astonishing amount of power. They were not pieced together by the derivatives, but were themselves special nomological creations. They could hold on for a long time under the bombardment of order power. In fact, because they were standing at the front, they even shared about 60 to 70% of the attack with the army of derivatives and constructs. These things are simply shameless. I Ching smiled bitterly. At this moment, he had no idea how to deal with those 20 to 30 special chaotic constructs that were gradually increasing. At the beginning of this battle, Order had been steadily gaining the upper hand. However, as the battle went on, they suddenly switched to defensive mode. Conservatively speaking, they would be at a disadvantage in a while. Huh? Why a while? Look at those special constructs. They were obviously holding back a bellyful of energy, but they just did not open fire. It was obvious that they were waiting for the 10 or so constructs behind them to get into position and blast down at the same time. With about 40 constructs with the power of origin, even if the realm of order was not destroyed, it would be almost done for. I Ching, get ready to collect the goods. Hurry up and place these things inside the realm of order. That's right, don't move them out. We're digging out the foundation of the second line of defense. If we mess it up, Maple will eat me, and then you. Master Huey's voice suddenly exploded in I Ching's mind. As soon as I Ching turned around, he saw pieces of black, palm-sized cubes falling from mid-air to the ground in the realm of order. He picked them up and looked inside. It seemed that he could see something glowing inside. This, Master Hui, what is this? The foundation of the second line of defense. It's that thing that can't be moved. Fuse it with the void. I Ching seemed to have understood something. He found a good place and pressed a cube into the void. Then a magic array with a diameter of 1,000,000 miles suddenly took shape. The entire magic array flickered with the radiance of energy. He couldn't be more familiar with this thing. Order Disintegration Array, initial version. Yes, it was only a single magic array. He still remembered that this was the main cannon. Bah! This Order Disintegration Magic Array was followed by millions of auxiliary magic arrays. It forcefully strengthened this Order Disintegration Magic Array to the point where order, void, chaos, and everything else would be annihilated into dregs. In short, it was even more powerful. Just as he was thinking about it, he saw the void behind the 1,000,000-mile magic array suddenly ripple. Circles of magic arrays of various sizes appeared behind it and rotated as they landed behind it. An invisible energy connected them to each other and became a whole. Other than the magic array, the black cubes seemed to have found a place to fuse with the void. Suddenly, the magic arrays with indescribable energy covered the entire realm of order. Lord Feng's magic arrays. This familiar energy. I Ching could not help but sigh under the illumination of the light of truth from the billions of magic arrays. Everyone, Lord Feng's light of truth. I Ching took 2 steps forward. Now, his waist no longer hurt, and his legs no longer felt like jelly. Even if he was given a great sword, he would be able to stand on the front lines and wield it vigorously. Although the overall order was only attack, because he did not have a great sword, he could only spread his arms slightly and have a compassionate look on his face. Everyone, charge up. Come, let's fire. More than 10 seconds later, before the chaotic constructs on the other side were all in position, a vast energy comparable to the surging of a galaxy rushed forward together with the indiscriminate bombardment of the energy towers toward the army of manifestations and constructs. 1 round of saturated attacks, 1 round of order disintegration magic. The entire void was so clean that it was as if it was the beginning of the world. Wow. Although I knew that Brother Feng's power would be very exaggerated, isn't this too exaggerated? Old Brother Lei, who had rushed back from the rear, could not help but be speechless when he saw this scene. They had been about to fall into a disadvantageous situation, but the situation was reversed just like that. Within their field of vision, they could no longer see the silhouettes of the 40 or so constructs. Only a large number of remnants of the manifestations were left, and they were charging fearlessly toward them. Hui sighed and patted Old Brother Lei's shoulder. It's a basic skill. Stay calm. You will see even more basic skills in the future. For example, Feng in his normal state, or Feng in his berserk state, or Feng in a state where he doesn't care about his own life, or Feng who intends to sacrifice everything to drag the void down with him. Old Brother Lei's face was filled with horror. What kind of strange state are those? In short, they are very dangerous states. The next time you see him personally at the front lines, when you see him shining and not looking right, remember to prepare your defenses so that you won't be able to protect your chrysanthemum. However, that's enough. Hurry up and go save them. Yin Nuoxing shouted as she scolded. The two shuddered and hurriedly ran towards the void. Jing Yun was still fighting an army of 1,000 in there. Hopefully, that bastard could hold on for a little longer. Right now, the front line was protected by the array, and the risk of being blown up was very low. Unless the army of the 100 nodes, manifestations, and constructs all surged over at once, and they did not gather along the way, but instead charged over in an orderly manner. Then if Nafeng was not there, they would have to put their lives on the line to hold on. Wait, bring the things. If you guys fall there, I won't be able to save them. Feng's voice caught up from behind, and along with him were 3 or 4 black cubes. These cubes were as long as a person's face. We smiled bitterly at the sight. Feng, tell me honestly, how many things are stuffed inside these cubes? Yin Nuoxing yawned and said, not much, just 30 to 40 formations. They are all backups at the second defensive line. Almost a third of your defensive forces have yet to be deployed. Hui was speechless, as expected of the most insane bastard in the entire void. 30 to 40 formations was nothing, but if they were fully deployed, it would be a conservative estimate of 30 to 40 million formations. If he was even more insane, it would not be impossible for him to have 3 to 400 million formations. Charge out personally. Come to think of it, that was not his mission. In the past, when he was fighting at the front lines of the void, even if he had to go out for a walk or two, it would only be a short distance away. Today was the first time he had gone so deep, and it was mainly to save those idiots who had planned to go around the rear to wreak havoc but ended up trapping him inside. Going deep alone was unparalleled. Jing Yun, that bastard. Why were they all doing things that did not suit him today? Hui thought for a moment and put on layers of energy barriers over his body. He even put on a few layers of guardian barrier. Then, he took out his shield and sword and brushed past the army of manifestations. He could not help but mutter, they can't just insta-kill us, right? Brother Lei did not know whether to laugh or cry at his fully armed appearance. Don't worry, you won't die. The other side should be able to escape without throwing a high-tier one at us. Sai, at most, will die once. We'll be good men again in a dozen days. Hui smiled bitterly. Ever since the spiritual temple came into existence, everyone seemed to be unable to treat death seriously anymore. They thought that dying might not be a big deal, since they could be resurrected anyway. They had already lost their resistance to death. It wasn't that they couldn't understand it, but that they were already numb to it. After all, in the front lines of the void, everyone had already died many times. Even Maple had died once, and only a few were still alive. They were all those who couldn't simply die in the spiritual temple. Why did your face suddenly become strange? Brother Lei had been looking at Hui from aside. He saw that Huey's face suddenly became colorful, and then black. He was stunned. Is the pressure too much? I'm just imagining things. Hui smiled bitterly. He could not possibly tell Brother Lei that he was thinking about something that was hovering between life and death. They were already deep into the army of manifestations. They were not far away from the encirclement that Jing Yun had put up. There were a few big rifts in front of them. They were similar to the rifts that the distorted race had once created. However, they only looked the same on the outside. The rules, order, and aura inside were all different. The manifestations and structures that came out from the rifts all had a chaotic aura as if they had just formed. Do you think that if we go in from here, we will directly go to the place where the manifestations and structures are directly formed? Hui paused for a second. A dangerous thought was floating in his mind. The silver thunder on Brother Lei's body trembled. Although my intuition tells me that this is the case, if we really jump in, we might not be able to come back. However, it should still be possible to think of a way to close it. According to the signs of the flow of chaotic energy nearby, the core should be Hui Jun. Save me. We can't beat them. This group of people have eaten explosives. Are you ready for the disintegration of order? Jing Yun's hoarse screams interrupted their contemplation, causing them to not know whether to laugh or cry. They hurriedly rushed into Jing Yun's encirclement. Let's save this idiot first, then we'll talk later. The two people who suddenly rushed into the encirclement were completely inconspicuous, like two sesame seeds that had dropped into the sea. However, the aura that they released, the momentum, and the group of magic circles that were madly increasing behind them instantly attracted the attention of all the manifestations, structures, and people from the underworld. Both sides were stunned. Hui pointed his greatsword forward. His entire body was brimming with a vigorous aura. He opened his mouth and urged them to surrender. Stop, stop. All of you, put your hands on your heads. Surrender and be happy. We do not accept captives. Everyone was speechless. Chapter 1740. The vast and mighty primordial light illuminated the entire void. The aura that originated from the primordial spirit descended on all levels of the void. That aura had already taken shape. In the void, everyone at the void frontline could feel the primordial spirit that originated from the birth of the great primordial realm. Moreover, there seemed to be something else amidst it, which made people feel a little uneasy. That power made people from both sides feel a little restless. However, the people from the world of order were still rather calm, because everyone knew who was the one who caused the commotion. As for the people from the underworld, it seemed like they were unable to calm down. They were clearly intending to focus their fire on Node 0, which was why they had reduced the impact on the other nodes in the Void's frontline, intending to concentrate all their forces on Node 0. There had been news from 200 to 300 nodes that all Abyssal Death Shroud forces were converging on Node 0, intending to finish the job in one fell swoop. However, there was a feeling that something was holding them back, that their bodies could not keep up with their minds. They wanted to do so, but they could not, or perhaps they had already done so. Logically speaking, it should not have stopped there. Their aura and suicidal momentum were very fierce, and a chihuahua had pretended to be a large creature that was 4 to 5 meters tall. Although they were definitely not chihuahuas, that was what they were acting like. They could only guess that there was something holding them back. Moreover, looking at their increasingly fierce attacks, it seemed that they were forced to use their own strength. It was likely that some small conspiracy behind the scenes was coming to an end. However, they had no good ideas. They could only fight. If they could kill as many as they could, they would. If they couldn't kill them, they had to kill them. That was the current situation of the battle in the Void frontlines. Though he had been hanging like a puppet in the first light, he was also observing the entire battlefield through the augmentation of all order powers in the Void frontlines, so that he would not have the time to react if something unexpected were to happen. Well, he was sure that something was going to happen. Now, the problem was where. Node 0 was a good place. It would collapse in one hit. As long as no one survived, the Void of Order would be finished. It was also possible for something to happen in other parts of the Void frontline. They could catch them off guard and break the Void blockade within a minute. Then, they could take the opportunity to enter the world of order and engage in a chaotic battle. The world of order that had lost its position would turn from positional warfare to guerrilla warfare. Its strength would definitely drop by a few hundred levels. So far, everything seems to be going too smoothly. Yin Nuashing couldn't help but murmur softly. As his voice reverberated, strands of energy rippled out from the light of primordial light, as if the void was responding to his words. How do you feel? The little angel raised her head in the spiritual world and nodded. The power of the abyssal death mist is already showing signs of being suppressed. The energy and scent that are spreading out now should be a warning. When everything is fully activated, the power of suppression will instantly spread to the entire front line of the void. With any place in the front line as the center, the power of chaos in an entire region of the void will be suppressed. Yin Nuashing heaved a long sigh and shook her head. I know. I'm asking about your situation. Do you feel any discomfort? The little angel was stunned for a moment. She stroked her silver hair with a chuckle and said, I'm fine. What accident can happen in your soul world? That's good. Yin Nuashing nodded. It seemed that the large-scale suppression power that was about to appear would not penetrate the spiritual world and affect the life inside. He raised his head and looked at the void where the first light surged. At this moment, a mysterious rune of energy appeared in the void. It was a pattern of golden runes and colorful divine patterns entangled with each other. They flashed in the void according to a fixed frequency, and with each energy tremor, they flashed from near to far like a circle of waves that kept spreading in the void. At this moment, the mysterious pattern had encompassed a considerable area, so large that it could cause the order and rules in a region of the void to lose their original function under its guidance, reshaping the rules of the void. Yes, he could do it if he wanted to. Although the area of effect was only this region of the void, and including the front line of the void, it was only a relatively small region of the void. He could reshape the rules himself, but it would take a long time. The rules and order that he casually created would not play any special role in dealing with the abyssal death mist, and just casually doing it would take a lot of effort and effort. It was a strenuous and thankless task. It was better to just do as he planned, hold this region of the void, suppress the power of the void, and amplify the power of order. That was all. It's almost time. The three important things had all been fused by him. The doorknob, that was the subcore, had also been reshaped. From a fragment that was casually torn off, it became a diamond-shaped energy crystal that was at least 1,000 feet in size. It was encircled by rings of energy of different sizes, and was currently hanging at the apex where the first light touched the void, acting as an energy node used to sense the void. He was making the final adjustments, and when everything stabilized, that grand energy baptism that spread across this region of the void would certainly be a symbolic event. But what kind of event would that be? A counterattack event? They were fighting right now, so it couldn't be considered as a counterattack. As for calling it the Horn of Victory, forget it. At most, they would die with more dignity. The main event of the Underworld hadn't arrived yet. If anyone said, "We won," after defeating this group of manifestations and constructs, he would definitely slap them from the 8th elemental realm to the 1st elemental realm, and they wouldn't even need to teleport in between. So what kind of event would that be? Forget it. If I can't figure it out, I'll just ignore it. Let's just treat it as a turning point. Maybe they would be the one to suppress the other party from now on, or maybe the other party would become angry out of humiliation and press them into the void to beat them up even more violently. Why is my mind getting more and more distracted towards the end? Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly upon hearing that. Because it's very serious. It's a very serious matter. Whatever the world of order does will cause the other side to target them severely. I have to make plans in advance. Although my plans are limited to a few steps, but it's not impossible to jump out of the box occasionally. After all, warriors can also serve as support. The little angel was slightly stunned. What are you planning to do? Yin Nuashing grinned, but did not continue the topic. He continued, "Now, I'm just worried about this counterattack. No, mischievous. How would it agitate the other party? What a difficult problem. If they did not resist, they would be pressed into the void and beaten up. If they counterattacked, it would be like playing with them. They would be even more excited to press them down and beat them up. What kind of void joke is this? Are they treating us like brothels?" She was a little worried when she saw a pair of eyes that flickered with some kind of profound dark energy. That little fool must be thinking about some kind of even more reckless and brutal backup power. That power was enough to make the entire void tremble. As long as he judged that even if there was only a 50% chance of success, he would not hesitate to charge forward, just like that time 100 billion years ago. She felt that he might have sensed something following the movement in the void. Perhaps it was some kind of intuition. Just as they were thinking about some kind of extremely dangerous thing at the same time, a soft and clear energy hum sounded like the first melody of a soft plucking tune, quietly echoing under the void. Accompanied by that sky-piercing light, all life in the void front line noticed this soft hum. Now, time's up. Come. The abyssal death mist spawn and those huge chaos constructs suddenly froze at that moment. The scarlet in their eyes instantly turned into a deep darkness. Then, like a stone statue, they froze in their last movement, causing everyone in the void front line to tremble. This is Hui was also stunned when he saw the sudden stiffening of the spawn and constructs in front of him. That soft melody only sounded in his heart at that moment. He quickly turned around and looked behind, slightly widening his eyes, and shouted in joy through the soul transmission. It's done, it's done. Maple's done over there. Everyone's riled up. Press them all into the void for me to take a bath. That ray of primordial light was still endlessly transmitting its primordial aura into the void. As the crystals suspended high in the void trembled slightly, two energy halos, one bright and the other dark, quietly formed. Then they quickly swept across the entire void. The two halos, accompanied by the initial presence, swept through the entire void front line through the nodes. Every manifestation, construct, and abyssal death shroud that appeared near the realm of order were all dealt a destructive blow. Countless manifestations and constructs were instantly vaporized, truly so cleanly that not even a single strand of energy was left behind, having been completely wiped out. So exciting? Hui was also stunned for a moment. He did not expect that there would be such an effect. This was not considered weakening, but directly purifying the power to eliminate chaos. Wasn't it directly purifying those bastards? Brother Thunder took a few glances and reacted. He shook his head. It's just that the energy disturbance at the moment when the realm is released is too great. Because this power has been accumulated for a long time, when it is released in an instant, as long as it has something to do with chaos within the realm, it will definitely not be able to escape. However, it's only for an instant to cut off the reaction of the chaos energy. Take advantage of the fact that they can't move now and quickly kill them. On the other hand, Jing Yun and the others instantly unleashed their full power, unleashing all of their energy without the slightest bit of hesitation. Just the might of their normal energy attacks was already enough. Just by unleashing their attacks in all directions, they were able to harvest countless manifestations. Take it easy over there. Be careful. We had just reminded them when his expression changed. He hurriedly withdrew his guardian shield and rushed toward Jing Yun. The shield propped up a huge energy barrier in front of it, deflecting a chaos attack that had surged out from a large crack to one side. The chaos energy that was abnormally powerful and destructive made Huey's expression tremble. When this energy rushed into the realm, it was instantly weakened by more than 20%. However, it still caused his guardian shield to tremble violently. Just by deflecting it, the shield flickered, as if it was about to collapse. Oh, high energy reaction. Hurry up and retreat. The other side is going crazy. Brother Lei's expression changed abruptly when Hui withstood the massive chaotic impact. They had opened a dozen cracks in the vicinity, but there were still 20 to 30 large cracks that had yet to be closed. At this moment, 3 of the large cracks suddenly emitted an extremely surging and vast aura, causing Brother Lei's expression to change. High energy reaction. Hui was stunned when he heard this. For him, a mid-level Yuan sure, to say these words, wouldn't that mean Brother Thunder did not have time to respond to any more questions. He waved his hand and threw out a torrent of energy, hitting the chaos attack that was coming from the front to the side. He stretched out his hands to grab Hui Jun and Jing Yun and hurriedly ran away. Hey, it wasn't easy to get an advantage, and now it's messed up again. Forget it. Since we're already here, we have to take some things with us before we leave. Hui roared and used all his strength to pierce through the Guardian shield with the sword of the Guardian. Then he used all his strength to throw the shield out. Like a golden meteor, it pierced through the void. The surging divine energy expanded by more than 10,000 times in just a few breaths, shattering all the manifestations and structures that were still in the state of being petrified. Then it crashed into a large scarlet crack. The divine light boiled and exploded. The dazzling energy storm swept out for hundreds of millions of miles, crushing the fissure that had collided head-on into ashes. The countless manifestations and structures in the surroundings were in a defenseless state, and they would be annihilated just by being grazed by the divine energy. Who knew how many manifestations had been annihilated within the range of the storm? The divine storm did not wreak havoc for long. The three vast auras that Brother Lay had just sensed had become much stronger again. In just a few seconds, they quickly became clear. A moment later, the divine storm suddenly paused. An energy that was many times stronger than before surged out from within. It pierced through the divine storm and chased after the three of them. Tisk, I'm too slow. Brother Lay suddenly turned around. The silver lightning on his body flashed and was about to block the attack. A golden light suddenly descended on the three of them, startling them. Before they could react, their bodies had already been swept away by the light. The energy that had pierced through the void like a soul-chasing spirit had also pounced on empty air. Everyone shrink the defense line. Everyone return to the realm of order. Quick! As soon as they returned to the realm of order, Hui waved his hand as soon as he landed. Then, he hurriedly poured out all the energy towers that he had brought with him. Lines of energy runes appeared and connected all of them into one. Throw out all the energy towers, all the energy crystals. Take out all the special crystals that contain the origin energy, reserve echelon. The large equivalents that I asked you to prepare, start gathering energy now. Gather energy without limit. It won't be a problem to destroy as many energy towers and energy crystals as you want. Get ready for a destructive force that can sink the entire void into nothingness. Brother Lay was also shocked by the continuous yelling. He hurriedly shouted through the soul transmission. Sister Qing, Sui Feng, hurry up and get ready. There are three super troublemakers at the front line. Gather everyone's origin energy. Bring our guys and get ready to fight. TSK, they're too early. I didn't expect that they would come to deal with the realm just as it was formed. But that's to be expected. We're also prepared. Hui swore as he poured tons of energy crystals onto the ground. He did not feel the slightest heartache as he stuffed them into the energy towers. The energy aura of these tens of thousands of energy towers skyrocketed by tens of thousands of levels in just half a minute. He had a ferocious look on his face as he said, "Fortunately, they did not do anything for the past 100 billion years. We have accumulated 100 billion years worth of energy, resentment, and hatred here, you bastards." Lord Huey's overflowing resentment and anger swept through the realm of order, causing the people who were already rushing to act to tremble. They didn't need anyone to remind them at all to recall the light that shone in the void 100 billion years ago. That scene caused them to be filled with irritation and fury. A group of people simply turned the spatial array upside down and threw everything on the ground regardless of what was inside. They all knew what had happened, and right now, it was just happening again. Jing Yun returned from the distance, carrying a crystal pillar that was 1,000 feet tall. He quickly came to the front of the realm of order and placed the crystal pillar right in front of the realm of order. It's here. This thing is ready. It's specially made for these damn things. Gather all the energy gathered by the energy towers here. It was a colorful energy tower made entirely of energy crystals. As for what energy it was, what else could it be other than origin energy? However, it was made from 147 types of origin energy. Every inch of space was engraved with dense energy runes, each rune not much bigger than a strand of hair. It was so densely engraved that the crystalline energy tower appeared to be covered in a layer of golden light. Notify all Void frontline personnel. Leave 2/3 of the energy in each node, and gather the rest through the origin node to node 0. Vast energy streams converge from all over the Void through the origin temple toward node 0 in a mere 5 seconds. The origin temple that stood at the very center of the Void was as bright as an extremely violent sun. Jing Yun had to suppress the dazzling light so that everyone would not be blinded. The mighty holy energy storm slowly dissipated, leaving only scattered manifestations and broken structures lying in the background. No one had the time to care about the defeated soldiers. At the spot where the storm had disappeared, 3 figures that looked no different from ordinary people slowly appeared. The unusually surging and vast energy aura penetrated the void and landed in the order domain of Node Zero, causing everyone's heart to sink. Then, everyone's eyes became ferocious, and the speed at which they gathered energy increased by several notches. Oomph. World of Order. You really think we don't have anyone to deal with you? The cold voice was just like the high-tier Yuansher who was sacrificed in the void the last time they met. It was directly transmitted to them through the void and the realm of order. Do you see that damn thing? Divert the energy of the energy towers. Gather the power of the origin temple. Shoot them down. Hui regenerated the guardian's sword and yelled as he pointed at the three damned things in the distant void, his body trembling in golden light. Wait, this energy might not be enough. Wait a moment, just in case. Brother Lei hurriedly waved his hand to calm the restless crowd. With a third of the void's frontline strength and nearly 100 billion years' worth of resources, coupled with the 147 origin energy creations that Brother Maple had provided as the final node and energy discharge point, if these things were to be blasted into a pot of chaos, the three high-tier primeval would definitely lose a layer of skin, even if they did not die. But they did not want to see that happen. They just wanted the enemy to be completely and utterly dead. You rats. Every time you come out, all you do is spout nonsense. The murmurs that seemed to fall from nothingness reverberated throughout the entire void. The roaring movement seemed to be the awakening of the will of the void, which made the irritable people in Hui and order calm down a little. Then they continued to lower their heads and hurriedly gather energy and continue to gather energy. A figure accompanied by the light of origin and the light of chaos appeared at the forefront of the realm of order. The colorful azure wings behind her fluttered even though there was no wind, and the movement of the entire void swayed gently with the fluttering of the azure wings. The initial light fell in front of her. Yun Nuashing slowly opened her colorful eyes and stared at the three figures in the void. They're the same as you. Relying on their absolute power, their conceit, and arrogance, they fell here. You have concerns, I can see that. No, it's not just you. The underworld itself has concerns. As a race of the last era, it's fun to be on both sides during the war between order and chaos, isn't it? Being a fence-sitter is quite easy for you, isn't it? Until the end, you succeeded and retreated. After surviving that disaster, you showed your power in this era and did whatever you wanted. You are as timid as mice. Can you understand our determination and willingness to face death with equanimity? The three high-level primeval's expression gradually turned gloomy. What she said was bullsh**t. When they knew that the situation was fixed, who would casually put their lives on the table as a card to be casually played? Even if they could be reincarnated after death, whether they could come back to this place was another matter altogether. High-level primeval. The underworld. How much did they sacrifice for this step? That's right. The situation was fixed. The situation was fixed. But none of them expected the world of order to be so tenacious. They also had the power of the heavenly god of origin, but it was only the power that they stole. After all, it was not comparable to the power that they really left for the world of order. Otherwise, they would not have been unable to take down the world of order for so long. Afraid of death? Nonsense. Moreover, a war would only start when one side had an absolute advantage, unless there was some kind of monstrous hatred. They should have been the former. Perhaps they thought they had the absolute advantage. Yin Nuashing sneered when she saw the murderous look on the faces of the three of them. She slowly spread her arms, and the light of primordial on her body surged even more violently. Hey, primordial heavenly god and primordial heavenly god. You arrogant winners. In front of you is the world of order that you can conquer anytime and anywhere. Come and kill us. In front of you is the entire world of order that you have been dreaming of. Kill us, and everything will be yours. What? Don't dare to attack? You don't dare to fight with me? Take a gamble? Haha. You think that victory is within your grasp, so you're not willing to gamble with your lives, right? Unfortunately, you don't dare, but I do. Abnormally surging origin energy surged out and engulfed the entire region of the void. A massive planetary system with several stars descended upon the front lines of the void along with the light of primordial. The surging origin energy, the light that could disturb the void and the void. Brother Lei felt as if his eyes were going blind. The number of origin energy definitely exceeded 147. Oh no, this energy. The expression of the leader of the three changed drastically. This was the energy that he had used to kill their great guardian last time, and it was definitely more unreasonable than 100 billion years ago. That uncompromising determination and madness was enough to shake them all. Come on, come and fight. This is the war that you have been longing for. This is the result of your prayers. This is your long-cherished wish, your path. Kill me. Destroy the world of order. Otherwise, I will let all of you die in the primordial world. Chapter 1741. Fire. Several roars with different tones, but the same meaning resounded in the void at the same time. The terrifying amount of energy that had gathered in the realm of order surged into the giant crystal tower in an instant. The light that bloomed in an instant overshadowed Yin Nuoxing's light that illuminated the void. The light that was enough to shatter the void, after condensing for a moment, suddenly burst out with the explosion of an energy ring. It crossed the void in an instant and pounced on the three high-level primeval gods in the distance. The three high-level primeval gods were shocked by Yin Nuoxing's crazy attitude and quickly recovered. Looking at the light that had gathered the energy of the entire void front, their eyes became unusually serious. With a wave of their hand, the abnormally active chaotic energy suddenly came from the abyssal death fog crack behind them, turning the scarlet light of the crack into a dark gray light. A moment later, the abyssal death fog and the dark gray chaotic energy spewed out of the crack and quickly formed a huge energy barrier in front of them. Boom! The indescribable sound of energy destruction suddenly spread throughout the void territory in the next moment. The void was instantly skinned under the impact of the unreasonably destructive energy and went on strike with the void. It was instantly annihilated like two realms that were destroyed. Block! The energy explosion that encompassed hundreds of millions of miles of land before him did not obstruct his observation. The brilliant light that seemed to have gathered all colors instantly crashed into the energy barrier formed by the three high-level primeval gods, and was blocked just like that. It's only temporarily blocked, but TSK, as expected, three high-level primeval gods are not that easy to kill. Jingyan cursed as she clapped her hands and waved them. Continue to pour energy into the void front. Leave a minimum amount of energy in the void front to protect the void lock circle. Gather the rest. We have to continue to increase the energy before they react. If they react and open up their divine right domain, this attack will be wasted. Then just make it so that they can't react. An indifferent voice echoed in everyone's ears along with the echoes in the void. Everyone trembled and turned their heads around. Yin Nuoxing slowly raised his hand, and the primordial light on his body trembled slightly. The light gradually changed and turned inside out. The energy of chaos took over the main body, while the energy of order surrounded the chaos and expanded rapidly. The huge stellar system spun at a high speed and fell from above, slowly merging with the gradually expanding original light. All the energy flowing in the realm of order also began to gather towards it uncontrollably, causing the light that symbolized the creation of the great Yuan realm and the light released by the world core to become the only thing in this void. Throughout the entire void, as long as one had the time to look into the void, even if they were not in this region of the void, they could still clearly see this beam of light descending into the void. I'll break through their defenses. I'll leave the rest to you. Yin Nuoxing turned her head slightly, looking at Hui, Brother Lei, and the others with a pair of colorful eyes and a pair of dull gray eyes. Can you do it? Brother Lei suddenly came back to his senses. That was actually a question for him. He nodded fiercely, the silver lightning on his body surging even more violently. No problem. Sui Feng, are you ready? Get ready to kill those 3 bastards. It's coming, it's coming. What the F***CK is this? One figure after another descended into the order domain along with a vast aura of origin. The moment they came out, they saw the vast energy impact that spanned across millions of miles. They also saw the light that was constantly releasing the aura of creation above their heads. The group of people who had just come out were all stunned, especially when they sensed over 100 types of origin energy above their heads. It was even more, so much, so that they were about to go blind. Don't stare at that place for too long. We can't even hold it ourselves. Brother Lei quickly came to his side and put on the thing that Hui brought for him, a pair of boxing gloves. Then, he pointed at the place where the vast energy light shone. Do you see that place? There are 3 bastards that are being shown on by the truth of the void. They are holding on for now. Later, when you break through their defenses, Brother Lei suddenly drew a silver light in front of his neck, and everyone expressed that they understood. Suifeng slowly raised her head and looked at the primordial aura. Her blue starry eyes reflected the figure in the light as she whispered softly, "It's very dangerous. His condition is very dangerous. So, there's only one chance." Hui rubbed his hands with a gloomy expression. Don't think about sharing anything with that guy. His talent is to play with his life. This is the mission that he has branded for himself. What we need to do is to clean up the mess after he plays with his life. That's all. If that's the case, Suifeng turned around and looked at everyone around her. Then she nodded. I won't let you down. Creation of the void, chaos, collapse of nothingness. An indescribable pressure suddenly appeared in the void and nothingness that had already collapsed. A distortion came from this empty area. It was a strange feeling of distortion and chaos that was enough to swallow the entire primordial realm. The storm gathered from nothing to engulf the entire void in an instant. Everyone who could see this scene felt their hearts skip a beat. An aura that was enough to reduce the void to 0. It was as if they had returned to 100 billion years ago and witnessed this scene with their own eyes. In Yun Nuoxing's eyes, 2 tiny arrays slowly rotated and quietly shattered. The energy that had already gone completely out of control was forcefully restrained in her hands. Her right hand, that was full of cracks, bloomed with the light of the fusion of chaos and order. Her raised hands moved slowly, and an overlapping array that had already gathered trillions of arrays appeared in front of her. It was like a thick cake of light. Go, fall into the void. The mighty flash that seemed to have condensed the entire void flickered for a short half a second before suddenly exploding. It was as if a large piece of the void had been ripped off from its concept and rules. It brought with a light that was powerful enough to beat the primordial realm back to its original point and broke away from the realm of order. In front of the big crack, the 3 people who were frantically resisting the vast stream of light were desperately releasing all kinds of high-level premier powers, the power of divinity and the power of godly right. The 7 divine halos behind them were constantly shaking because the power that they could mobilize in a short period of time could not keep up with the consumption. It seemed like they would collapse at any time. No, this light can't be neutralized by normal means. We can't completely block the attack that has condensed half of the power of the world of order and the power of the heavenly God of origin. A dignified and low voice sounded from the leader's mouth. The mighty torrent that had condensed half of the weight of the void of order kept bursting with energy that made the 3 of them shudder. Their shadows were elongated by the colorful light, and 3 lonely figures were projected in the void and the big crack behind them. Ironically, the condensed energy barrier in front of them had already been broken by half. They resisted with all their might and kept detonating the power of godly right and divinity to barely hold the stream of light in place. But as long as the group opposite them did not withdraw this attack, they would still have to pay a heavy price to neutralize this desperate light. World of Order. World of Order. TSK. I've underestimated these fellows. I thought that the origin would be gone forever. He gritted his teeth and kept condensing energy. Origin. Fortunately, They did not change their own order nature and still belong to the power of order. If the power of chaos were to receive this attack head-on, with the destructive power of countless order and rules in this attack, they would probably have been reduced to ashes by now. As he muttered, he suddenly felt a sense of uneasiness. His gaze penetrated the barrier and looked in front of him that was covered by the light. His uneasy gaze suddenly saw that in the void, the first light that was tainted with the gray of chaos. A pair of eyes that contained both order and chaos met his gaze, and his heart unnaturally skipped a beat. "Fall into this void, rat." A cold voice rang in his ears, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. A light that was tainted with gray, but was so bright that no living being could look directly at it. That was chaos. It was the power of chaos. The moment he identified it, his face turned pale with fright. However, at this time, they were restrained by this stream of light. There was no way for them to activate the barrier of order to deal with the power of chaos. That light of energy that was like a supernova that exploded with billions of stars smashed heavily on their barrier, fusing with the colorful light. The two powers of order tore apart the divine barrier that they had put up in an instant, and the two colors of light that rushed towards him swallowed him whole. Chaos. Endless chaos. Yet, it was also incomparably pure order. That light, heavy. It contained the endless sorrow and tears of the world of order. He seemed to have seen something in it, but he could not grasp it. Was this the light at the beginning of the birth of the great primordial realm? No wonder that person said that they had to be wary of the realm of gods. Boom! The monstrous energy ended with an explosive sound that shattered the void and suddenly dissipated. He was immersed in the two energies for as long as an era. When he came back to his senses, his whole body was pressed into the void by the two energies, and he did not know how far away they were. He only felt that his divine soul had been torn apart, and his body was no longer listening to him. He did not know where the energy came from, but it was still supporting him to stand in the void. Even his body was no longer in shape. At the same time, the energy runes that were tainted with the power of order and chaos climbed up his broken body. He could feel that the energy runes that were constantly spreading were eroding his body and soul, and using his own power to deal with himself in the distant void, probably in the direction where he had retreated. Two vast and mighty energy raindrops bloomed in the void. The vast and mighty phenomenon occupied the entire void. It was incomparably splendid. The abnormally surging and mighty energy sprinkled all over the void. It was as if there was an energy explosion, exploding in the form of several energy rings. It spread very far away before slowly dissipating. This made him absent-minded. The last time he had seen this scene should have been more than a dozen epochs ago. Ugh! He raised his hand and used the remaining divine energy to cut a scarlet energy rift in front of him, and staggered into the rift. This is not over, not over. I have to go back quickly. I have misjudged the remaining power of the world of order. I have to tell them. At the place where the vast light rain sprinkled, Brother Lay looked up abruptly into the distance. I found a remaining one, but it's too late to go after him. Sui Ching looked at that place and narrowed her eyes. He has escaped, but it's fine. His body and soul have been tainted with the chaotic power of the original light, directly damaging his divinity. If it wasn't for the heavenly god of origin or the conceptual body of chaos, he would not have escaped death. But if we let him escape this time, the previous information about the underworld's misjudgment of the power of the world of order would also be sent back. Hui frowned as he felt a headache, and then laughed bitterly. Although, even if he doesn't return, the other side would have more or less sensed this information. It's just that we don't know what they would do next. Defense? Can we also? Just as we suddenly came up with a plan that seemed feasible, a voice suddenly rang in everyone's mind. They have misgivings. They think that victory is already in their hands and are unwilling to gamble with their lives with us, which is why they keep making mistakes. But no, I have no misgivings in the first place. If they die, they die. War? That's right, but it's not just that. In the battlefield between order and chaos, there is only destruction and destruction, and this life is nothing more than that. It's not a loss to kill one of the higher tiers, and it's a gain to kill two of them. Excluding this point, we actually have our own misgivings. You must have wanted to say that since we already have the power to defeat a higher tier premier, why don't we just go straight to the underworld? It's very simple. The underworld is still being held back by something. Their power is not complete from the beginning to the end, and they're only constantly sending cannon fodder, wanting to wear down the power of the void of order more or less, but they keep making mistakes one after another. 100 billion years ago, the fall of a higher tier premier was definitely not part of their plan, but they still endured and suppressed it, which only means that they're still preparing for their trump card that can turn the situation around. This is a good time. Yes, it should be a good time. Phone. Hui laughed dryly and quickly waved his hand to bring everyone back to the realm of order. When he looked at Feng, he could not help but be stunned, and his face was filled with worry. Are you okay? The initial light and the heart of the world had been retracted, and Yin Nuoxing stood in the void with his sword. His body was pale, and the body made of energy was full of cracks, and the light of energy was bursting out uncontrollably. Such a ferocious scene stunned Brother Lei and the others, needless to say, but it was really the first time they saw Feng like this, and they immediately put a label in their hearts. This is a guy who doesn't care about his life, enough to drag the void down with him. Brother Lei felt that he seemed to understand what Hui Jun said to him. It's okay, I'm used to it. His upper body was full of cracks, and he looked like a broken porcelain doll. Everyone was silent when they heard his words, and looked through his body to see the realm of order behind him. Their faces were filled with horror, and their heads were covered in cold sweat. God knows how this guy tortured himself in the past. Even for an energy life form, this level of damage was almost to the point where it would break with a touch. Does not mean that for him, temporarily not dying meant that there was no problem. We saw that Feng did not seem to have any problems, so he did not mention it for the time being. He waved his hand to let I Ching deal with the realm of order first, and stood there to wait for him to nag, and when Feng was done, he would press him to recover. The timing you mentioned just now was supposed. We asked. Yes, it was. Now that we have the power to punish high-level primeval, and the underworld is calculating its own little plan, this should be a good time to attack, but we can't seize this opportunity. There are two problems. First, we want to go to the underworld, but there are not many ways to go, and all of them are very dangerous, and difficult to execute. This is the first problem. Second, we can only use positional warfare to our advantage, and positional warfare. We have already gone to other people's homes. Where will we have the time to build a positional warfare? The Void Frontline is a powerful defensive position that we have been working on for hundreds of billions of years, constantly improving and strengthening. Although we can also build a temporary position with our own power, it is only a temporary realm of order and completely not at the level of the Void Frontline. Everyone could not help but smile bitterly. To put it simply, they had switched from fighting at home to fighting away, and they had no advantage. And it seemed to be the case. Although they seemed to be able to kill the high-level primeval sent by the underworld, that was the power of the Void Frontline, and Yin Nuoxing could only be unleashed when she risked her life, and there was no way to use this power frequently. After all, they did not have any high-level primeval, and that was their biggest shortcoming. As for sending a team to attack, and then shrinking the Void Frontline to the underworld in one go, this is a feasible way. The former should be possible with me leading and more than 100 primeval covering, unless there are more than a dozen high-level primeval blocking the way. Otherwise, it should not be a problem to attack. But to move the Void Frontline, it is almost like digging out the Void Frontline and the void it encompasses. Can you guys do it by carrying half of the middle plane and countless middle planes? This is not the same as teleporting the Void Frontline back in the current void. None of us know what the situation in the underworld is like. That is someone else's world, not our void of order. Everyone smiled bitterly. Hui rarely used his brain and thought of many things in his mind, but in the end, they were all dead in the cradle. The Origin Sanctum. What if we only bring the origin sanctum there? Jing Nuoxing asked in return. The void frontline, formed by more than 1,000 origin nodes, should be able to create the same power as in the void of order now, right? The origin sanctum is, after all, just a core that occupies less than half of the void frontline. Yin Nuoxing shook her head slightly. Even if we really have a way to deal with 1, 2, 3, or even 10 high-level primeval, we have no way to fight against the power of high-level primeval head-on. We, in the other side, bitterly again. This was the truth. In the face of absolute power, unless they used the power of the same level to fight, otherwise, everything would be in vain. Once they rushed into the underworld and caused a riot, the result would not be good. Not to mention other things. If the underworld threw out 5 or 6 high-level primeval to besiege the void frontline at the same time, how many places could they defend? Yin Nuoxing sighed when he saw everyone shaking their heads with bitter smiles. It's obvious. That's why we can only defend. This is our advantage, but it's also our most passive point. If we defend, we won't be able to destroy the underworld. If we attack, we won't be able to achieve any obvious results. We might even die inside. This is the reality woven by the void frontline, the cruelest reality for us. There is no way to escape, and there is no way to change it. If we defend here, we can only ask for a moment of peace. In the end, we can't let all of this come to an end. When the underworld has finished its business, there is nothing to worry about. Yin Nuoxing's eyelids drooped slightly, and she let out a long sigh. Then, perhaps that time has come, hundreds of billions of years, fighting for more than a dozen eras, and ushering in their final end. It sounded ridiculous, but there was no way to choose, and there was no way to change the result. Woo, the horn, an earth-shattering sound of the horn, accompanied by an ancient aura that transcended time, reverberated in the void frontline. The expressions of everyone in the realm of order changed. The other places in the void frontline also heard this unusually grand sound of the horn, as if it was guiding the warriors standing on the battlefield to charge. This sound, Brother Lei's expression became a little unnatural when he heard the sound of the horn. He, Sui Feng, and Sui Qing looked at each other. We looked at them and asked, "What? Is it something that belongs to the previous era? Your era?" Sui Qing nodded slightly and said, "It should be the horn of order that the origin heavenly god gave to the underworld. At that time, the underworld was still fighting for the realm of order. I just didn't expect that kind of thing to happen later." Brother Lei smiled bitterly, and then his expression became distressed. "This is troublesome. The Horn of Order was originally used to increase the power of the realm of order, but now that in the void far away, scarlet cracks silently opened, and the abyss death mist rolled out. Along with the huge tide, countless incarnations and chaos constructs swept out. The aura of order on them made them fall into a deeper level of madness. The aura of madness spread to them through the void frontline, and everyone's expression became serious. The aura of a high-level yuan-shi. Sui Qing gazed at one place and said softly, "One. Hiss. What I'm afraid of really happens. Are these guys done yet?" Hui scratched his head in distress and said, "The realm of order is urgently reorganizing. Are there any energy towers that can continue to overload? Crystals? Don't worry. The high-level yuan-shi will not come personally." Yin Nuoxing also caught the powerful aura and interrupted Huey's emergency preparations. "Before they know our strength, they will not come personally. They can no longer afford to lose the high-level yuan-shi. He is probably here to lead the cannon fodder to continue the attack. The Horn of War, announcing the arrival of the final battle. The realm has taken shape." Yin Nuoxing looked up and said something that stunned everyone. "The path from the pinnacle of origin to the level of yuan-shi is unobstructed, and the realm of chaos has taken shape. My job is done, and the rest. I'll leave it to you guys for now. Hey, Feng." We hurriedly caught the guy who fell to the side after he finished speaking. He smiled bitterly and said, "You just said that it's the eve of the final battle, and now you are lying down? All right, thank you for your hard work. You should go and rest first." After asking Sui Feng to send the guy into the Origin Sanctum, we turned to look at Brother Lei and the others and shrugged. There's nothing else I can do. I'll have to trouble you guys this time. Brother Lei grinned. It's just a final battle. What's there to be afraid of? Just fight. I didn't catch up with the battle a dozen years ago. This time, I can make up for it. The warriors of order are not afraid of the power of chaos.